Chapter 51 Unexpected Visitors. Hold on a little longer, we'll be at the village soon. You are really lucky. If the village wasn't developing and needed to increase its population, you wouldn't have the chance to join our village. When you get to the village, you'll know the benefits. Not to mention food, you won't become a ninja like us. The team was not silent during the march, but people were constantly communicating. Among them, the Star Ninja in charge of the escort would talk about the beauty of the Star Ninja village from time to time to encourage everyone to hurry on. This is obviously very attractive to many civilians who live a hard life, and it also makes the team more motivated when marching. The pattern on this forward protector seems to be the Star Ninja village of the Bear Country, but what is this operation now? It doesn't seem to be escorting a caravan, but it seems to be transporting these people to somewhere. Scorpion observed for a while and thought about it. Suddenly, he smiled in his heart. He is really confused. Compared to searching for puppet materials in a small town where civilians live, it is better to search directly in a ninja village. Although the Star Ninja village is a small ninja village, it is definitely far superior to ordinary towns in terms of ninja supplies. And even if there is no, as long as he controls this ninja village, he can also use the other party's manpower to collect materials faster. Looking at the team gradually going away, Scorpion jumped out of the tree canopy and then followed the team silently. Walk and stop. Because there are many boys and girls in the team who are only in their teens, the Star Ninjas did not rush too much. It was not until the evening that the familiar miasma appeared in front of the team. Miasma Canyon. Of course, the Miasma Canyon has changed a lot now. In one part of the Miasma Canyon, a 10-meter wide bridge was built, and there were translucent barriers on both sides of the bridge to isolate the miasma outside the bridge, allowing people to pass through the bridge safely. In addition, there were 2 teams of Star Ninjas guarding the bridge. It's a little different from what I knew. Following the team to the Star Ninja village, Scorpion did not act immediately, but instead hid his body and observed the situation in secret. Watching the arriving team being escorted through the bridge to the other side of the Miasma Canyon, Scorpion's line of sight also looked to the other side of the bridge. Even though the miasma blocked his vision, Scorpion could still vaguely see a dense cluster of buildings in the distance on the other side of the bridge. This discovery surprised Scorpion. Because according to the information he knew, the Star Ninja village was a very small ninja village even among the small ninja villages. But from his current observation, the scale of the buildings in the distance was at least a village that could accommodate thousands of people. And from the actions of the Star Ninja transporting people into the village, it is not difficult to see that the Star Ninja village is expanding its population. Interesting, it seems that this ninja village is also a little restless. Scorpion became interested. Which force does not want to develop? Based on his judgment, the Star Ninja village is obviously seeking development. But this is also good. Since the Star Ninja village has the strength to develop, it means that it has sufficient resources to support it. As long as he takes down the opponent next, maybe the required materials can be replenished in one go. Swish! The instant body technique was performed. Scorpion lifted his hiding and appeared in front of the bridge quite directly. Who is it? The 2 Star Ninja teams guarding the entrance of the bridge reacted quickly. When they saw a strange figure suddenly appear in front of them, in addition to questioning loudly, all the Star Ninjas immediately took a vigilant fighting stance. The peacock magic was ready to go, and behind the Star Ninjas, materialized chakra was condensed like a peacock spreading its tail. It's really such chakra, I wonder how powerful it is. Scorpion looked at the materialized chakra that appeared behind the Star Ninjas. Although he had learned about it from the information of the Sand Village, he was still somewhat surprised. Materialized chakra, this is a very rare performance. Although the village in front of him is only a small ninja village, it can continue to this day, obviously it still has some ability. Scorpion did not answer the Star Ninja's questions, and did not even stop, but walked directly towards the bridge. Catch him! Seeing Scorpion's actions, the Star Ninjas would not hesitate and immediately took action. The materialized chakra behind him extended tentacles, transformed into spears and ropes, and attacked the approaching Scorpion. A shadow appeared on the back of the loose rope. Bang, bang, bang. The chakra tentacles attacking Scorpion were instantly dispersed by the shadow with strong force. When the shadow swayed and swung to resolve the attack, it was immediately clear that the shadow was actually a ferocious metal tail. This metal tail was like the poisonous tail of a scorpion. After dispersing the chakra tentacles, it quickly turned into a shadow while swaying, and stabbed towards the nearest Star Ninja. Its speed was so fast that all the star ninjas had no time to react. Bang! A violent collision occurred. The swiftly stabbing metal scorpion tail stopped abruptly, and was actually blocked by a hand holding the front edge. It was just that the one who blocked the metal scorpion tail was not the star ninja who was attacked. Mr. Scorpion is a bit impolite. As a guest, it's fine if you don't greet me, the host, but you actually want to bully my subordinates. This will make me angry. Holding the metal scorpion's tail, Naraku looked at Scorpion opposite him and said with a smile. So caution is the first responsibility in doing things. If he hadn't specially assigned a shadow clone to cover the entire Star Ninja village with perception ninjutsu, he would not have been able to perceive Scorpion's arrival at the first time. As for the reason for sensing the Star Ninja village, it was naturally out of caution. The Star Ninja village is developing in full swing, and the movement cost is not small. As long as you are interested, you will find the situation in the Star Ninja village. So in order to prevent spies from sneaking in and attract dangerous elements like Scorpion, Naraku has specially studied perception ninjutsu. Although the perception ability of perception ninjutsu is not as sharp as the spiritual consciousness in terms of subtlety, in terms of perception range and difficulty of practice, with Naraku's current understanding and chakra, it is easy to practice to the extent that it can cover the entire Star Ninja village. Well, this is actually what he referred to Nagato's approach. The other party relied on the Rain Tiger Free technique to block the outside world from obtaining information about the Rain Village. When Nagato really came to the fore, the outside world didn't even know that the Rain Village had changed drastically, and didn't even know that Hanzo had died. Swish, swish, swish. Scorpion stared at the person in front of him. He had been in seclusion after assassinating the third Kazekage, so he naturally hadn't seen the reward for Naraku from the gold exchange, so he didn't know Naraku. However, Scorpion was still quite vigilant about the person in front of him who even he didn't catch how he came and could block his attack. The strength of the Star Ninja village far exceeded his expectations. In addition to the abnormal development, it actually hides an extraordinary and expert beyond the ordinary. In response to this, what responded to Naraku was the dense poison needles that Fei Luhu suddenly spit out from his mouth. I shamelessly ask for follow-up reading, collection, reward, and recommendation. Chapter 52 Naraku vs Scorpion of the Red Sand. The dense poison needles shot out crazily. The target was not only Naraku, but also the star ninjas behind Naraku. Lightning release, thunderstorm stream. Without Naraku making any move, violent lightning suddenly swept out from his body. All the poison needles that shot out were intercepted by the violent lightning. Even after intercepting the poison needles, the lightning's residual power did not decrease and continued to sweep towards Scorpion. With a chill in his heart, Scorpion wanted to dodge, but soon found that Fei Luhu's scorpion tail was still held in the other party's hand. During the tug, the metal scorpion tail was stretched straight, and of course Naraku's hand did not move at all, so Scorpion could not retract the metal scorpion tail at all. After a short delay, Scorpion was immediately engulfed by the thunder and lightning. Crackling! The violent thunder and lightning attacked the outer shell of the amber. The loose robe he was wearing could not bear it and turned into ashes in an instant. However, the material of the amber, as the outer shell of Scorpion, was obviously quite excellent. Although the surface was cracked and charred after being attacked by thunder and lightning, it was not destroyed all at once. Mr. Scorpion, let's go to another place first. Seeing that the amber was not destroyed immediately, Naraku did not give Scorpion a chance to react, and jumped up without saying a word. As Naraku jumped up, the metal scorpion tail that he had been holding also pulled Scorpion into the air. Twisting his waist and turning around, Naraku, who jumped into the sky, was like using a meteor hammer. After spinning a circle, he suddenly threw the Scorpion into the distance. Whoosh! The air wave was whistling. Watching Scorpion flying like a cannonball, Naraku also turned into a light tap after landing, and quickly turned into a shadow and swept away. If a master of Scorpion's level is allowed to play, the damage cost will be difficult to deal with. Naraku didn't want to bring extra financial pressure to the development of the village, so he chose to move the battlefield. Boom boom boom. After flying for an unknown distance, Scorpion fell from the air into the woods below, but the impact still made him break several trees in succession and failed to stop. However, Scorpion quickly controlled the metal scorpion tail that had regained its freedom and stabbed it into the ground below. Crack! The metal scorpion tail was pulled straight, and after plowing a gully in the ground, Scorpion finally stabilized its body. Swish! Just when Scorpion stopped and landed, Naraku, who followed closely, also arrived. Hiryu AKO, Heavy Blade Library. Without any hesitation, Scorpion immediately locked onto Naraku, and 2 metal machines were ejected from Hiryu AKO's body. In the rapid rotation, countless steel needles shot out from the machine towards Naraku. Thunderbolt. The violent lightning burst out from Naraku's body again. Just like before, Naraku did not dodge, and directly intercepted the steel needles with the use of thunderstorm flow. The sword finger pointed out. While blocking the steel needle, Naraku also counterattacked. Thunder finger. The silver beam like thunder shot out from the sword finger, and immediately hit the chest of the Hiriko. Yes. This time, Naraku did not aim at the enemy's head, but chose the chest. Just as he could recognize the Scorpion. Even without the insight of the divine consciousness, he knew that the Hiriko in front of him was just a shell, and the head was not the vital point. Its vital point was the Scorpion hidden in its body. The Hiriko was very strong, and ordinary ninjutsu could hardly even cause damage. But the power of the Thunder Finger was obviously superior to the defense of Fei Luhu. As the thunder suddenly appeared, a burnt hole immediately appeared on Fei Luhu's chest. It was like a building block collapsing. Fei Luhu, whose chest was pierced, suddenly lost its support and twisted on the ground. You reacted very quickly. You are worthy of being the Red Sand Scorpion. After Naraku pierced Fei Luhu with a Thunder Finger, he did not look at the other party again, but turned his head to look at the other side not far away. I saw that a handsome red-haired boy appeared in Naraku's sight. When looking at the red-haired boy, Naraku praised him like an elder. The red-haired boy was the true face of the Red Sand Scorpion. Just when Fei Luhu was attacked by the Thunder Finger, the Scorpion hidden inside withdrew from Fei Luhu very decisively. Who are you? Scorpion held a scroll in his right hand, and his eyes were fixed on Naraku. A strange face, amazing strength, and a powerful lightning escape that had never been seen before. This person could never be a native of the Star Ninja Village. My name is Naraku, of course, you can also call me the leader of the Star Ninja Village. Facing Scorpion's question, Naraku introduced himself with a smile. Naraku. Scorpion muttered the name in his heart. It turned out that he had never heard of it. But it didn't matter if he hadn't heard of it, because the other party would soon become a dead man anyway. No. With the other party's strength, he could make another excellent human puppet. The scroll in his hand slid down and opened. The next second, with a bang, a new figure appeared in front of Scorpion in the smoke. Wearing a heavy brown robe, an expressionless face, and a puppet-like Scorpion on his body traces of splicing. The figure that emerged from the sealed scroll was the third Kazekage who had been made into a human puppet by Scorpion. Chakra lines extended from the index fingers of both hands, all of which were connected to the various parts of the third Kazekage in front of him. Taking out the third Kazekage undoubtedly proved Scorpion's killing intention at this time. Swish! The fingers moved slightly, and the third Kazekage twisted strangely, and immediately spurted out a large amount of black sand iron. Magnetic escape sand iron giant needle. The gushing black sand iron instantly condensed into giant steel needles like spears, and then suddenly turned into a phantom, shooting towards Naraku. Compared to the previous steel needles of Fei Luhu, the steel needles made of sand iron at this time are not only huge in size, but also far superior in speed and power. But in the same way, when Naraku resisted Fei Luhu's steel needles before, he never used all his strength. Lightning release, thunderstorm stream. When the giant steel needle attacked, violent lightning far exceeding the previous one instantly swept out from Naraku's body. The violent lightning did not scatter in all directions, but concentrated on the giant steel needle. Crackling. When the violent lightning met the giant steel needle, the two collided violently. Lightning splashed, iron sand flew. Although the giant steel needle penetrated into the lightning, it was quickly crushed by the violent lightning. After crushing the giant steel needle into the original iron sand, the violent lightning still did not stop, but continued to sweep towards Scorpion. Without hesitation, Scorpion quickly dodged to the side, and at the same time opened a hole in his abdomen, from which a long steel cable was ejected. The front end of the steel cable was a sharp blade, and it was covered with poison. While dodging, Scorpion manipulated the steel cable like a poisonous snake, along the ground, bypassing the lightning area, and stabbed Naraku from the other side. Thunder escape, lightning blade. Moving his sight, he glanced at the incoming steel cable, and Naraku's body shook, calmly dodging the stabbing blade. Bright lightning burst out from his left hand, and the lightning sword condensed in an instant. Chapter 53 Overwhelming Battle. Zhang. Naraku didn't wait for Scorpion to continue to manipulate the steel cable, and he casually cut the steel cable with the lightning sword. The sharp blade separated from the steel cable rotated and inserted into the ground beside it. The poison on it made the ground hiss, and it was corroded into irregular pits. The afterimage swung. When the sharp blade was cut off, the steel cable did not stop, but moved flexibly and wrapped around Naraku's body. At the same time, a huge black shadow appeared above Naraku. The black shadow was a huge triangular pyramid formed by countless iron sand. The tip of the triangular pyramid was facing downwards, falling from the sky and smashing fiercely at Naraku below. A more dazzling lightning flashed. Naraku seemed to have expected it. He jumped up, not only avoiding the entangled steel cables, but also extending and enlarging the lightning sword, turning it into a giant sword more than 10 meters long, and cut the triangular pyramid falling from the sky in half with one sword. Boom! The triangular pyramid split into two parts, fell heavily on the ground on both sides of Naraku. The violent impact not only caused the ground to shake violently, but also caused a collapse, forming a huge pit. Swish! The figure quickly attacked Naraku in the air. It was the third Kazekage. Several sharp blades stained with poison appeared in the sleeves of his right arm, and as he approached, they slashed fiercely at Naraku. Turning in the air. Being in the air did not slow down Naraku's movements. When he restored the giant lightning to its original state, he also reacted quickly and kicked the third Kazekage's wrist. Bang! The sharp blade and the whole arm swung to the side. Naraku quickly slashed at the third Kazekage's neck with the thunder sword. Sand and iron gushed out of his mouth and condensed into a black steel plate. Zhang! The thunder sword slashed into the black steel plate, and the amazing sharpness contained in it made the black steel plate unable to block it, but it also slowed down the thunder sword's slashing speed. Taking advantage of the short delay, the third Kazekage quickly stepped back and avoided the thunder sword's slashing. While avoiding the slashing, the third Kazekage also controlled the three-pointed cone that was split into two halves below, extending countless iron spikes from it. After dispersing the thunder sword, Naraku simply stepped lightly on the scattered gravel, and then used the force to gracefully dodge the iron spike attack from below. Chi chi chi! Thick purple smoke erupted and quickly swept towards Naraku. Looking away, Naraku immediately saw that the purple smoke was emitted from some kind of machine nearby. This machine was obviously thrown by Scorpion when Naraku was fighting the third Kazekage. At the same time, the purple smoke was also a terrible poisonous gas. Wind style, great breakthrough. In terms of ninjutsu, Naraku is good at lightning style, but it does not mean that he does not know other types of ninjutsu. After falling to the ground, Naraku raised his hand without making a seal, and a fierce gust of wind burst out when he waved his palm. The gust of wind swept and instantly dispelled the poisonous gas. Then he fired a thunderbolt to destroy the machine that was emitting poisonous gas. Magnetic style, sand iron gyro. The three-pointed cone with iron spikes extended closed again, and after retracting the iron spikes, it immediately turned into a gyro, spinning rapidly and hitting Naraku hard. Thunder release, thunderbolt. Without dodging, Naraku clenched his right fist, condensed a thunder bomb, and punched the incoming three-pointed cone with a powerful punch. Boom! In the amazing bombardment, the incoming three-pointed cone exploded into iron sand all over the sky. At the same time, the bombardment formed a rolling air wave, sweeping up the surrounding trees and rocks, forming a huge pit. Lightning body. With brilliant lightning wrapped around his body, Naraku, who had solved the three-pointed cone, turned into lightning and flew out quickly. His target was not the nearest third Kazekage, but Scorpion, who was controlling him behind him. So fast! Under the use of lightning body, Naraku burst out at a speed that even a master like Scorpion could barely catch a trace. He was shocked, but until Naraku came close to him with a punch, he only had time to raise his arms to block. Bang! During the fierce collision, the surrounding air exploded, stirring up visible air waves. Scorpion's arms in front of him were bent by Naraku's fist, and then the whole person was hit hard and flew out. The figure flew backwards like a cannonball. Suddenly, just when he flew a distance, a ball of sand iron flew over and caught Scorpion in mid-air. His arms drooped weakly, and the chakra lines of his 10 fingers had disappeared. But this obviously did not make Scorpion lose his fighting ability. In the position of his heart, the core of the human puppet replaced the 10 fingers, and there were chakra lines extending to the third Kazakage not far away. It was precisely because of this that he could continue to control the third Kazakage and catch himself with sand iron. Similarly, when Scorpion stopped his body, he did not forget to control the third Kazakage to counterattack. Thousand Hands Martial Arts. Countless mechanical arms suddenly emerged from the curse seal on the left arm of the third Kazakage, like a terrifying giant python, sweeping towards Naraku frantically. Lightning Release Thunderbolt. Glancing sideways, the lightning wrapped around his body immediately gathered in his right hand, and Naraku once again fired a violent thunder bomb. Boom! When the thunder bomb collided with the mechanical arm, the seemingly scary mechanical arm was instantly destroyed, and even the third Kazakage was blown away by the aftermath of the bombing. Scroll, Flame Prison Array. The scorching flames swept towards Naraku. Looking at the source of the flames, it was the steel pipes sticking out of Scorpion's hands. Although Scorpion's arms were damaged, they were controlled by the chakra lines extended from his core. The waves of fire rolled, and Naraku seemed to be facing the impact of a sea of fire. Zhang! The dazzling sword light burst out. The slashing wave transformed by thunder split the sea of fire, until Scorpion, who was spraying flames, tore his body into deep cracks. The impact of the thunder slashing wave made Scorpion fly back more than 10 meters away. When the split sea of fire dissipated, Naraku, holding the thunder sword, was seen walking out leisurely. Lightning Style, Thunder Finger. The empty left hand shot several thunderbolts, intercepting the third Kazakage who was attacking from the side, and even left several deep holes on his body. Crack! The third Kazakage's body froze, as if a running machine suddenly got stuck. In terms of damage, the thunder finger was naturally not worth mentioning for the third Kazakage who was a human puppet. But the problem was that the thunder finger shot by Naraku hit several important joints of the third Kazakage. The damage to these joints was a fatal injury to the puppet, making it difficult for the puppeteer to control it. The sharp insight of the divine consciousness had already given Naraku a full understanding of the third Kazakage's body structure. How about it, do you have any other tricks? If not, I'm going to start asking for it. Buledin came closer, Naraku stopped, and said with a smile to the Scorpion who stood up in a panic on the opposite side. Although he had a smile on his face, his tone and meaning were full of irrefutable oppression. Looking at the unharmed man opposite, Scorpion was angry in his heart, but he also knew that he had lost. Tell me, what do you want to let me go? Scorpion was silent for a while, and then said in a low voice. Just like in the original plot, he would join the Akatsuki organization after losing to Nagato. Scorpion is not a person who does not know how to judge the situation. After the defeat, as long as the request does not touch the bottom line, he does not mind giving in for the sake of survival. Chapter 54 Scorpion's Submission. You have two choices, the first is to be killed by me, the second is to surrender to me. Naraku looked at Scorpion calmly. He showed his attitude very straightforwardly and clearly. In fact, from the beginning, he had the idea of conquering the other party. Otherwise, how could he show mercy in the battle? Although he had only used chakra to fight in the battle, his strength had greatly improved after he broke through the 4th level of chi training. If he really wanted to kill Scorpion, the battle should have ended long ago. As for the reason for subduing Scorpion, it was naturally very simple. The military development of the Star Ninja Village not only needs to expand the number of troops, but also cannot lag behind in quality. Just like the arrival of Scorpion this time. Naraku was originally training. If the village did not lack high-end combat power that could defeat Scorpion, why would he stop training and deal with it personally? I choose to surrender. Scorpion adjusted his mentality quickly. When he heard the two choices given by Naraku, he did not hesitate for long and quickly gave an answer. With the strength of the man in front of him, it was not shameful for him to surrender to the other party. And this is the fundamental rule of the ninja world. The strong are respected. The right choice, then welcome to join the Star Ninja Village. Scorpion's answer made Naraku very satisfied. Then he raised his big thumb, back to the third Kazakage not far away. Your puppet is a little worse. If you are interested, you can come to me to communicate. After this, Scorpion looked at Naraku in surprise. Your Excellency also knows how to make puppets. Your Excellency is too unfamiliar. Remember to call me leader in the future. Naraku first nodded at the other party's title, and then smiled and pointed at the universe with his fingertips. As for puppet making, I only know a little bit, anyway, I should be better than you. As for refining equipment, he is very familiar with it now. Compared with real magic weapons, the craftsmanship of mechanical products such as puppets is really crude. Oh? Then I have to see the skills of the leader. It's a loss, but this is a comparison of strength. But when it comes to the skills of making puppets, Scorpion is obviously not convinced. He is quite confident in his skills in making puppets. I'll let you see it. Naraku didn't mind opening his eyes. After all, the higher the other party's skill in making puppets, the stronger their strength will be. This was the result he wanted to see. Let's go, let me show you the situation of the village first. Naraku said, and turned back to the Star Ninja village. Scorpion recovered the damaged third-generation Kazekage and Feilyuhu, and then immediately followed Naraku's footsteps. On the way, he simply repaired his damaged arm so that it could be temporarily active. Office on the 8th floor of the Star Shadow building. How do you feel? Our village is not bad. Naraku, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Scorpion standing in front of the window overlooking the entire Star Ninja village, and smiled at him. Scorpion retracted his gaze, turned his head to look at Naraku, nodded and said, "Not bad, although there is a gap in scale from the big ninja villages like Sand Village, it can be seen that the Star Ninja village is in rapid development." After returning to the Star Ninja village, on the way to the Star Shadow building, Naraku also briefly introduced the situation of the Star Ninja village to Scorpion. Although it was just a rough introduction, it also gave Scorpion a certain understanding of the situation of the Star Ninja village. To be honest, when he really entered the Star Ninja village, Scorpion was quite surprised. As he just said, although the current Star Ninja village still has a gap in scale with the 5 major ninja villages, it is developing very fast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Scorpion would never believe that the current Star Ninja village would be the Star Ninja village he knew when he was in the Sand Village. There is still a lot to be supplemented in the development of the village. If Mr. Scorpion has any suggestions, you can communicate with me at any time. Not only Naraku and Scorpion were in the office, but Nono was also there. Because there were outsiders, Nono sat on the sofa opposite Naraku. Hearing Scorpion's comments on the Star Ninja village, Nono politely greeted Scorpion. When Nono learned that the person who attacked the village was Scorpion, she was quite surprised. And when Naraku brought Scorpion back and learned that Scorpion joined the village, she was even more so. But she has a strong ability to accept. She immediately judged that Scorpion should have been defeated by Naraku and then conquered. At the same time, she also welcomed Scorpion's joining. After all, the village's current military strength is limited. Being able to add a master of the level of Scorpion of the Red Sand will definitely help to resist the war that may come at any time in the future. Nono is the village's housekeeper. Whether you want to know the situation of the village in detail or have any other needs, you can ask Nono to deal with it. Naraku pointed at Nono and said to Scorpion casually. Scorpion's eyes shifted to Nono, and nodded, then the days ahead will be more troublesome. In addition, I really need enough materials to make puppets now. There's no rush for puppets. I've said before that your skills are too rough. Come with me to the 9th floor later. We'll exchange skills first, and then you can start making puppets. Naraku waved to Scorpion, and then looked at Nono. How is the defense line deployed on the border? It's almost in place, but because of limited manpower, most of them are just ordinary soldiers. If we really encounter an invasion by foreign enemies, I'm afraid they can only serve as a warning at most. That's enough. I never thought of relying on these people to resist foreign enemies. As long as they can pass on the news in time when there is a large-scale invasion, they will be qualified. Facing the war that could come at any time, Naraku naturally arranged for this deployment. However, with the current military strength of the Star Ninja village, his requirements were relatively low, and he simply deployed it on the border of the Bear Country. After talking with Nono about the defense line again, Naraku took Scorpion to the 9th floor. As for the puppet-making skills, he naturally would not really teach Scorpion the weapon refining method. He just intercepted a little insignificant skills and ideas from the weapon refining method. Of course, even so, when Naraku explained these skills and ideas, Scorpion, who was originally careless, listened more and more seriously, and became extremely excited in the end. There is such a skill, I have never thought of it. What? The mechanism can be made like this? That's it. Wait, speak slower, I need to remember it. As Naraku talked more and more deeply, the arrogant genius puppeteer gradually became like an elementary school student, taking out the scroll at some point, and was in a hurry. Recording. Chapter 55 Special Training and Progress. In the construction of the Star Ninja Village, there are not only houses for living, but also facilities for ninja training. For example, the training ground. At this time, in a planned training ground, many people are fighting. These people are Nono, Xiaorixing, Yu, Lang, and Naraku's shadow clones. Peacock Magic Powerful Suit. The materialized chakra wrapped around the whole body, Xiaorixing not only extended gorgeous wings behind her, but also put on peacock-shaped armor. Flying into the air, Xiaorixing, who was looking down from above, locked his eyes on Naraku's shadow clone fighting with him on the ground. The wings behind him spread out, and a large number of feathers fell off during the flapping, turning into arrow feathers and shooting straight at Naraku's shadow clone. Although it was only a shadow clone, Naraku's shadow clone was not in a hurry when facing Xiaorixing's attack. He stretched out his hand and burst out dense lightning, blocking all the arrows that were shot at him. Thunder Escape Thunder Finger. The moment the sword finger pointed out and blocked the arrows, the shadow clone launched a counterattack, shooting silver beams of thunder at Xiaorixing in the air. Waving the wings, the gorgeous chakra wings blocked the front like a shield. There was a bang. A hole was hit in the chakra wings. However, with the resistance of the chakra wings, Xiaorixing, who was at the back, also avoided the thunder in time. Without hesitation, the chakra wings that recovered quickly flapped violently, rolling up the air waves. Xiaorixing did not retreat but advanced, and dived towards the shadow clone rapidly. Peacock Seal. The chakra wrapped around the feet turned into claws, carrying the momentum of diving, and was fiercely kicked down by Xiaorixing. Leaping back. The shadow clone nimbly avoided the claws. Bang! Xiaorixing landed on the ground where the shadow clone was originally. The strong force and sharpness not only made a big hole in the ground, but also tore out hideous claw marks. Flying Wing Slash. Xiaorixing, who fell into the pit, jumped up and locked onto the shadow clone who retreated not far away. The wings behind him turned into sharp blades and extended to slash at the shadow clone. Lightning Release Thunderstorm Stream. The shadow clone stopped his body and did not dodge, but burst out violent lightning and met the incoming flying wing slash head-on. Crackling. The violent lightning and flying wing slash collided violently. After a brief stalemate, Xiaorixing's chakra wings were gradually invaded and disintegrated by lightning. He was shocked. Xiaorixing retreated decisively, and after the incoming lightning pulled a certain distance away, he quickly moved from one side. Eagle Claws. Bend the 10 fingers of both hands into claws. Xiaorixing, who went around to the side of the shadow clone, stretched out both hands, condensed sharp chakra claws, and quickly extended them to grab the shadow clone. Lightning Blade. The shadow clone reacted very quickly. When the chakra claws approached, it turned around and swung out a sharp sword light, cutting off the 2 chakra claws. The chakra wings behind her recovered again. Seeing that her claw attack failed, Xiaorixing took off again and flew into the air. Not bad. On the grass not far away, Naraku, who was sitting with his left leg straight, right leg bent, and right hand on his knee, looked at the battle between Xiaorixing and his shadow clone for a while, and nodded slightly. Xiaorixing's talent is indeed quite excellent. Even if she is placed in the 5 major ninja villages, she is enough to be called a genius. When she was in the original Sing Ninja Village, she was definitely a talent that was buried. Fortunately, Xiaorixing's luck was obviously very good, and she met him, a mentor. With the nature of Liang Shanpo, fighting is unavoidable. As the person in charge, whether it is Xiaorixing or you, although their strength is already good, it is obviously impossible to say that they can always be safe and sound. Therefore, Naraku often gives special training to Xiaorixing and you when they return. Even the ordinary members of Liang Shanpo are the same. He will also send his shadow clone to give these people special training, trying to help everyone improve their strength. Let's talk about Xiaorixing at this time. Since the establishment of Liang Shanpo, Xiaorixing has not only made up for his combat experience, but also improved a lot in strength compared to the beginning. For example, now, based on the combat performance of Xiaorixing and Naraku's shadow clone, their strength is not weak even among the senior ninjas. Especially after mastering the Peacock magical technique powerful equipment developed by Naraku specifically for the opponent, he has achieved the unity of attack and defense. It can be said that as long as Xiaorixing improves the basics of chakra step by step in the future, there is great hope for her to enter the ranks of elite Jonin. After watching Xiaorixing's battle for a while, Naraku looked at other people fighting. It happened that this time, in addition to Xiaorixing and Yu Gilat, Nono and Lang also had a rare free time to rest, so he simply pulled them together for special training. After Xiaorixing, Naraku first looked at Yu, who was also the person in charge of Liang Shanpo. Wind-style kamikaze slash. A slash was made, and the wind blade was combined with the slash. A half-moon-shaped sharp slash wave flew out from Yu's sword, forcing the shadow clone fighting with her to dodge. A slash forced the shadow clone back, and Yu, who was wrapped in wind-style chakra, approached the shadow clone at a rapid speed. The knife flashed, the super-fast speed and superb skills made Yu the dazzling blade light rolled up, as if to cut the shadow clone into pieces. Faced with such an attack, the shadow clone was not careless. He gathered lightning with his fists and kept punching to resist Yu's slash. Yu's original fighting style was swordsmanship combined with wind escape. Naraku was also not stingy in giving him advice. Divine Wind Slash was the ninjutsu he developed for Yu based on his characteristics to further integrate wind escape and swordsmanship. Compared to Yu's original use, Divine Wind Slash was not only more powerful, but also could increase the speed of the sword with the help of the wind. There was also the wind escape chakra that was wrapped around the opponent, which was also the wind escape chakra mode he developed based on the lightning escape chakra mode. Under this mode, Yu's movement speed would also be greatly improved, which could better cooperate with the sharp Divine Wind Slash. In addition, the chakra condensation of Star and the hidden injuries caused by taking banned drugs for many years were healed by Naraku with true energy. It is no exaggeration to say that Yu's current strength has improved a lot compared to when he just followed Naraku to leave Konoha. Among the Jonin, he is also one of the best. After watching Yu, Naraku looked at Lang again. Although Lang did not participate in the Liang Shanpo action like Yu, as an old backbone who followed him, Naraku did not forget him. In addition to healing the hidden injuries, he also gave him guidance. At this time, in the battle with the Shadow Clone, Lang was very skilled in performing various earth escapes. Its earth escape level has obviously improved a lot. In terms of comprehensive strength, although he is still weaker than Yu, he has already stepped firmly into the level of Jonin. Chapter 56 The Envoy of Iwagakur. The last one is Nono. Boom! When Naraku looked at Nono's battle, he saw Nono leap up, waving his white jade fist, and punching his shadow clone. The shadow clone retreated decisively, and when Nono's fist hit the ground, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters was immediately blasted out. This is obviously the use of supernatural power. With the help of Naraku, Nono has now learned supernatural power. Although he can't compare with Tsunade, Nono's strength has undoubtedly been greatly enhanced after learning supernatural power. The Shadow Clone, who inherited Naraku's idea, obviously wanted Nono to deepen his mastery of supernatural power. After dodging the attack, the Shadow Clone immediately launched a counterattack, also using supernatural power, punching Nono. Bang! Nono was not willing to be outdone, and pulled out the fist that was stuck in the pit, and then replaced it with both hands, raising his hand to punch the attack of the Shadow Clone. The two fists collided, and the ground under the two people collapsed again, stirring up visible air waves. Boom boom boom! Fists and feet kept colliding. The Shadow Clones and Nono quickly started a battle of supernatural powers. The two were like humanoid monsters, and every collision would cause violent movements. The roar was deafening. The surging air waves came one after another. The ground was constantly collapsing and forming pits. Sit down and rest. Although it was a battle, Naraku's Shadow Clones were actually mainly used as sparring partners, so the battle ended only when the Shadow Clone's chakra was exhausted. When it was over, Nono and the others were all panting and sweating and gathered in front of Naraku. Seeing the tired looks of the few people, Naraku asked everyone to sit down first, and then waited for the breathing of the few people to gradually stabilize before speaking. It's still the old rules. I will comment on your performance first, and then you can ask me if you have any confusion or problems in practice. Seeing that the few people had no objection, Naraku changed his posture, leaning back and supporting his hands on the ground behind him. He first looked at Xiaorixing, who was sitting on the far left. Xiaorixing, you have made a lot of progress compared to the last fight, which shows that you are a master of martial arts. However, you still need to improve in several areas. One is physical skills. Although you mainly fight with the peacock magic technique, your physical skills cannot lag behind, otherwise you will be easily suppressed once someone who is good at physical skills gets close to you. Also, the use of the peacock magic technique. From the changes, it can be seen that you have made some derivatives based on the power suit I developed for you, but don't be too obsessed with the use of changes. The quality must also keep up. For example, you use the chakra wings to resist the thunder finger performed by my shadow clone. If your chakra can be more condensed, then you may be able to completely block it, so as to make more responses. Naraku first praised Xiaorixing's progress, and then began to point out the opponent's shortcomings one by one. Xiaorixing listened very carefully. Even when Naraku started to comment on the next person, he was still thinking about his shortcomings. Your swordsmanship needs to be improved. Kamikaze / improves your sword speed, but if your swordsmanship does not keep up, once you meet an opponent with keen insight like the Uchiha clan, it is still easy to be found out. Wolf, you have done a good job in the use of Earth Escape. If you want to continue to improve your strength, you might as well use Star to condense chakra. No, the essence of strange power lies not only in the final burst, but also in the concentration of chakra in the process. Although your control over chakra is already excellent, if you want to go further in strange power, you need to further strengthen your chakra control. Whether it is the observation as a bystander or the combat experience fed back after the shadow clone is released, it makes it easy for Naraku to understand everyone's situation. Soon, Naraku commented on everyone's situation. Next, it was naturally the turn of Nono and others to ask questions. To strengthen physical skills and practice skills, you can use shadow clones. For physical strength, the simplest way is to carry weights. Of course, you can also put pressure on yourself through water pressure. You are the same. You can practice swordsmanship with Xiaorixing through water pressure in the future. If necessary, I can create a water pressure environment for you with water escape. Facing the various questions asked by Nono and others, Naraku patiently answered them one by one. Swish! Suddenly, just as Naraku was communicating with Nono and others, a figure appeared beside everyone with the instant body technique. Lord Naraku, a group of people claiming to be messengers from the Hidden Rock village came outside the village. They proposed to visit the village leader. The figure who came was a star ninja. After kneeling on one knee, the star ninja saluted Naraku and quickly reported the reason for his visit. The messenger from the Hidden Rock village. When the star ninja arrived, Naraku, Nono and the others immediately stopped talking and looked at each other. When Nono heard the content of the star ninja's report, Nono frowned. She immediately turned back to look at Naraku. If the other party is really from the Hidden Rock village, then the sudden visit from the other party to us now is probably not a good thing. Until now, the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Sand village are still at war. Although other ninja villages have not yet taken action, it is obviously only a matter of time. Nono, who has been paying attention to the movements of the ninja world, was very keenly aware of the bad news from the sudden arrival of the Hidden Rock village. Well, but we still have to meet. Naraku slowly stood up. When he saw Nono and the others also stood up quickly, as if they wanted to go with him to meet the people of the Hidden Rock village, Naraku waved his hand and said, "You guys take a rest first, I can go alone." Okay. Nono hesitated for a moment, but when he thought of Naraku's strength, his worries were put down. Of course, Xiaorixing and the others were not to mention, they always obeyed Naraku's orders very well. Soon, Naraku left with a body flash technique. Lord Maji, the situation of the Star Ninja village seems to be a little different from the intelligence. In front of the bridge across the Miasma Canyon, there were a dozen Hidden Rock ninjas waiting. One of them glanced at the Star Ninjas who were staring at him on the opposite side, and then looked to the other side of the bridge. Although the view was limited due to the miasma on both sides of the bridge, it was still possible to vaguely see the buildings that were located one after another in the distance on the other side of the bridge. The Hidden Rock ninja found this situation and couldn't help but approach the leader and whispered a reminder. Well, there are indeed some discrepancies. I'm afraid that the Star Ninja village has developed in recent years. The leader known as the Demon Leech nodded slightly. He had actually discovered the abnormality of the Star Ninja village a long time ago. Besides, the village's intelligence did not include the bridge across the canyon in front of him. Although they did not encounter the population transported to the Star Ninja village like Scorpion, the Uegaku ninjas who came here were obviously not lacking in observation. After a little observation, they all found that there was a big difference between the information known by the Star Ninja village and the village. Chapter 57 Identity Exposed. No matter how discrepant there are, the Star Ninja village is just a small ninja village after all. We are here as the village's envoys, and these people actually arranged us to wait here. It's really unpleasant to think about it. An Uegaku ninja next to the Demon Leech snorted coldly. This person is a man with an afro named Huo Guang. Like the demon leech, he is a well-known senior ninja in the Uegakuer village. When speaking, Huo Guang's eyes swept over the star ninja who was staring at them, and his eyes were quite unfriendly. In the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, most people here would look down on people from small ninja villages. Although they came here with a mission, facing the current cold reception, not only Huo Guang, but also many other Uegakuer ninjas were dissatisfied. Swish! As the leader of this mission to the Star Ninja Village, when Ma Ji was about to remind Huo Guang not to talk nonsense, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the bridge in an instant. The sudden figure made Ma Ji stop what he wanted to say immediately. At the same time, whether it was him or other Uegakuer ninjas, they all looked at the newcomer at the first time and took a defensive posture. What a fast instant body technique, I didn't even notice when the other party appeared. When looking at the newcomer, Ma Ji was secretly shocked. I am the leader of the Star Ninja Village. What do you want from the Hidden Rock Village? Naraku glanced at the Hidden Rock ninjas on the opposite side and said casually. On both sides of him, the Star Ninjas who were monitoring the Hidden Rock ninjas saw Naraku coming, and the tension they had originally held suddenly dissipated, replaced by full confidence. When monitoring the Hidden Rock ninjas again, his eyes became much sharper. Are you the new leader of the Star Ninja Village? The leech looked at Naraku carefully. The person in front of him was obviously a master based on the flash body technique that came here. However, the other party was obviously inconsistent with the leader of the Star Ninja Village described in the village intelligence. Yes, the old leader has retired, and now I am in charge of the village. Naraku knew that since the people from the Hidden Rock Village would come, they must have learned about the intelligence of the Star Ninja Village, so he made up a random excuse. I see, this is our ID, you can check it first. Ma Ji was skeptical, but after seeing that the Star Ninjas present had no reaction, he still handed over his ID as the messenger of the Hidden Rock Village. Naraku took it and looked down. The ID was naturally fine. But he did not mean to invite the other party into the village. Instead, after returning the ID to the other party, he said, Tell me, I think you, the Hidden Rock Village, sent someone here, it should not be a simple visit to our Star Ninja Village. Hey, what do you mean, no matter what, you should invite us in first. Huo Guang, who had long been dissatisfied, saw Naraku's attitude so negligent, and immediately couldn't help but reprimand him. Glancing at the other party, Naraku calmly said, I'm sorry, our village is under martial law and outsiders are temporarily not allowed to enter. So if you have something to say, you can say it here directly. If you don't have anything to say, please leave as soon as possible. You. Naraku's words made Huo Guang's forehead veins bulge and his eyes almost spit fire. He is just the leader of a small ninja village, but his attitude is so arrogant. Wait, you are Naraku, the S-level rebel ninja of Konoha. Just when Huo Guang couldn't help but want to reprimand, suddenly, when a rock ninja behind him looked at Naraku's face, his initial confusion quickly turned into shock. S-level rebel ninja. Naraku. Is this guy really an S-level rebel ninja of Konoha? The sudden change made the other rock ninjas hurriedly look at their companions who exclaimed, and then immediately stared at Naraku on the opposite side again. Why, do you rock ninja want to eliminate me, a traitor, for Konoha? Naraku was not panicked at all when someone of the rock ninja recognized him. Instead, he looked at the rock ninjas opposite with interest. As you led Liang Shanpo to go out frequently, he naturally knew that Konoha had not only offered him a reward at the exchange, but also issued a hunting order for him as an S-level traitor. Of course not, we have no obligation to help Konoha, and now we are only meeting the leader of the Star Ninja Village. Although the leech was also surprised by Naraku's identity, when he heard Naraku's words, he expressed his attitude very decisively. As long as the traitor is not from his own ninja village, it doesn't matter. Especially now. No matter what means the other party used to become the leader of the Star Ninja Village, as long as he has this identity, it is worth winning over. The demon leech continued, since you don't want us to enter the village, we won't force you. This time, we come here on behalf of our rock village to sign an alliance agreement with your Star Village. Naraku waved his hand and said, Sorry, our Star Village has already signed an alliance with the Sand Village. It doesn't matter, as long as you cancel the agreement with the Sand Village. For this, our Rock Village is willing to send troops to protect the Bear Country. Before Naraku finished speaking, the Demon Leech interrupted Naraku's words and spoke in a serious tone. What a protection! Naraku couldn't help but applaud the other party. Well said, but I refuse. As I said, our star village has always been an ally with the sand village since ancient times, so please go back. He knew exactly what the rock village was up to. It was nothing more than wanting to take advantage of the fact that Sand Village was being held back by Cloud Village to capture Bear Country, and then use Bear Country as a route to send troops directly to the border of Wind Country. If Star Village was still the original Star Village, the third Hoshi Cage would probably just pretend to be a snake in the face of Rock Village's coercion, and then ask for help from Sand Village. But now it was Naraku who was in charge. Although he didn't want to get involved in the war, it didn't mean that he was afraid of war. If someone really wanted to involve him in the war, he wouldn't mind showing the whole ninja world what a cultivator's shock was. Don't be ungrateful, bastard. Naraku's attitude was very clear, and his attitude also made the face of the leech gloomy. The firelight on the side was even more furious. Perhaps Naraku's identity as a traitor made him less restrained, and he actually rushed out with a roar and punched Naraku. The firelight's actions were like a fuse. When he made his move, many rock ninjas followed him immediately, intending to cooperate with Huo Guang to capture Naraku. The leech, who saw through this scene, did not stop him. The man in front of him was indeed too ignorant of the current situation. He had already mercifully let go of the other party's rebellious ninja, but he still rejected him again and again. Words could not communicate, so he could only resort to force. Thunderbolt. As a famous jonin in the Hidden Rock Village, Huo Guang's movements were naturally fast. But before he could touch Naraku, violent lightning had already swept out of Naraku's body. Thanks to the happy angel Nini for the reward. Chapter 58 Negotiations broken. Ah! A shrill scream came from Huo Guang's mouth, and soon after him, more screams sounded. The violent lightning that swept out from Naraku not only engulfed the flames in an instant, but also engulfed the rock ninja and the leech who followed the flames. To others, being a jonin is amazing, but to Naraku, it is obviously just that. With one move of Thunderstorm Flow, he easily took down a group of rock ninjas. When the lightning dissipated, the leech and others were all charred. Although they did not die, but they were all seriously injured and unconscious. Take these people back to the village and lock them up. Naraku casually ordered the star ninja next to him. Since the Hidden Rock Village has sent people here, it means they have already thought about joining the war. It seems that they will have to take action next. Watching the star ninjas carrying the leech and others into the village, Naraku crossed his arms and thought about something. If he takes down these Hidden Rock ninjas now, the Hidden Rock Village will definitely notice it soon. If nothing unexpected happens, the Hidden Rock Village will definitely take some action next, such as sending more people to forcibly capture the Star Ninja Village. Maybe I have to pay tribute to the battlefield Rose. Speculating that the Hidden Rock Village is likely to send a large force, Naraku is not only not nervous, but also has some expectations. Like many men, they all have a heroic heart that yearns for a man to stand alone against 10,000 men. Naraku is the same. He hasn't fought for a long time, and now he has a strong desire to fight. When all the Uegakuer ninjas were imprisoned, Naraku also returned to the Star Shadow building. What's the matter? What is the intention of the people from the Uegakuer village? Although Nono did not follow Naraku to see the Uegakuer ninjas, she was still very concerned, so she went directly to the office to wait for the result. When she saw Naraku coming, Nono hurriedly greeted him and asked about the situation. You want us to surrender? Naraku walked to the sofa and turned to sit down. Then, he simply told Nono what happened. It seems that we still can't avoid it. We have to prepare to fight the Uegakuer village next. After understanding the situation, Nono sighed and reminded Naraku. She did not feel dissatisfied with Naraku for capturing the Uegakuer ninjas. This is not only because of her relationship with Naraku, but also because the purpose of the Uegakuer ninjas' arrival has already shown the other party's bad intentions. Well, you should pay more attention to the news on the border. If the people of the Hidden Rock Village send a large force to invade, I will deal with it personally. Naraku nodded. I understand. By the way, how should we deal with those rock ninjas? Nono nodded and asked again. Naraku said playfully, when I cracked the seal of tongue trouble, I actually learned this curse seal by the way. Nono heard this and immediately understood what Naraku meant. The seal of tongue trouble is definitely an excellent way to control others. By the way, this is for you. Suddenly, Naraku seemed to think of something and immediately took out a seal scroll from his body. Bang! The seal scroll was opened, and a pair of gloves as thin as cicada wings and woven like silk appeared from it. "What is this?" Nono's eyes fell on the silk gloves and asked curiously. "This is the magic weapon I made for you. It's a special ninja tool similar to the 7 ninja swords." Naraku simply explained the silk gloves. Magic weapon. Nono listened very carefully. At first, she didn't understand what a magic weapon was, but when Naraku used the 7 ninja swords as an example, she immediately understood. At the same time, her eyes changed again when she looked at the silk gloves and became eager. It can be said that there is no ninja who doesn't desire a special ninja tool like the 7 ninja swords. "Give me your hand." Naraku asked Nono to reach out. Nono didn't think much, stretched out his right hand and handed it to Naraku. The true energy condensed into a needle, and Naraku tapped Nono's index finger lightly. Instantly, a drop of blood rolled down and dripped on the silk gloves. Blood dripping to recognize the master. The blood was immediately absorbed when it fell on the silk gloves, completing the simplest recognition of the master. "Hey!" Nono showed a trace of surprise on his face, and his eyes immediately fell on the silk gloves again. "You feel it, you are now its owner." Naraku couldn't help laughing when he saw Nono's reaction. "What a wonderful feeling, I feel like this pair of gloves has become a part of my body." Nono couldn't help saying. This is the uniqueness of the magic weapon, which can make each other like flesh and blood. This is not only more comfortable and smooth when used, but also even if it is lost and obtained by others, others cannot use it. Naraku picked up the silk gloves and helped Nono put them on himself. He continued, "This pair of gloves, in addition to being hard to be injured by swords, and invulnerable to water and fire in terms of defense, is enough to withstand the destruction of B-level and below ninjutsu, and can also increase your strength, allowing your super strength to exert a stronger power. Although the silk gloves are only a low-grade magic weapon of human level, the effects it possesses are still not comparable to ordinary ninja tools." He refined the silk gloves, on the one hand to practice his own refining method, and on the other hand to enhance Nono's strength. The appearance of silk gloves undoubtedly surprised Nono. Especially after the actual test, she passionately kissed Naraku, and they were reluctant to separate for a long time. "Lord Yekeng. Well, how is the situation? Have the people from the Hidden Rock Village gone to the Star Ninja Village?" "Yes, according to the other party's pace, the people from the Hidden Rock Village should have arrived at the Star Ninja Village yesterday evening, but what is the specific situation? I am worried about being discovered by the people from the Hidden Rock Village, so I didn't get too close to the Star Ninja Village. It is dozens of kilometers away from the Star Ninja Village in front of a cave, a group of people gathered here. One of them, a man wearing the costume of the Bear Country, was talking to a beautiful woman wearing a backless dress. Not to mention the man wearing the costume of the Bear Country, the woman wearing the backless dress and the dozens of people behind her all wore forehead protectors belonging to the Sand Village. So the people of the Rock Village have already contacted the people of the Star Village." Yekeng heard the words of the man wearing the costume of the Bear Country, and his face showed a thoughtful expression. All major ninja villages have the habit of planting spies. Although the main focus of the Sand Village is now on the war with the Cloud Village, it has not ignored the movements of other ninja villages. No, when the spy planted in the Rock Village sent back the news that the Rock Village intended to take over the Bear Country, the Sand Village responded immediately. The man wearing the costume of the Bear Country was the first spy sent by the Sand Village to the Bear Country, and Yekeng and others were the follow-up support. The purpose is very simple, that is, to prevent the Rock Village from occupying the Bear Country. After all, once the Bear Country is occupied by the Hidden Rock Village, the border of the Wind Country facing the Earth Country will be fully opened. At that time, as long as the Hidden Rock Village wants, it can easily send troops to the border of the Wind Country, which is the border between the two countries, through the Bear Country and the Bird Country that originally belonged to them. Yekeng was originally the frontline deputy commander of the Sand Village against the Cloud Village, but because of the actions of the Hidden Rock Village, he was now transferred away from the battlefield by Cho and Ebizo, who were in the rear to be responsible for the affairs of the Bear Country. Chapter 59 The Hero of the Other Side, My Enemy. Rest here, and after recovering our strength, we will immediately go to the Star Ninja Village. Yekeng gave orders to the Sand Ninjas after pondering. She is not clear about the results of the contact between the Hidden Rock Village and the Star Ninja Village, so she needs to find out as soon as possible. I hope the result will not be too bad. Yekeng thought silently in his heart. The best result is naturally that the Star Ninja Village can withstand the pressure and does not tear up the alliance agreement with them. The worst result is that the Star Ninja village turns against the Rock village. Although he hopes the result is good, King has actually made plans for the worst. Once the Star Ninja village turns against him, no matter whether the people of the Rock village have left or not, he must control the Star Ninja village with the force of thunder. Kang's consumption is naturally not small when he hurriedly led people from the battlefield to the bear country. When the rest is over, it has been from morning to noon. Without wasting any more time, Kang, who has recovered his strength, immediately led a group of sand ninjas to the Star Ninja village. Damn it, what did you do to us, you bastard? In the prison that was built not long ago, the demon leech, who was still burned by lightning, covered his head in pain. Not only him, but also Huo Guang and other rock ninjas in the cage were screaming constantly. Outside the cage was Naraku. It's nothing, just adding a curse seal to your heads. I don't know if you have heard of the tongue root seal. If you don't know, I can explain it to you. Naraku put his right hand on his waist, looked at the screaming rock ninjas casually, and then slowly began to introduce the tongue root seal. It not only includes the function of the tongue root seal, but also emphasizes that Danzo of the root of Konoha relies on this curse seal to make the people of the root organization obey him. When the introduction was over, Naraku stopped activating the tongue root seal. In an instant, the painful torture disappeared, which made the rock ninjas all support themselves with their hands on the ground, gasping for breath in cold sweat. Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to go to war with our rock village? After a breath, the leech regained some strength. He looked up at Naraku outside the cage and growled with gritted teeth. The other party was so bold that they wanted to control them after catching them. This was simply a provocation to their Iwagakure village. Oh? Didn't you declare war on me first? Or do you think that after I rejected you, your Iwagakure village would let me go? Naraku looked down at the other party with indifference. Maji's heart stagnated. Let him go? That was naturally impossible. After all, if the village wanted to attack the Wind Country, it had to go through the 3 countries adjacent to the Wind Country. Among these 3 countries, the Bird Country was their ally, and the Rain Country was a tough nut to crack. The last and best choice was naturally the Bear Country. I will never be controlled by you even if I die. Suddenly, a roar came from the cage. The Firelight, who was also a senior ninja of the Iwagakure village with Maji, kicked the ground with both feet and hit the wall not far away. Bang! Brains splattered. After all, he was a ninja. Even if he was seriously injured, he still had power that ordinary people did not have. Huiguang fell to the ground with a bloody head, and soon died. Huiguang! Damn it! Seeing Huiguang commit suicide, the other rock ninjas, including Maji, were all furious. Every village has a legacy of will. Especially the 5 major ninja villages. In order to improve cohesion, they will vigorously promote their will. For example, Konoha promotes the will of fire. It means that where Konoha flies, the fire will also continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Let's not talk about what this will is. Although they didn't do it, it is undeniable that many ninjas in Konoha really believed in the will of fire and even regarded it as their life belief. Let's talk about the Hidden Rock Village. The will inherited by the Hidden Rock Village is called the Will of Stone. It means tenacity and perseverance. Huo Guang's tough behavior of preferring suicide to being controlled is enough to prove that this person has inherited the Will of Stone of the Hidden Rock Village very well. Great, come on, drag this guy out and chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Watching Huo Guang commit suicide, Naraku seemed to applaud, but then he immediately turned into Jimmy, which frightened the remaining Iwagakure in the cage, and their original anger was dissipated a lot. His hero is my enemy. Although Huo Guang's suicide seems to be very shocking, as an enemy, how can Naraku not make his position clear? Not only was he not moved, but he also tried his best to suppress him. He wanted to use Huo Guang's body to trample on the bottom line of the remaining rock ninjas, to scare them, to make them fear themselves, until they kneel at his feet. Soon, several star ninjas waiting nearby entered the cage and dragged Huo Guang's body out. They even completed the request on the spot at Naraku's signal. How about it, does anyone else want to join us? If so, I can satisfy him. Several vicious dogs that had eaten their fill wandered around, and Naraku looked at the demon leeches and others in the cage with a calm face. Silence. Whether it was the demon leeches or other rock ninjas in the cage, they had already lost their initial anger after seeing their companions become food for the vicious dogs. Even some of them looked at Naraku with fear in their eyes. The reason why heroes are admired is because they are rare. There are only a few people who can carry out their will throughout their lives. Facing death and fear is human nature. Seeing the reactions of the rock ninjas, Naraku knew that he had completed the first step of taming them. He only needed to continue to exert pressure, and most of them would become the dead soldiers of the root organization. Of course, blindly exerting pressure is not advisable. The art of controlling subordinates lies in the combination of kindness and power. Now that power has been temporarily given, it is necessary to give them some kindness. Lord Naraku. Just as Naraku was about to continue taming the rock ninjas, a star ninja suddenly rushed over. What's the matter? Naraku turned his head and looked at the visitor. There are people outside the village who claim to be the envoy of the Sand Village coming to visit. The star ninja who came immediately reported. Naraku raised his eyebrows. What familiar words! It should be said that it is worthy of being a big ninja village, and the reaction is really fast enough. Watch this place! Naraku gave an order to the star ninja guarding the prison, and then left the prison and went directly to the entrance of the village. When Naraku arrived at the Kenyan bridge, he immediately saw Nono had arrived in front of the bridge and was talking to a woman who was the leader of dozens of sand ninjas on the opposite side. Leader. When Naraku crossed the bridge, both Nono and the star ninjas present saluted Naraku. Yes. Naraku nodded slightly, and then looked at the woman who had just talked to Nono. Chapter 60 Covenant. Slavery. Yekeng, the Sand Village actually transferred this woman away from the battlefield. This is really interesting. Looking at Yekeng on the opposite side, Naraku felt playful. Are you the leader of the Star Ninja Village? Yekeng also looked at Naraku, with a look of surprise on his pretty face. It is obvious that, like the Rock Village, the Sand Village is an ally of the Star Ninja Village, but because the Star Ninja Village is just a small ninja village, the other party's information about the Star Ninja Village still remains in the past. Well, the old leader has retired, and now I am the leader of the village. After Naraku arrived, Nono retreated behind Naraku and handed the initiative to Naraku. In response to Yekeng's surprise, Naraku naturally brought out the excuse he used to deal with the leeches. I see. I won't waste time. This time, we came here on behalf of the Sand Village to strengthen the alliance with your village. Yekeng took a deep look at Naraku, and then he stated his purpose very straightforwardly. Naraku smiled slightly. Strengthening the alliance is no problem, but I don't know if you have any other requirements. There are some requirements, but it's not convenient to discuss here. Yekeng indicated that he wanted to talk after entering the Star Ninja Village. Naraku waved his hand and said, I'm very sorry, because the situation in the ninja world is tense now, so our village has been closed and will not receive outsiders for the time being. Let's discuss it here. As soon as these words came out, Yekeng's brows frowned slightly. Many of the sand ninjas behind her looked unkind. The rock ninjas had come yesterday, but now the Star Ninja Village didn't even want to let them in. It was easy to think that the rock ninjas might still be in the Star Ninja Village. Even the rock ninja village had reached some kind of agreement with the Star Ninja Village, and was just dealing with them now. Of course, Yekeng was obviously very prestigious in the Sand Ninja Village. Although the Sand Ninjas had all kinds of speculations, none of them acted rashly before Yekeng said anything. This is a bit inappropriate. How important is the covenant? How can we discuss it in such a simple environment? And as allies, we should not be considered outsiders. Yekeng frowned and said in a deep voice. Of course, she couldn't agree to discuss the covenant here. After all, one of the purposes of her coming here was to determine whether the Star Ninja Village had colluded with the Rock Ninja Village. If she couldn't even enter the other village, how could she? It is not enough to investigate clearly. No, from the other party's attitude of not letting us enter the village, it is even more suspicious. Forget it, let's just maintain the original covenant. Naraku smiled. Yekeng stared at Naraku closely. It seemed that he wanted to see something from this. But in the end, it was obvious that he didn't gain anything. Naraku was relaxed from beginning to end, and there was no trace of guilt. After a while, Yekeng slowly said, as far as we know, the Hidden Rock Village sent someone to look for you yesterday. I wonder if you have reached any agreement with the other party. The man in front of him didn't reveal any flaws, so he simply put the problem on the surface to test. No, in fact, I also arrested the other party's people. The other party put the problem on the surface, and Naraku didn't let him down, and said it very straightforwardly. When seeing Yekeng and the Sand Ninjas on the opposite side looking stunned, Naraku continued calmly, it's quite funny. The Hidden Rock Village sent someone to make me surrender to them for no reason, and then when I didn't want to, they wanted to attack me. Naturally, I could only capture them. Is your excellency serious? This kind of thing can't be joked about. After being stunned, Yakeng quickly confirmed. Go to the prison and bring a rock ninja here. Naraku made a move to show it. After receiving the order, several star ninjas immediately went to execute it. Soon, the leader of the rock ninjas, the Demon Leech, was escorted here. The Demon Leech is a famous Jonin master in the Hidden Rock Village, and is even expected to become an elite Jonin. Yakeng naturally cannot fail to know him. But when Yakeng saw the Demon Leech being escorted here by the star ninjas like a dead dog, and with scars all over his body, he was quite surprised. How about it, is this evidence sufficient? Naraku looked at Yakeng with a smile. Okay, I was rude just now. I am willing to apologize for doubting you. Yakeng adjusted his mentality and bowed slightly to Naraku with a solemn face. It must be said that with Yakeng's status and strength in the Sand Village, he was able to bow and apologize to Naraku, the leader of a small ninja village, and his attitude gave him enough face. I accept your apology. If there is nothing else, you can go back. Naraku said to Yakeng after waving his hand to send the magic leech back. Wait, we haven't talked about the covenant yet. Yakeng hurriedly said. Now that it has been confirmed that the other party has not colluded with the Rock Village, there will naturally be no problem in strengthening the covenant. As if to show his attitude, Yakeng no longer insisted on entering the Star Ninja Village, and directly took out the prepared covenant agreement. Naraku did not refuse, and took the agreement and read it. Since it is to strengthen the covenant, the new agreement will naturally add a lot of requirements compared to the original agreement. Yes, it is a requirement. The Star Ninja Village and the Rock Village are said to be allies, but in fact, the Star Ninja Village is dependent on the Sand Village. Therefore, even in the original agreement, most of the content is the various requirements that the Sand Village puts forward to the Star Ninja Village. For example, when accepting tasks, the Star Ninja Village must not accept tasks that are harmful to the interests of the Sand Village. Also, when the Sand Village needs human support, the Star Ninja Village must fully assist. Even the entire Bear Country's tax revenue needs to be handed over to the Wind Country. Although the Sand Village will provide shelter to the Star Ninja Village and the Bear Country under various requirements, it is undeniable that the alliance between the two parties is essentially the Wind Country sucking the blood of the Bear Country. If the Star Ninja Village is still the original Star Ninja Village, this kind of blood-sucking behavior is actually not too much. After all, it is better than sucking blood than losing the country. But now it has changed. With Naraku in charge, he will naturally not tolerate his territory being sucked blood and cut flesh. So even if it was just the original alliance agreement, he didn't want to pay attention to it. As for the new agreement now, give it back to you, and also tell Cho and Ebizo that from today on, our Bear Country declares itself a neutral country. Naraku threw the agreement back to Yakeng and said expressionlessly. What strengthening the alliance? It sounds good to call it an alliance, but it sounds bad to call it slavery. Just take the requirements added to the new agreement, not only the plundering of resources has changed from the original blood-sucking to bloodletting, but also the complete military takeover of Bear Country. For such an agreement, Naraku was very virtuous for not turning his face on the spot. What do you mean? Yakeng, who received the agreement, heard what Naraku said, and his face suddenly changed. Naraku said coldly, it's very simple, our alliance with the village of is over. Do you know what you are talking about? Before Yakeng expressed his opinion, the sand ninjas behind her couldn't help but stir up a commotion, and some of them even shouted at Naraku directly. Chapter 61 Naraku vs Yakeng. Our leader has made it very clear that our Star Ninja Village has ended its alliance with your Sand Village. Now please leave immediately and withdraw from the Bear Country. Nono, who had not spoken since Naraku arrived, now looked at Yakeng and a group of sand ninjas with a cold look. Although she did not see the content of the agreement, it was not difficult to guess from Naraku's reaction that the agreement must be very harsh. In addition, she knew Naraku's attitude towards war very well, so when Naraku expressed his position, she gave her support without hesitation. What, do you want to take action? Naraku glanced at the angry sand ninjas and finally her eyes fell on Yakeng on the opposite side. Yakeng took a deep breath, stared at Naraku and said, since you have the courage to cancel our alliance, you must be very confident in your own strength, so why not let me learn from you? It was impossible to leave in such a dejected manner. Not to mention that she couldn't explain to the village, even if she was alone, she couldn't be easily scared away by a few words. Strength determines the right to speak. Very good, then let me see the burning escape. Naraku calmly accepted the other party's invitation. This world, after all, speaks by strength. Naraku was not surprised that Yekeng invited him to fight. Soon, at Naraku's request, the venue for the two to fight was set in an open space nearby. When they arrived, the star ninjas and other sand ninjas all retreated, leaving the venue to Naraku and Yekeng, who were standing in confrontation. Go ahead, let me see why Konoha has listed you as an S-class traitor and offered a bounty of 80 million taels by Kanken. When the two sides retreated, Yekeng, who was in the confrontation, sank slightly, raised his hands in front of him, and while posing a fighting posture, he looked at Naraku and shouted in a deep voice. She had actually recognized Naraku's identity long ago. Hearing Yekeng's words, Naraku's expression did not change, and he walked straight towards the other party. Seeing Naraku walking straight, Yekeng's eyes froze slightly. I pointed out the other party's identity to exert psychological pressure, but I never thought that the other party was not affected at all, and walked towards him so straightforwardly. Could it be that the other party is so confident in his own strength that he thinks he can easily defeat him? Scorch release, oversteaming kill. With a change of mind, Yekeng made a decisive decision. No matter whether the other party is confident or arrogant, it still depends on strength. Without hesitation, Yekeng quickly took out a kunao from her ninja bag, and the whole person turned into a shadow, rushing towards Naraku. At the same time, several fireballs the size of a head condensed behind her and followed. Approaching. Yekeng quickly slashed at Naraku's throat with the kunao. But this was just a feint, the real attack came from the fireball condensed behind her. When the kunao slashed at Naraku's throat, the several fireballs behind Yekeng also formed a double teaming. Such an attack made Naraku be attacked by fireballs at the first time, whether he resisted the kunao or dodged. Lightning release, thunderstorm flow. The violent lightning suddenly burst out from Naraku's body, and it was the first to sweep the kunao that swept towards Yekeng. The face changed slightly. Yekeng instantly realized the powerful power of lightning. She quickly retracted her arms, exerted her legs, trampled the ground into a pit, and retreated quickly. Although Yekeng's people retreated, her attack did not stop there, but she used fireballs to hit the violent lightning that swept over. Crackling. When the lightning and fireball collided, the chaotic lightning and flames scattered all over. There is no need to say much about Naraku's thunderstorm flow. Yekeng's fireball, although it seems to be very small in size, is actually condensed by the burning release that is superior to the fire release, and contains an astonishing high temperature that is enough to burn a person into a mummy in an instant. It can be said that in terms of quality, Yekeng's burning release fireball is better. However, Naraku's thunderstorm flow is not bad either, and has an advantage in quantity. In the fierce collision, the burning release fireball did not hit Naraku, but was completely consumed by the continuous lightning halfway. Lightning style, thunder finger. When the violent lightning and the burning style fireball collided, Naraku did not just wait for the result. When Yekeng retreated, he maintained the thunderstorm flow and raised his hand to shoot silver beams of thunder at the opponent. He exerted force on his feet. The retreating figure quickly moved to one side. The speed of the thunder was very fast, but it was not fast enough for Yekeng to react. When the inside thunder came, Yekeng immediately dodged with agility. But this was just the beginning. Naraku's sword finger was like a pistol, continuously shooting thunder at Yekeng without any gaps. There was no chance to breathe. Faced with the continuous thunder, Yekeng could only dodge. On the field, the thunder that was constantly shooting across the field, when being dodged by Yekeng, might hit an unfathomable hole in the nearby ground, or shoot to the distance and penetrate the trees one by one. Yekeng is very strong. Compared with Scorpion, who also came from the Sand Village. Although Scorpion is a genius ninja of the Sand Village, he is only Yekeng's junior. Just like the war between the Sand Village and the Cloud Village, Yekeng will be appointed as the deputy commander of the frontline army of the Sand Village. Like Luo Sha, she is the absolute top combat force of the Sand Village. At this time, even though Scorpion has obtained the powerful human puppet of the third Kazekage, her strength is not as good as when she appeared in the original plot. According to the strength level set by Naraku, the current Scorpion's strength is at most close to the second stage of the elite Jonin. On the other hand, Yekeng, her strength is already firmly in the second stage of the elite Jonin. Scorch release, continuous bullet. The suppression of the thunder did not last long. When Yakang, who was dodging continuously, found that Naraku did not stop at all, he quickly changed his method. One by one, the scorch release fireballs condensed. Yakang suddenly condensed dozens of scorch release fireballs around him, and then controlled the scorch fireball to confront Naraku's thunder finger head-on. Bang bang bang! In the continuous collision, thunder and scorch fireball engaged in a fierce confrontation. Naraku's thunder finger has extremely strong penetrating power. But when it is performed with chakra, it is just an ordinary thunder finger after all. On the contrary, Yakang's scorch fire, as a blood limit, is naturally superior to ordinary ninjutsu. In the collision, thunder only made a dent on the scorch fireball and was melted by the terrible high temperature. Then, the scorch fireball continued to fly towards Naraku with its remaining power. Some will be gradually dissolved by the thunder shot by Naraku later, but some will successfully break through. Thunder Blade. When the first scorch fireball broke through the thunder sweep and came close, Naraku held his left hand in the air, and a silver thunder sword immediately condensed in his hand, and slashed the scorch fireball with one sword. Puff! The sword light was dazzling. The silver lightning sword cut the scorching fireball in half. In terms of offensiveness, the lightning blade is even better than the thunder finger. High-intensity lightning compressed into a lightning sword has such a sharp edge that even the blood limit cannot take advantage of it. Chapter 62 Suppression and Shock. The sword light flashed. The scorching fireballs that rushed in were destroyed one by one. Naraku held the sword in his left hand, and after finding that the thunder finger could not suppress Yakang, he decisively changed his offensive. Thunder Release, Thunder! Circles of lightning gathered in his right fist, and as Naraku punched out, they immediately turned into terrifying thunder bombs and shot towards Yakang. Danger! Yakang's keen insight made her feel the fatal threat from the flying thunder bombs. She hurriedly stopped the attack of the scorching fireball and dodged to the side again. Boom! The thunder bomb streaked across the place where Yakang was originally like a meteor, and then flew a distance and hit the ground not far away. Instantly, a deafening roar resounded in all directions. The earth shook violently in the terrible bombardment, and there was rolling dust rising into the sky, sweeping and spreading in all directions. What a joke! What kind of thunder escape is this, and it has such a terrifying power? So powerful, is this some kind of S-level ninjutsu, such amazing destructive power? Too strong, Lord Naraku is really invincible. The star ninjas and sand ninjas who retreated to a distance were always paying close attention to the battle, and when Naraku performed the thunderbolt, everyone on both sides was excited. The only difference was that the sand ninjas were horrified, while the star ninjas were excited. When the dust cleared, a huge deep pit like a meteorite impact appeared on the ground. In the pit, you can even see crystals formed by high temperature burning. Not far away from the huge pit, Yakang was covered in dust and looked quite embarrassed. Her reaction and speed were very fast. Although embarrassed, she still avoided the bombing range of Thunderbolt in time. However, Yakang did not have extra time to look at the situation of the huge pit, because at the moment the bombing ended, Naraku had already attacked again. Lightning Body. His body turned into lightning, and with just a flash, Naraku appeared near Yakang. Zhang! The lightning sword in his left hand was slashed at the opponent by Naraku's sharp sword. Puff! Blood splattered. After all, the bombing of the thunder bomb was not without any effect. The deafening roar and the shock wave made Yakang obviously not so fast to relax, so that his movements became a little slow. When he found that Naraku was attacking, Yakang dodged quickly, but his abdomen was still cut by the tip of the thunder sword. The terrifying sharp edge caused the clothes on Yakang's abdomen to split, revealing a burnt sword mark. Step by step. After one sword, Naraku displayed exquisite sword skills, constantly rolling dazzling sword lights towards Yakang. The fierce attack forced Yakang to dodge in a panic. Sword marks appeared on her body. Even if she tried her best to dodge, Yakang was still injured by the sharp sword light. Ha! The pain stimulated her nerves, and Yakang, who was suppressed, struggled to resist. Several burning fireballs condensed and hit Naraku from both sides. The sword light flickered. Naraku did not dodge, but quickly slashed left and right with the thunder sword, quickly destroying the burning fireballs that hit him. However, in this short delay, Yakang still found an opportunity and quickly distanced himself from Naraku. But Yakang was not happy for long, because just when he destroyed the burning fireball, Naraku did not pause at all, clenched his right fist again, and fired a terrifying thunder bomb. Damn it! When the thunder bomb came, Yakang, who found that he had no time to dodge, was extremely angry and continued to retreat backwards, while pushing out his palms, activating chakra with all his strength, and condensed a large burning fireball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters in his palms. Boom! The thunder bomb quickly hit the large burning fireball, and the next second, the terrifying bombing appeared again. The earth shook, and the ground collapsed. A figure flew out from the rolling dust, and it was Yakang. The large burning fireball she condensed obviously failed to completely block the bombing of the thunder bomb. Flying out of the dust, it can be clearly seen that Yakang not only had serious injuries in both arms, but also suffered a strong impact, causing blood to flow from the corners of his mouth. Tumbled to the ground. Regardless of the pain, Yakang took off his after the impact, he immediately jumped up. Scorch Release, Dragon Flame Scroll. Chakra was refined to the limit. Yakang stared at Naraku on the other side of the huge pit, put his palms together, and quickly condensed a huge flame vortex in front of him. Boom! As soon as the flame vortex was formed, a surging flame tornado erupted from it, sweeping straight towards Naraku. Scorch Release, which was like materialized flame, made the air distorted and the ground cracked wherever the flame tornado passed. Here's a trick. With the speed of lightning body, Naraku could actually dodge it, but in order to achieve a better deterrent effect, he directly condensed the lightning bomb in his right fist again. And this time, he also injected a certain proportion of true energy, which made the condensed lightning bomb change from the original silver to gold, emitting a terrifying aura far beyond the previous one. Boom! When the fire tornado came close, Naraku pulled his right arm and calmly punched out the thunder bomb. A thunderous roar sounded. The surging fire tornado was dispersed by a more powerful force, and then a shock cannon mixed with lightning was seen shooting straight at Yakang on the opposite side. The pupils contracted. Yakang only had time to cross his arms in front of him to block, and the whole person was hit by a high-speed train, and was blasted away by the thunder and lightning shock cannon. Crack! Trees were broken in half. Blood splashed in the air. Master Yakang! When the sand ninjas saw Yakang being blown away, they hurriedly chased after him with horrified expressions. Until they found Yakang, who was covered in blood, seriously injured and unconscious. In the distance, the sand ninjas did not dare to stay for a moment, and hurriedly rescued Yakang and fled. The outcome of the battle is clear. Even Yakang is no match for Naraku. The sand ninjas are naturally afraid that they will be hunted down by the Star Ninja village. Just let them escape like this. At the battle site, when the sand ninjas left, Nono was the first to come to Naraku. She stared at the direction where the sand ninjas left, turned her head and asked Naraku. It's enough to shock them. After all, if I face the attacks of 2 big ninja villages at once, even I will be unable to split my forces. Naraku smiled slightly after the lightning dispersed. With his strength, it is not difficult to kill Yakang and the others now. But he is not alone, so he will naturally consider more. Although he has torn his face with the sand village now, under the war pressure of the cloud village and the military shock this time, he believes that even if the sand village wants to pursue, they will consider it carefully. Well, if the other party is not tactful, then he doesn't mind letting the other party see the horror of the lone wolf. Chapter 63 Black Gold Sword Chi. Chapter 63 Black Gold Sword Chi. After confirming that the sand ninjas had left with Yakang, Naraku and Nono returned to the Star Shadow building. There seems to be a problem inside the sand village. To be more precise, the competition for the new Kazekage has begun, and it seems that Yakang is at a disadvantage. After sitting on the sofa, Nono and Naraku started chatting. Well, given the current situation of the Sand Village, only Cho, Ebizo, Rosa, and Yakang are qualified to compete for the position of Kazekage. Among them, Cho and Ebizo gave up voluntarily during the competition for the previous Kazekage, so this time the competition for Kazekage will be a competition between Rosa and Yakang. Naraku immediately understood what Nono meant, nodded slightly, and expressed his opinion. A snake cannot survive without a head. Although the Sand Village didn't know that the third Kazekage had been killed by Scorpion, it was normal to choose a new Kazekage even if it was to stabilize the morale of the army since the third Kazekage had never been seen. Yakura, who came this time, was originally the deputy commander of the frontline battlefield, but now he was transferred away from the battlefield. Even if it was to guard against the Rock Village, such an operation was very abnormal. Nono's remarks came from this. The war between the Sand Village and the Cloud Village was already at a disadvantage, Transferring the deputy commander away, even if Cho and Ebizo replaced him, would easily affect morale. Normally, it would not be possible to operate like this. Also, the frontline battlefield is the easiest place to accumulate reputation and merit. If you want to compete for the position of Kazekage, leaving the battlefield cannot be said to be hopeless, but you will definitely fall behind. The strength of Raza and Yekura should be similar. Now that Yekura has been transferred away from the battlefield, I'm afraid Cho and Ebizo are more interested in Raza as the new Kazekage. Nono speculated. For people as powerful as Luasha and Yekura, the root organization will definitely collect relevant information. Therefore, Nono has a basic understanding of the strength of the two. Naraku agrees with Nono's speculation. In fact, this is one of the reasons why he did not choose to keep Yekura. According to the development of the original plot, Yekura obviously lost in the battle for the Wind Shadow, and was later betrayed by Luasha and died. In other words, as long as this development is maintained, he will have a chance to recruit Yekura for his own use. After all, from Yekura's hatred for the Sand Village after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, it can be seen how much she hates being betrayed. In this case, as long as he makes a little operation and helps the other party to take revenge, he believes that the other party will be very willing to follow him. With Nono after Naiu talked about the Sand Village for a while, Naraku sent a shadow clone to the prison to continue taming Majiki and others. Using ordinary ninjutsu to fight against the bloodline limit of Scorch release is a little lacking, and it's time to start practicing other magical powers. Left alone in his office, Naraku pondered. Regarding the other magical powers of the 5 elements technique, he originally planned to wait until shrinking the earth into an inch broke through to a small success before starting to practice, but now he has other ideas. There are 2 reasons that prompted him to change his mind. The first is this battle with Yekang. Although he won this battle with an overwhelming advantage, it is undeniable that the Lightning Thunder Fist evolved from ordinary lightning release is inherently at a disadvantage when fighting against the bloodline limit of Scorch release. He was able to win only because of his own reasons, not because the Lightning Thunder Fist defeated Yekang's Scorch release. For example, in the last blow, if he hadn't injected some true energy into Thunderbolt, he would never have won so easily. The second reason is that the difficulty of practicing the magic power exceeded his expectations. From entry to minor success, shrinking the earth into an inch has been unable to break through for a long time, which is enough to show that there are huge barriers in each level of magic power. Although the 5 elements art wants to unify the 5 elements, it is necessary to practice the 5 elements magic power to at least minor success, but with the power of the 5 elements magic power, even if it is just entry, it is enough to bring a leap in strength. For the second 5 elements magic power, choose Suinjin Sword Chi. With a decision in mind, Naraku quickly chose the second 5 elements magic power to practice. Suinjin Sword Chi is the power of gold. This magic power can condense an indestructible sword energy. In terms of attack power alone, it is definitely ranked first among the 5 elements magic powers. Naraku chose this magic power to practice because he wanted to make up for the shortcomings of Lightning Thunder Fist and thus improve his offensive power. In addition, Suinjin Sword Chi can also cooperate well with shrinking the earth into an inch. Although shrinking the earth into an inch is not a defensive technique, it can create a perfect opportunity for both offense and defense in battle. If it is combined with the unparalleled mysterious gold sword Chi, it is enough to exert a deadly threat. The second day after Yekang left was also the third day for Naraku to capture the rock ninjas such as the Leech. There is news from the border. Not long ago, a sentry point in the border area where the borderland country is located lost contact. On the 9th floor of the Star Shadow building, Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the spiritual energy fed back by the true Chi Shadow clone, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the entrance. Then he saw Nono hurried in. Hearing Nono's report, Naraku's eyes flashed. Is it finally coming? I wonder how many people the Rock Ninja Village has sent here. With the current military strength of the Star Ninja Village, the border defense line mainly comes from the sentry points distributed along the border line. At the same time, although most of the personnel in charge of the sentry points are ordinary soldiers of the Bear Country, in order to facilitate the use of Ninja Eagles to transmit messages, some Star Ninjas are also arranged. Now that a sentry point in the border area of the land of the bordering land has lost contact, it is undoubtedly the work of the Hidden Rock Village. Don't worry, even if the Hidden Rock Village really dispatched a large force, their target is also here. As long as the other party appears, I will naturally deal with it. Seeing Nono's worried look, Naraku said calmly. Of course, he was not unprepared. After experiencing the appearance of Yekeng yesterday, he specially distributed several shadow clones around the Star Ninja Village. These shadow clones will always use perception ninjutsu to detect. As long as there is an abnormal chakra fluctuation approaching the Star Ninja Village, they will be removed so that he can get it as soon as possible. So his current strategy is very simple, that is, to respond to changes with the same. Naraku is the pillar of the village, and his every move will affect morale. Under his calm attitude, Nono also felt a sense of security and quickly regained his previous calmness. For safety reasons, we still need to gather the combatants to prepare. Do we need to notify Scorpion? Nono asked. Naraku thought for a while and said, Scorpion is not needed for the time being. You can arrange the others. Since Scorpion received his instructions, he began to study the new puppet making in seclusion. As the rare top combat force in the village, Naraku still attaches great importance to him, so he does not want to interfere with the other party's progress. Okay, then I will arrange it right away. After receiving Naraku's instructions, Nono did not hesitate and took action immediately after leaving. Chapter 64 The Power of One Person. Swish swish swish. In a forest somewhere in the Bear Country. Amid the dense sound of breaking through the air, one figure after another either jumped flexibly on the branches or ran on the ground below. This is a force of 500 ninjas. And from the forehead guards they wear, it is not difficult to recognize that this ninja unit comes from the Uegakuer village among the 5 major ninja villages. How long will it take to reach the Star Ninja Village? In the fast-paced forest, the leading rock ninja was a burly middle-aged man. After observing the situation ahead, he turned his head to look at another rock ninja following him. Replying to Lord Ganjian, at our current speed, it will take about half an hour to reach the Star Ninja Village. The rock ninja who was asked immediately replied respectfully. Half an hour. The man named Ganjian nodded slightly, and then looked at the distance again. As an elite jonin of the village, he was appointed as the person in charge of the attack on the Star Ninja Village. I don't know what the situation is with the leeches. It stands to reason that with the strength of the Star Ninja Village, it is impossible to keep them. Could it be that the Sand Village really noticed the village's actions in advance, so they intercepted the leeches? As he moved forward, Ganjian kept thinking. After thinking for a while, Ganjian shook his head again. No matter what the specific situation of the leeches is, in short, the primary goal of his team this time is to capture the Star Ninja Village. Only by taking over the Star Ninja Village can the follow-up troops smoothly pass through the Bear Country and attack the Wind Country directly. Now it depends on whether the Sand Village really noticed it, or how much support it gave to the Star Ninja Village. Ganjian's eyes became sharp. He led the village's elite troops this time. 500 ninjas, all of them are Chunin and above. With such a lineup, even if the Sand Village really supports the Star Village, he believes that it is enough to win strongly. After all, the main energy of the Sand Village is tied up in the battlefield with the Cloud Village, and the troops that can support the Star Village will inevitably be very limited. Keep moving forward. The 500 rock ninjas led by Ganjian are also getting closer and closer to the Star Village. Here we come. A figure sitting cross-legged on a tree branch 3 kilometers in a certain direction of the Star Village suddenly opened his eyes. His sight seemed to see the crowd approaching from a distance through the dense woods in front. Under the powerful perception ninjutsu, the crowd approaching from a distance all contained unfamiliar chakra. Without hesitation, the figure immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. He was just a shadow clone. To be precise, it was a shadow clone from Naraku. The 9th floor of the Star Shadow building. Almost at the moment when the shadow clone was released, Naraku, who was surrounded by many true chi shadow clones and breathing spiritual energy steadily, opened his eyes at the first time. You came quite fast. Receiving the memory from the shadow clone, Naraku stood up and looked calmly in the direction of the crowd detected by the shadow clone. Shrinking the earth into an inch was performed, and the next second, Naraku disappeared in the Star Shadow building. To this day, although shrinking the earth into an inch has not yet broken through the small success, the day-to-day practice without stopping has undoubtedly made remarkable progress. Naraku can now shrink the earth within 500 steps. In just one breath, Naraku, who disappeared in the Star Shadow building, has appeared outside the Star Ninja Village, and then flashed away again. From the Shadow Clone's detection to Naraku's action, it actually happened in a very short time. Until Naraku arrived at the place where the original Shadow Clone was with shrinking the earth into an inch, a group of figures could be seen rushing in front of him. There are people. The crowd coming is the rock ninjas led by Ganjian. When Naraku saw the other party, Ganjian and other rock ninjas also quickly discovered Naraku. When they found someone in front, Ganjian and other rock ninjas did not stop running, but they all became alert and observed very vigilantly. The object of observation is not only Naraku, but also the surrounding environment. This is because they are afraid that Naraku is just a cover, and there will be other people ambushing or setting traps around. However, after a quick observation, Ganjian and the rock ninjas soon found that there are no other people and traps around. Get rid of him. Without hesitation, Ganjian decisively ordered someone to kill Naraku. He did not recognize Naraku's identity. But since Naraku appeared near the Star Ninja village, with their intention to attack the Star Ninja village now, even if he is just an ordinary villager, it is impossible to let him go. Swish swish swish. As Ganjian gave the order, a team of 4 rock ninjas on his side quickly rushed out at a faster speed and headed straight for Naraku in front. Step forward. When he saw the rock ninjas on the opposite side, Naraku did not stand there waiting, but stepped forward calmly. The pace gradually accelerated. Just as the 4 rock ninjas and the rock ninjas rushed out of the team, Naraku also walked faster and faster until he turned into a residual image. So fast. This guy is not an ordinary character, hurry up. Kill him. Although he did not use the lightning body, Naraku's burst speed in his ordinary state was still very amazing. The 4 rock ninjas who attacked Naraku saw Naraku suddenly burst out with an extraordinary speed, and their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly launched an offensive. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dense shurikens and kunai were thrown out one after another. Lightning style, lightning body. With lightning wrapped around his body, Naraku rushed forward with cold eyes, looking at the shuriken and kunai shot at him. Not only did he not dodge, but he burst out with a faster speed. His body turned into lightning. Almost instantly, Naraku met the shuriken and kunai shot at him. The shuriken and kunai were all blown away by the lightning wrapped around his body. Puff! On the way forward, while Naraku was shaking off the shuriken and kunai, he also quickly appeared in front of a rock ninja in front of him. A shadow flashed by. The rock ninja didn't even have a chance to say a word, and his head flew off his shoulders. Bang bang bang! Naraku, who turned into lightning, was so fast that after easily killing a rock ninja, he suddenly stabbed into the rock ninja army like a sharp knife when many rock ninjas didn't have time to react. Ah! In the crazy collision, looking down from a high place, you can clearly see the lightning transformed by Naraku moving rapidly forward in the rock ninja army. At the same time, wherever he passed, there were continuous screams of rock ninjas being hit and flying around. The lighter ones had broken bones and tendons, and the heavier ones died on the spot. Damn it, kill him quickly. Damn it, where is he? Too fast, the opponent's speed has exceeded my sight. It was not until Naraku crashed into the center of the Iwagakure that the Iwagakure reacted. After seeing the miserable state of their companions, the Iwagakure were all shocked and furious, and wanted to fight back. But when they looked for Naraku, all they could catch was the remaining silver light when the lightning body moved. Chapter 65 Thunder Chant Flash. Chapter 65 Thunder Chant Flash. The front suddenly became empty. Before the Iwagakure ninjas could catch Naraku's figure, Naraku had already penetrated the entire Iwagakure while continuing to charge and appeared behind the Iwagakure ninjas. Turning around, glancing at the casualties he had caused along the way, Naraku did not pause, but continued to transform into lightning and quickly swept towards the nearest Iwagakure ninja. Lightning release, lightning blade. The silver lightning sword gathered in his right hand, and with a flash, the body of the passing Iwagakure ninja tilted, splitting from the chest until it was completely divided into 2 halves. The broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. From the beginning, Naraku had no intention of communicating with the people of Iwagakure village, and only wanted to kill. There was no other reason. When these people arrived, the murderous aura they exuded towards him was enough to prove their intention. Naraku, who turned into lightning, was like a silver lightning, constantly shuttling among the crowd. Accompanied by the flashing of the sharp sword light, he would take away at least one Iwagakure ninja every time. In just a few breaths, there were dozens of incomplete corpses in the woods. Scatter quickly! A loud roar sounded. It was Ganjian. As an elite Jonin, Ganjian was not a perception-type ninja, but he could still barely catch a glimpse of Naraku's figure. At the same time, he was also the fastest to react. When he found that his men were being slaughtered continuously and the enemy was obviously a speed-type strongman, he immediately wanted everyone to disperse in order to slow down the casualties and gain a chance to counterattack. The IWA ninjas heard Ganjian's voice and naturally would not disobey him, and hurriedly wanted to disperse. Just when the IWA ninjas were about to take action, Naraku, who had killed another IWA ninja, suddenly stopped. He glanced coldly at the IWA ninjas who wanted to disperse. He dispersed the thunder sword in his right hand, and then gathered lightning with both palms, and suddenly clasped his hands in front of him. Thunder escape, thunder chant flash. When the two palms were put together, the lightning and thunder that collided with each other reacted strangely, and actually released a thunder roar that was far beyond the normal. Thunderbolt. It was like a thunderbolt descending from the sky, and the thunder roar turned into a terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye, radiating all the rock ninjas present in an instant. Ah! Amid the shrill screams, the rock ninjas covered their ears in pain, and some even fell to the ground helplessly. Blood flowed out from between their fingers. The eardrums of many people were actually broken by the sound waves. Even as the thunder roar continued, some people soon died of internal organ ruptures under the impact and shock of the terrifying sound waves. In terms of killing speed, Thunder Roar Flash was far superior to Naraku's killing just now. In just a short while, not to mention the injuries such as ruptured eardrums, the number of dead people alone has quickly reached 200. These dead people are the person with the lowest strength. The reason is nothing but chakra. When he found that his hands could not stop the attack of sound waves, as a ninja, he would naturally resist with chakra. As a panacea, chakra does have the effect of resisting sound waves. Just as the casualties are still increasing. Although chakra has the effect of resisting sound waves, it only weakens it. The chakra of ordinary Chunin can't resist for long, only the chakra of Jonin can last longer. Earth Escape Rock Fist Technique. A burly figure rushed towards Naraku at a very fast speed, and then hit Naraku's head with his right fist covered with rock. This burly figure was Ganjian. As an elite Jonin, Ganjian not only relied on his abundant chakra to concentrate his ears to the maximum extent to resist the invasion of sound waves, but also launched a counterattack at the first time. Naraku, who put his palms together to release sound waves, glanced at the rock fist that hit him. It seemed like time was disordered. Naraku actually divided his fists at a faster speed and blocked Ganjian's attack with one punch. Bang! The two fists collided. The strong force all of a sudden, a wave of air visible to the naked eye was stirred up, and even the ground below was sunken. The rock fist technique is a relatively famous ninjutsu among the earth escape techniques inherited by the hidden rock village. In the original plot, Huang-Tu, the son of the third Tsuchikage, could even easily knock away Kinkaku, who had transformed into a tailed beast, with this move. Although Ganjian was inferior to Huang-Tu, as an elite Jonin, he undoubtedly fully exerted the power of the rock fist technique. But the result presented at this time was amazing. Accompanied by the surging air waves, Naraku, who seemed to have acted hastily, was not only not Ganjian was knocked away, but with even more powerful force, the rock covered by Ganjian's fist arm was shattered. Crack! The amazing force shattered the rock and twisted Ganjian's arm. Then Naraku's fist went straight in and hit him in the face in Ganjian's horrified eyes. It was like a watermelon bursting. Naraku smashed Ganjian's head with one punch. Swish! After getting rid of Ganjian, Naraku did not use Thunder Sing Flash again, but turned into lightning again, and continued to kill the remaining rock ninjas with the condensed lightning sword. Although Thunder Sing Flash has ended, the sound wave damage caused will not disappear just like that. Except for a very small number of Jonin level people who are slightly better, the rest of the people, even if the sound waves have stopped, will be in a state of dizziness and weakness for a long time. In this state, facing Naraku's killing, they are like lambs to be slaughtered. Hurry, hurry, hurry. It's right in front. The previous noise came from here. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Has Lord Naraku already dealt with the enemy? A star ninja was running fast in the woods, some were eager to fight, while others were looking forward anxiously. Among them, Nono was running at the front. She stared at the front with a serious expression. Although there was no movement in the distance now, it was obvious that a very fierce battle had taken place based on the previous movement. Especially the amazing thunder roar, which was obviously from Naraku's thunder roar flash. With Naraku's ability, even if there are many enemies, it should be no problem for him to get away. Nono muttered silently in her heart. Care makes you confused. Nano naturally has confidence in Naraku's strength, but it is still inevitable to worry. But fortunately, after running for a while, as they arrived at the destination, the scene that appeared immediately made Nono feel relieved. It's Lord Naraku. So many enemies were killed by Lord Naraku. It's the forest protector of the Hidden Rock Village. These people are all from the Hidden Rock Village. The green forest was almost dyed blood red by the splashing blood. Corpses were everywhere, and many of them were even incomplete. In the center, there was a tall figure standing without dust, holding a thunder sword in his right hand. Such a scene, not to mention the star ninjas, even Nono was shocked. Even if it was just a rough glance, there were more than 100 intact corpses. If the incomplete ones were included, the number would probably be several times higher. Chapter 66 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. How is it, are you injured? After calming down, Nono hurried forward to check on Naraku's condition. Then she found that Naraku was not injured, not even a speck of dust was on him. Even the blood everywhere did not leave any trace on Naraku. This discovery made Nono relax and at the same time marvel at Naraku's strength. Not only did he kill hundreds of rock ninjas without any injuries. You should know that there was not much time from the discovery of the movement to the arrival, but in such a short time, Naraku killed hundreds of rock ninjas. Such a record made Nono refresh Nono's understanding of Naraku's strength. You take charge of cleaning this side, I have to take a shower first. With the protective chi, after a killing, Naraku was as pure as when he came, just like what appeared on his body. Just smelling the bloody smell in the air, Naraku frowned after dispersing the thunder sword. Nono suddenly laughed, and said charmingly, "Go, remember to wash up, otherwise I won't let you into the room at night." It seems that because of the big victory, Nono, whose pressure was relieved, also showed a hint of playfulness. "Remember to wash up and wait for me at night." Naraku rarely saw Nono being playful, and he couldn't help but kissed her on the other's cherry lips with great interest, and then he used shrinking the earth into an inch to leave. Feeling the remaining temperature on her mouth, Nono pursed her lips, a smile flowed in her beautiful eyes, and then began to command the star ninjas to clean up the battlefield. "How is it? Yakang's injury is not serious." In the wind shadow building in the sand village, Ebizo looked at the returning sand ninja and asked about the situation. Replying to Lord Ebizo, "Lord Yakang's injury has been controlled, but if he wants to fully recover, he will have to rest for at least half a month to a month." The sand ninja replied respectfully. Because of the panacea of chakra, even if a ninja is injured, his recovery ability is far superior to that of ordinary people. Although Yakang was seriously injured and unconscious in the battle with Naraku, he was obviously fine under the treatment of the medical ninja. 1 month. Ebizo frowned. Although Yakang's injury was not a problem, it would undoubtedly make the village lack a general if he had to rest for such a long time. Although he and his sister have decided to support Luo Sha to become the next Kazekage, it does not mean that they will give up Yakang, an important fighting force in the village. After letting the sand ninja go, Ebizo sat in his seat and fell into deep thought. Yakang had woken up from a coma before returning to the sand village. In addition to the changes in the star ninja village, she was even more forcibly reporting the situation of the star ninja village to Ebizo before being sent to the hospital for treatment. It is obvious that what Ebizo is thinking about now is the star ninja village things. An S-rank rebel ninja from Konoha actually became the leader of the star ninja village, and his strength was so strong that Yakang was not his opponent. This undoubtedly proved that the star ninja village had escaped the control of their sand village. My sister has now replaced Yakang and went to the battlefield. It seems that the affairs of the star ninja village can only be handled by me temporarily. After thinking for a long time, Ebizo took a blank scroll, wrote for a while, and then called a sand ninja outside. "Sell this information to the other party." Ebizo handed the scroll to the other party. "Yes." The sand ninja took the scroll, saluted, and left immediately. The gold exchange has bases all over the ninja world, and the Wind Country is no exception. Similarly, in addition to accepting bounties, the gold exchange also buys and sells intelligence. The war with the Hidden Cloud Village is still in a tense state, so it is not appropriate to disperse manpower to deal with the Star Village for the time being. Since this Naraku chose to detain the other party's personnel when facing the recruitment of the Hidden Cloud Village, it means that the other party is also unwilling to be bound by the Hidden Cloud Village, so it can use the other party to contain the Hidden Cloud Village. However, this person is a trouble after all, and the Star Village must not become the next Rain Village, so it might as well borrow Konoha and those bounty hunters to deal with this person. Looking at the departing sand ninja, Ebizo's eyes flickered. The scroll he gave to the sand ninja, the information recorded on it was exactly about Naraku's identity. In addition to being Konoha's S-level rebel ninja, Naraku was also offered a reward of 80 million taels at the gold exchange. Such a large amount of money is undoubtedly coveted by many bounty hunters. Therefore, as long as there is information about Naraku, the gold exchange will definitely sell this information on a large scale. Similarly, this information will inevitably be obtained by Konoha. As an old and powerful man, Ebizo's reputation is not as great as his sister Cho, but his strength and wisdom are obviously first class. Has the intelligence been sold? Don't worry, both pieces of intelligence have been sold to the gold exchange. In the Xingyiing building, Naraku talked with Nono who had just returned. Knowing that the intelligence had been sold, Naraku nodded slightly. The two pieces of intelligence he asked Nono to sell to the gold exchange were Yakang's serious injury and his killing of the rock ninja troops. Such an operation is naturally not simply to earn intelligence money from the gold exchange. The former is to better contain the Sand Village. As the top combat power of the Sand Village, once the situation of Yakang's serious injury is known to the Cloud Village, the Cloud Village will inevitably launch a more fierce offensive on the battlefield, so that the Sand Village will have no extra energy to take care of him. The latter is for deterrence. Just like when he faced the Rock Ninja and Yakang, he never disguised himself. He actually doesn't care about his identity being exposed. However, in the current situation, it would be best to have less trouble. Although he could not be sure whether the Sand Village would leak his information, he still had to shock the outside world first just in case. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The chicken of 500 elite rock ninjas was not only killed for the rock village, but also for the entire ninja world. Just like the bounty hunters in the gold exchange. Even if they were greedy, knowing that Naraku had the strength to kill 500 rock ninjas, the number of people who still had the courage to target him would definitely be greatly reduced. Have you heard about the news about Naraku who was offered a bounty of 80 million taels? It is said that he is not only an S-rank rebel ninja in Konoha, but also the leader of the Star Ninja village in Bear Country. I have also received this news, but such a person is not something we can capture. According to the information from Kankinso, this person was able to kill everyone when attacked by the elite troops of 500 ninjas from the Hidden Rock village. You think too much. I am not so desperate. I just think it is interesting. I had never heard of this Naraku before the bounty was offered, but he was suddenly listed as an S-rank rebel ninja by Konoha. I don't know what he did in Konoha before. Well, now that you mention it, it's really interesting. Tisk tisk, it's true that Konoha, which is known as the strongest ninja village, can easily produce such a powerful existence. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe even Konoha doesn't know how powerful this person is. After all, judging from the fact that this person suddenly appeared, he might have been working in some confidential department in Konoha before. In that case, it's possible that Konoha will regret knowing that this person is so powerful now. Who knows? Anyway, let's just watch the show. Conversations like this often happen in almost every base of the Jingsuan. Chapter 67 The army is dispatched. No way. The reward of 80 million taels may not be the highest reward of the Jingsuan, but the attraction is also very huge. With the emergence of information about Naraku, even if the Jingsuan gave a very high offer at the beginning, the relevant information gradually spread over time. Information about Naraku. Although the secret that he was a member of the root organization was not discovered during the spread, it also caused a lot of discussion. There was no lack of ridicule. The one who was ridiculed was not Naraku, but Konoha. Konoha is not only known as the strongest ninja village, but is also often praised as the cradle of geniuses. Now that a strong man like Naraku has betrayed Konoha, no matter what the reason is, it will undoubtedly give people a feeling that Konoha cannot retain talents. Konoha. Inside the Hokage building. You have all seen the intelligence, now tell us what you think. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a pipe, said with deep eyes. Across from him were Mizudaman, Yudatan Koharu, and Danzo, who were also the four heavenly kings of Konoha. There is nothing to say, organize people immediately and deal with Naraku as soon as possible. Yudatan Koharu said in a deep voice. Mizudaman nodded slightly, I have the same attitude. Not to mention that this person is a member of the root organization, based on the current rumors, if we can't deal with this person as soon as possible, it will undoubtedly affect the image of the village in the outside world. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke to cover his face. It would be great if it could be solved so easily, but the problem is that the opponent's strength is obviously beyond expectations, and it is not something that can be solved by just sending some people. Because Naraku did not deal with the bodies of Yamanaka Hayabusa and others, as these bodies were discovered by the subsequent pursuit troops, the situation of the battle at that time was naturally extracted from the heads of the bodies by Konoha professionals. Just as Naraku was listed as an S-class traitor, even the Gold Exchange Office issued a bounty of 80 million. The memories provided by Yamanaka Hayabusa and others were enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to judge that Naraku's strength had reached the level of an elite jonin. As for now, the death of the elite troops of the 500 rock ninjas fully demonstrated Naraku's strength and danger. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Midaman and Udat and Koharu also understood each other's meaning and frowned slightly. Now the battle between the Cloud Village and the Sand Village is fierce, and with the war between the two parties, other forces in the ninja world are also beginning to stir. It is indeed not appropriate to disperse too much power now. Midaman analyzed. Since the First Ninja World War, the fertile land of fire has been coveted by all forces, and often needs to deal with the invasion of multiple ninja villages. Now that the Third Ninja World War has begun, Konoha is naturally on guard against other ninja villages targeting themselves again. The troubles of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two in dealing with Naraku also stem from this. With the war coming at any time, they are determined to destroy Naraku, but they are afraid of dispersing too much strength, so that other ninja villages will take the opportunity to attack. Let the Uchiha clan deal with this person. Suddenly, Danzo, who had been silent, spoke. His sudden remarks made Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two look at each other in surprise. Didn't the Uchiha clan always yell at me to hand over the person? Now the person they want has appeared. If they want, let them catch him themselves. Danzo raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while, his eyes flickered, and he quickly understood Danzo's idea. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. Although not as straightforward as Danzo, it is impossible to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to weaken the Uchiha clan. Now is obviously a good opportunity. Using the Uchiha clan to deal with Naraku, no matter who wins in the end, it will undoubtedly be beneficial to him. If Uchiha wins, the stain of Naraku can be eliminated. If Naraku wins, the Uchiha clan can be weakened, and even suppressed. Okay, Danzo, I'll leave this matter to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Danzo. No problem. Danzo accepted it happily. Whether it was the traitor Naraku or the evil Uchiha clan, he wanted to destroy them. If both of them died together, he would be even happier. What a joke, a full 500 elites were killed like this. In the Tsuchikage building of Iwagakure village, Onoki, the third-generation Tsuchikage, slapped his palm hard on the desk, his expression gloomy and ugly. How should we deal with Naraku next? Should we continue to send troops to attack, or give up the Bear Country? Onoki was not the only one in the office, there was also his son Huangtu. Seeing his father so angry, he couldn't help but ask. Nonsense. Onoki glared at his son, he killed so many of us, how can you let this bastard off so easily? You must gather 3,000 soldiers and set off immediately to wipe out the Star Ninja village from the ninja world for me. In addition, I will let Han help Man to kill the bastard Naraku. Compared to the original plot, Onoki, who is less than 60 years old, is not only more powerful, but also more stubborn and tough. The death of the 500 rock ninjas such as Ganjian not only did not deter him, but aroused his greater determination to wipe out the Star Ninja village from the ninja world. Yes. Hearing his father's words, Huangtu was awed and immediately accepted the order. Soon, the Iwagakure village was operating at high speed. The army composed of 3,000 rock ninjas, led by Huangtu, and Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, set off that day and headed for the Kingdom of the Bear. In front of the window of the Tsuchikage building. Looking at the army going away, Onoki's eyes were deep. His massive attack on the Star Village was certainly not an impulsive move, but a well-thought-out decision. One was to reverse the morale shaken by the death of Gogen and others through victory in the war. The other was to take down the Star Village without fail. After experiencing the rise of the Rain Village in the last Ninja World War, Onoki obviously learned a lesson and did not want to give the Star Village the opportunity to become the second Rain Village. It seemed to be to shock the outside world. This time, the Iwagakure army was not like the last time when Gogen led the team to sneak in from a sentry point on the border of the Bear Country. but chose to remove all the border sentry points between the two countries. According to the latest news from the border defense line we set up against the land of Earth has completely fallen. In the Xingyiing building, Nono reported the situation with a serious expression. The deterrence failed. It seems that Onoki is indeed as rumored. He has perfectly inherited the stone wool of the Hidden Rock village. Well, then I will go to the border again and completely defeat the opponent. Sitting behind the desk, with his elbows on the table and his hands crossed, Naraku said calmly. You won't wait for the opponent to come before taking action this time. Nono said unexpectedly. Chapter 68 Five-Tailed Jinkraki. Naraku shook his head and said, last time, we couldn't determine the opponent's route, so we could only wait and see. But this time, the opponent made such a big noise that we can intercept them in advance. And the troops dispatched by Uegakur village this time must be far more than last time. If the opponent is allowed to approach the village, even I can't ensure that I can stop everyone. Got it. Nono thought about it and immediately understood Naraku's idea, and then asked, then do you need to bring some people, such as Scorpion? Naraku retracted his hands, stood up and said, no, it's more convenient for me to act alone, and the village also needs enough forces to stay. This time, the Uegakur village is attacking in a mighty way. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be other people taking advantage of the situation. What you and Scorpion have to do is to guard the village. Okay, then remember to be careful. If things can't be done, don't force yourself too much. After all, we still have other ways out. Nono nodded and reminded him. Naraku smiled and said, don't worry, I cherish my life more than anyone else. If the Hidden Rock village is really so powerful that I can't resist it, I promise to run away at the first opportunity. Hearing this, Nono couldn't help but laugh. The Star Ninja village is indeed a force they have developed, but it is obviously not difficult to abandon it. Especially for Naraku. If he didn't want to use manpower to collect spiritual medicine and other resources for himself more conveniently, he could actually find a desolate place to practice Taoism alone. Of course, abandoning the Star Ninja village and running away is the last helpless move. With the current situation, it is far from enough for Naraku to retreat. After leaving enough garrison forces for the Star Ninja village, Naraku quickly left the Star Ninja village and used shrinking the earth into an inch to quickly rush to the border area where the Bear Country and the Earth Country meet. Lord Huangtu, all the sentry posts on the border of Bear Country have been removed. Okay, gather all the personnel immediately, and we will go to the Star Ninja village next. At the border area of Bear Country, Huangtu, who was looking at the direction of the Star Ninja village in the intelligence, immediately issued an order after hearing the report from his subordinates. Han, when we fight with the Star Ninja village next, Naraku will be handed over to the enemy. Even if we cannot defeat the enemy, we must delay the enemy's actions. When I deal with the other people in the Star Ninja village, I will support you as soon as possible. After the rock ninja who delivered the order left, Huangtu turned his head and looked at the man next to him. This man, like Huangtu, is abnormally tall. At the same time, he is wearing red armor and a red hat, and only the upper half of his face is exposed. He is the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, among the two Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rock village. Leave it to me. Han responded to Huangtu's explanation in a concise manner. Seeing this, Huangtu was satisfied. My father was very thoughtful. As a Jinkraki, Han was much more docile than Lao Ziai. If Lao Ziai had cooperated with me at this time, he might have gone to the Star Ninja village alone when he ordered people to remove the sentinel points in the Bear Country. Time passed little by little. The rock ninja teams that went to remove the sentinels returned quickly and gathered at the temporary base. After counting the number of people and confirming that there were not many casualties, Huangtu did not hesitate and immediately ordered to set off and marched towards the Star Ninja village in a mighty manner. About half an hour. The rock ninja village army had already penetrated deep into the Bear Country. But when passing through a wilderness, Huangtu, who was running at the front of the army with Han, suddenly had a fixed look in his eyes. Stop! Raising his hand and waving, Huangtu suddenly stopped. The rock ninja army behind him also stopped in a hurry. Huangtu stared at the distance ahead with a sharp look, and saw a figure walking towards him. Naraku. Although there was a distance between them, Huangtu still saw the figure in the distance clearly at first sight, and could not help but slowly uttered the other party's name. Walking in the wilderness. Looking at the densely packed rock ninjas on the opposite side, estimated to be 2,000 or 3,000. Although Naraku stopped the performance of shrinking the earth into an inch, he did not stop, but walked straight towards the other party with a calm expression. Han. Huang-Tu was surprised to meet Naraku halfway, but he still reacted immediately. With a low shout, Han beside him responded to Huang-Tu with action without saying a word. Woo woo woo. Hot steam erupted from the red armor. Amid the sound of trains, Han immediately rushed towards Naraku in front with heavy steps, but at an extremely amazing speed. Just as Huang-Tu decided to let Han deal with Naraku from the beginning. Naraku's strength has been proven by the death of the 500 rock ninjas. As the top combat force in the ninja world, if you want to take him down, even if you can win by relying on numbers alone, there will inevitably be heavy casualties. Therefore, when dealing with top-level combat power, the best thing is to fight with top-level combat power as well. This is the case at this time. Although Naraku's sudden appearance disrupted Huang-Tu's plan. But when he found that there were no other star ninjas around, Huang-Tu chose to let Han test Naraku's strength first. If Han can defeat Naraku, that would be the best. And if Han can't defeat Naraku, it won't be too late for him to provide support. As the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han is definitely one of the top combat power in Uegakure village. Especially his strength, even if you look at the entire ninja world, it is one of the best. Looking at Han who was coming at him aggressively, Naraku also recognized him as the Five Tails Jinchuriki of Uegakure village at the first time. Thunder-style Thunder Finger. Stopped, Naraku raised his hand and made a sword finger with an unchanged expression, and pointed out a silver beam of thunder. Thunderbolt. Thunder arrived in an instant. Han's eyes fixed while running, and he raised his arm to block without slowing down. Bang! The thunder struck Han's arm, causing Han's movement to stagnate. However, under the powerful chakra, Han's arm was not damaged too much, only the armor was hit with a dent. After a short pause, Han continued to run wildly. But what he encountered was more thunder. The thunder finger continued to be exerted from Naraku's hand, as if he wanted to stop Han from approaching. Ha! Steam continued to erupt, and Han's fists and feet burst out, constantly dispersing the thunder that was shooting in, and at the same time slowly approaching Naraku. The continuous thunder finger certainly delayed Han's speed, but it was obviously not enough to cause substantial damage to him. Finally, Han successfully arrived near Naraku, and after dodging another thunder, he jumped up and kicked Naraku in the face with a flying kick. Boiling style, unparalleled power. The boiling steam erupted even more violently. Han's flying kick, even if it was just the aftermath, had already distorted the surrounding air. Boom! He raised his legs sideways and his feet collided fiercely. In Han's astonishment, Naraku, who had been preventing him from approaching, did not dodge his flying kick, but directly confronted his flying kick with a side kick. More importantly, the force coming from Naraku's feet was surprisingly fierce. Chapter 69 Tailed Beast Transformation. Boom! The forces clashed. When Naraku's side kick intercepted Han's flying kick, a violent wave of air visible to the naked eye immediately surged and spread from the 2 feet that collided with each other. At the same time, under Naraku's left foot, which supported his body, the ground suddenly collapsed, quickly forming a deep pit. However, the collapse of the ground did not cause Naraku's movements to change in the slightest, and he always blocked Han's flying kick steadily. Even the high-temperature steam emitted from the opponent's feet was completely blocked by the high-intensity chakra wrapped around Naraku's feet. Blocked? The opponent actually blocked the attack of Lord Han. How is it possible? Lord Han's flying kick once broke a small mountain. Is this the leader of the Star Ninja village? The opponent's strength is so strong. Could it be that Ganjian and his team will not be defeated? When Han rushed out to attack Naraku, whether it was Huangtu or other rock ninjas, they all paid close attention to the battle that was about to unfold. At this time, when they saw that Han's flying kick was blocked by Naraku, the rock ninjas were all shocked. Especially Huangtu, his face sank, and when he looked at Naraku, his eyes showed deep fear. However, he did not immediately go to support Xiang Han. The stronger Naraku is now, the more he understands that he needs to observe carefully now, so as to collect more information about Naraku. In the pit, Naraku's left foot sank into the mud. But as the power of the flying kick began to decline, Han's figure began to fall to the ground below. Lightning body. The brilliant lightning wrapped around his body. With a flash, Naraku's left foot disappeared from the mud, and as his figure rushed forward, his left leg turned into a knee strike, hitting Han's chest fiercely. So fast! Han's pupils contracted, and he quickly stabilized his body, placing his hands on his chest to defend against the incoming knee strike. Bang! The violent force hit Han's palms. He, who has always been known for his strength, actually felt what it meant to be powerless at this moment. Naraku's knee strike forced him to retreat against the opponent's palms, and finally hit his chest. The air exploded, and the armor on Han's chest was cracked by the back of his hands as he retreated, and the whole person flew out with a muffled groan. Thunder escape, thunder! The violent lightning gathered at the tip of his fist. Before Han, who was flying backwards, landed, Naraku, who had counterattacked, had already taken advantage of the victory and punched out a terrifying thunder bomb. Boom! It flew at a faster speed, and when the thunder bomb hit Han accurately, the amazing bombardment immediately engulfed the area of 100 meters including Han. The rolling air waves radiated in all directions, and in the violent vibration, the earth rolled up countless dust and gravel. Roar! Suddenly, before the smoke and dust dissipated, a low roar came from the huge deep pit formed by the explosion. The wind was howling. The the dust was instantly dispersed. At the same time, the scarlet chakra rose into the sky like a wolf smoke, distorting the surrounding air. Like a flash, a scarlet monster with 3 tails swaying behind it immediately appeared in front of the deep pit. The materialized scarlet chakra wrapped around the whole body, as if covered with a layer of flesh and blood. The monster that appeared in front of the deep pit was Han, who had entered the tailed beast transformation. Tailed beast transformation? And 3 tails burst out directly. Looking at Han, who had transformed into a tailed beast, Naraku's eyes could not help but condense. As the nuclear weapons of this world, the destructive power of the tailed beast is undoubtedly terrible. Facing the tailed beast for the first time, Naraku was also alert. Boom! After a brief confrontation, suddenly, one of the tails swaying behind Han fiercely pierced into the ground below. The earth shook. Naraku keenly perceived the abnormality under his feet, bent his knees slightly, and jumped up immediately. Almost the next second after Naraku jumped up, the ground exploded and the tail that had been hiding underground emerged from it. The scarlet tail continued to extend and continued to chase Naraku, who jumped up. Lightning blade! Moving in midair. Being in midair did not slow down Naraku's movements. With his agile skills, he not only avoided the approaching tail, but also condensed the lightning sword with his backhand, and cut off the tail with a sharp edge. The front end of the broken tail dissipated, and the back end grew and recovered. When Naraku landed steadily on the ground not far away, the recovered tail of the tailed beast was like a python with its body raised up, and it pounced on Naraku again. Swish! Turning into lightning, after landing, Naraku's speed was faster, and he left in an instant, leaving the tail of the tailed beast that was attacking him only to create a big pit on the ground where he was originally. Naraku did not entangle with the tail of the tailed beast. After avoiding the opponent's attack, he rushed directly towards his master Han. After transforming into a tailed beast, not only the chakra, but also Han's strength in all aspects have been significantly improved. Facing Naraku's attack, Han not only saw through Naraku's movements, but also immediately controlled the other 2 tails and blasted them out like 2 spears. Moving and turning, Naraku fluently avoided the 2 tails that were blasting at him and successfully rushed to Han's front. Zhang! Before Han could make a new response, the sharp sword light had already fallen on his head. In an attempt to dodge, Han only avoided his head and was immediately slashed on the chest by the sword light. Puff! A hideous sword mark appeared on Han's chest in a torn state. Roar! Staggering back a few steps, as if stimulated by the pain, Han's back burst out another tail, entering the form of 4 tails. More massive and rich tailed beast chakra emerged from Han's body. He reached out and grabbed, and the tailed beast chakra on his right hand immediately turned into a huge beast claw, tearing towards Naraku fiercely. Without giving in, Naraku used both hands alternately, and used his left hand to perform thunderbolt, punching the beast claw. Boom! The amazing bombardment was violent and violent. As the earth collapsed, Naraku and Han were both shaken back. After flying a distance, Han stabbed the ground with his 4 retracted tails to stop his retreat. At the same time, bursts of green smoke rose in front of his chest, and the hideous sword marks were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, the retreating Naraku also quickly stabilized his body. On his body, except for the messy clothes, there was no injury at all. Thunderbolt! The moment he stopped, Naraku turned into lightning again and appeared near Han in an instant. Inciting Naraku's attack, Han immediately punched out, but Naraku used his thunder sword to cleverly pick it up, and then used his left foot as a support, and kicked the opponent's neck with his right foot. Bang! The amazing strange power made Han's neck crack, and then his feet plowed the ground, and the whole person moved sideways for more than 10 meters. After exploding 4 tails, the strength and defense have indeed been improved again. Looking at Han, who stopped after moving sideways for more than 10 meters, Naraku quickly judged the opponent's strength after the 4-tail transformation. Chapter 70, Shrinking the Earth into an Inch and Killing Hundreds of People Instantly. Chapter 70, Shrinking the Earth into an Inch, Killing Hundreds of People Instantly. The 4-tail form is already the last stage before the 5-tail form is complete. In this form, through the previous confrontation, although Naraku still has a certain advantage, he also feels a lot of pressure. If he continues to show the strength now, even if he can defeat the opponent, it will inevitably take a lot of time and energy. Especially the 4-tails transformation is not the opponent's limit. Once he enters the final 5-tails complete form, his strength will inevitably be further improved. Besides, Naraku glanced at the rock ninja army in the distance. What he has to deal with now is not only the 5-tails Jinchuriki, but also the army of 2,000 or 3,000 rock ninja. Then show some real skills. Retracting his gaze, Naraku looked at Han again, his eyes showing a faint light. Boom! The huge chakra beast claw swept towards Naraku like a bulldozer. Even if he was kicked in the neck, Naraku's whip kick did not cause much damage to the 4-tails Han. The moment he stabilized his body, Han immediately launched a counterattack against Naraku. Swish! When the chakra beast claw came close, Naraku's expression did not change, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. In an instant. Before Han could react, in the air above him there was already an additional figure. Thunder release thunder thunder. Not only did he perform shrinking the ground into an inch, but he also injected a certain proportion of true energy into the condensed thunder bullets. Naraku teleported to the sky above Han, with cold eyes, he punched the opponent's head with a thunder bullet. Rumble. Even if only a certain proportion of infuriating energy is injected, the power of Lei Dun has been significantly improved. The thunder bomb was first pushed by Naraku's fist, pressing Han's head and hitting the ground, and then exploded with a shocking bombardment, swallowing his whole body. The ground shook violently like an earthquake. The billowing air waves swept countless earth and gravel in all directions. The astonishing bombing once again created a huge crater on the earth, with a depth of dozens of meters. In the deep pit, although the thunder bomb had disappeared, Naraku's fist was still pressing on Han's head. Looking at Han's situation, even the package containing the tailed beast's chakra was torn apart by the bombardment. Especially the head, which is even more sunken. However, the vitality of the Jinchuriki is indeed extraordinary with the support of the tailed beasts. For a normal person, based on Han's injuries at this time, not to mention death, he was definitely seriously injured and unable to fight anymore. However, under the strong vitality, Han's injuries were healing rapidly due to the continuous influx of tailed beast chakra. Earth released 2 long spear. Spiked rocks suddenly appeared from under Naraku's feet and around him, but the moment the spiked rocks appeared, Naraku had already disappeared from the attack range. Earth release arm of rock. After the spiked rocks passed, another huge rocky hand protruded from the ground and grabbed Han, who was still recovering from his injuries. However, the rock palm was not meant to attack Han, but to protect Han. Go ahead, kill the opponent. Kill. Naraku teleported to a short distance using shrinking the ground and raised his head to look at the edge of the pit. What appeared in his sight was Lois, who was forming a seal to perform earth escape, and many rock ninjas who were shooting shurikens and kunao at him. Han is not a perfect Jinchuriki. The ability to develop 4 tails is already his limit. If he has more tails, he will lose his mind. Lois naturally knows this. So when the 4 tails broke out and Han was still defeated by Naraku, he very decisively launched support and launched a general attack on Naraku. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Many of the kunao that the IWA ninjas threw at Naraku carried detonating talismans, which immediately caused continuous explosions in the pit, causing the earth to shake again. Ah! Before the explosion stopped, the army of IWA ninjas gathered at the edge of the pit suddenly heard screams. When the other IWA ninjas around heard the sound and looked around, they immediately discovered that Naraku, who was supposed to be attacked by them in the pit, had unexpectedly arrived inside them. Zhang! The circular thunder chop swept across a distance of tens of meters. In an instant, all the IWA ninjas within the range were cut off at the waist, and fell to the ground screaming with blood spraying. Using Shrink to the ground to teleport from the deep pit to the crowd, Naraku immediately condensed thunder swords in his hands and started killing. While the lightning chop was killing the surrounding rock ninjas, Naraku, who had caused all this, did not just wait. Instead, he kept using Shrink to the ground and flashed next to a famous rock ninja who was farther away. The silvery thunder sword was waving, and figures kept flashing. At this moment, all the IWA ninjas could capture was a silver flash of light. Whenever a silver flash of light appears, it must be accompanied by the death of their companions. In just a short moment, hundreds of IWA ninjas died again. Where is it? Where is the other person? Damn it, the opponent's speed is too fast, I can't see clearly at all. Ah! Amidst the endless screams, broken limbs and broken arms flew around. The difficulty in catching Naraku's figure made the IWA ninjas both angry and frightened, and they could only scream hysterically. Damn, this is not pure speed at all, but some kind of time and space ninjutsu. When Lois started killing Naraku, he immediately wanted to stop it. But when he was looking for Naraku's figure, when he saw Naraku's elusive and flashing movement, and was briefly stunned, his expression immediately changed. As the son of Tsuchikage, Lois is not only powerful but also knowledgeable than ordinary people. The way Naraku moved made him immediately realize that this was most likely some kind of time and space ninjutsu. Especially when he thought that Naraku came from Konoha, Huangtu's mind immediately thought of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a time and space ninjutsu that had become famous in the hands of the second Hokage. No, even the Flying Thunder God technique should require a specific medium as the coordinates of movement. The first thing Huangtu thought of was the Flying Thunder God technique, but when he caught Naraku's movement again, his heart was immediately shocked. Comparing the information on the Flying Thunder God technique collected in the village, Naraku's movement was completely traceless. This made Huangtu feel even more frightened and angry. He didn't know if Naraku had improved the Flying Thunder God Jutsu or if he had mastered another unknown space-time ninjutsu, but the traceless teleportation undoubtedly meant that it was more difficult for him to stop Naraku. Naraku's killing. Huangtu gritted his teeth in anger and tried to stop him. But whenever Naraku flashed to a certain place, Huangtu was about to approach or use Earth Escape to delay. Naraku had already killed the people around him and flashed to another place again. Disperse, everyone disperse! Huangtu, who could not stop Naraku's killing, roared. The rock ninjas heard Huangtu's roar and hurriedly dispersed to various places, but this did not slow down the killing. As long as the distance did not exceed 500 steps, then the range would be Naraku's killing circle. Chapter 71 Defeat and Escape. Shrinking the earth into an inch itself does not have the power of attack, but the auxiliary role that this magical power can play in battle is not bad at all. With the help of shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku showed an extremely terrifying killing speed. In just a short while, the rock ninjas had already lost hundreds of people in the continuous killing of Naraku. Among them were not only Chunin, but also several Jonin. But even the Jonin had no chance to fight back against Naraku's shrinking the earth into an inch and was beheaded in an instant. Ha! Suddenly, a figure with extremely fast speed rushed towards Naraku, who flashed to the side of several rock ninjas again. Puff! Several rock ninjas had no chance to react before they were cut in half by the sharp sword light. During this period, Naraku even had the energy to glance at the attacking figure. The person who came was Han. In the short time when Naraku was slaughtering rock ninjas, Han's injuries had recovered almost completely. At this moment, Han obviously wanted to stop Naraku after discovering that the village ninjas were being slaughtered crazily. Han still maintained the four-tailed beast form. In this form, the speed he burst out can be said to be completely not inferior to Naraku's lightning body in the chakra state. But Naraku was performing shrinking the earth into an inch at this time. Under the insight of the divine sense, Han's extremely fast speed was completely clear in Naraku's eyes. In a flash, Naraku's figure disappeared from Han's sight. Danger! Han, who was rushing, was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side, but the thunder sword light injected with true energy still fell on his right arm. Puff! Blood splattered. The terrifying sharp edge cut off Han's right arm. Looking at Han retreating with a broken arm, Naraku temporarily ignored him, but continued to kill the remaining rock ninjas with shrinking the earth into an inch. 100, 200, 300, 400. After Han failed to stop them, more than 500 rock ninjas became the souls of Naraku's sword in just a few moments. Such tragic casualties made Huangta's eyes tear up, but at the same time he felt powerless. Retreat, everyone immediately evacuate the bear country. Huangta roared hoarsely. Defeat. The enemy's strength was not only so strong that even Han's four tails could not defeat them, but the space-time ninjutsu they mastered made the number of people meaningless. Go, go quickly. Retreat, everyone retreat. Run. There was no shortage of people who inherited the will of the stone among the rock ninjas, but just like the decadence of Huangtu, the terrible killing made the rock ninjas see no hope of turning defeat into victory. Even the jonins and even the elite jonins chose to flee like dogs that had lost their homes. Watching the remaining rock ninjas fleeing frantically, Naraku was about to chase them, but suddenly, he discovered something unusual. When the rock ninjas were fleeing frantically towards the land of earth, two people were heading in the opposite direction towards the depths of the bare land. These two people were Huangtu and Han. Naraku's eyes condensed, and he decisively abandoned the rock ninjas and used shrinking the earth into an inch to go towards the two people. In a few flashes, Naraku easily surpassed Huangtu and Han, and then stopped and blocked the two people head-on. The running figure stopped immediately. When seeing Naraku blocking in front, Huangtu and Han stopped very tacitly. Excellent judgment and excellent awareness. It seems that you are ready to sacrifice yourself to cover your companions. The two sides confronted each other, and Naraku's eyes fell on Huangtu and Han's faces opposite, with a slight smile on his face. The two did not choose to flee to the land of earth like other rock ninjas, but went deep into the bear country. The intention of this approach can be said to be quite obvious. That is, they want to use the Star Ninja village to contain him, so as to gain more opportunities for other rock ninjas to escape. To be honest, Naraku admired this very much. However, appreciation is appreciation, and what should be done must be done. Since the other party chose to cover the rear, he did not mind helping the two. You are very strong. I don't have the confidence to stop you, but I can guarantee that if you force me to leave, I will immediately go to the Star Ninja village and destroy your village at all costs. Huangtu stared at Naraku. Although the man next to him didn't say anything, the murderous look in his eyes was enough to prove that his attitude was consistent with Huangtu's. Oh? You are threatening me. If I don't do something, it seems that I am really afraid of your threat. The smile on Naraku's face disappeared, and he didn't make a seal, but he split several chi shadow clones. He originally planned to let them go because of their excellent awareness. Those rock ninjas who had fled, but now Huangtu's threat made him change his mind. Swish! As soon as several true chi shadow clones appeared, they inherited Naraku's thinking and used shrinking the earth into an inch without hesitation. In a flash, they quickly chased after the fleeing rock ninjas. Not good. The actions of the true chi shadow clones made Huangtu and Han's faces change, but the speed of shrinking the earth into an inch made them helpless. In addition to being shocked and angry, the two immediately moved left and right with a sullen face, but they wanted to bypass Naraku and go to the Star Ninja village again. But Huangtu and Han obviously overestimated themselves. Especially Huangtu. His hard talk not only did not threaten Naraku, but brought more casualties to the rock village. Although the true chi shadow clones were not as good as Naraku, they were enough to cause a lot of killing with shrinking the earth into an inch. Swish! He glanced left and right at the moving Huangtu and Han. Before the two could run far, Naraku used shrinking the earth into an inch and immediately appeared above Huangtu, who was running to the left. Bang! Naraku looked down at Huangtu below, and with amazing strength and cold eyes, he punched him into the ground, forming a huge deep pit. During this process, Huangtu didn't even have a chance to react. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body sank into the bottom of the deep pit. With just one punch, Huangtu was seriously injured. Naraku, who fell to the side, looked down at Huangtu, and seeing that the other party was still conscious, he prepared to attack again. Hey! Suddenly, just as Naraku was about to attack, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. Naraku frowned slightly, and the movement of his hands could not help but pause. Earth escape earthquake core. A violent vibration suddenly appeared. It was Huangtu. When Naraku paused abnormally, the seriously injured Huangtu did not give up resistance, but instead launched a fierce counterattack. Instantly, in the vibration, the square ground around Huangtu and Naraku collapsed rapidly downwards, quickly forming a large hole with a depth of nearly 100 meters. Earth escape Yunso collapse. The vibration of the earth formation did not stop, but became more intense. Boom! Countless rocks and soils fell off the towering rock walls of the big hole, smashing and burying Huangtu and Naraku at the bottom. Is there no one to invest? It's a sure win. Chapter 72 Five-Tailed King Mew. Ha! As if he was afraid that Naraku would escape with the time-space ninjutsu, Huangtu suddenly turned over after launching the second earth escape, and wanted to hug Naraku with a ferocious face. Thunderbolt. The sword finger first pointed at Huangtu's chest, and a silver light flashed. A thunder pierced Huangtu's chest, causing his body to tremble and his eyes to become distracted. From Huangtu's counterattack to Naraku's thunder finger piercing through the opponent. Not only was the time very short, but Naraku's face also remained calm. Reaching out to grab the opponent's shoulder, Naraku left the bottom of the big hole in a flash and appeared on the ground above the big hole. Bang! Ignoring the big hole buried behind him, Naraku knocked Huangtu unconscious with a hand knife. Then he split another Chi Shadow clone, asked it to be responsible for guarding Huangtu, and then performed shrinking the earth into an inch to chase the remaining Han. Han did not stop when Huangtu was attacked by Naraku, but chose to continue running wildly. He was very fast in the four-tailed form. Even though it didn't take Naraku much time to get rid of Huangtu, he had already run a long distance. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to chase him, but for Naraku, who had mastered the skill of shrinking the earth into an inch, it only took a moment for him to find Han's figure in front of him. The running figure suddenly stopped and turned around. Han seemed to have been paying attention to the situation behind him while he was moving away. When he keenly noticed that Naraku was chasing him, he did not continue to move away, but stopped on his own initiative. Boom! Looking at Naraku intently, Han leaned over like a beast, put his hands on the ground, and the tail swaying behind him actually grew a fifth one. The huge-tailed beast chakra formed a storm that soared into the sky, and the rolling air waves rolled up countless rocks and soil, sweeping towards Naraku like a tsunami. Stopped, Naraku waved his hand to disperse the incoming air waves while staring, and looked at the center of the storm at the same time. Indistinctly, a huge figure could be seen in the storm. The storm did not last long, and just as Naraku dispersed the air waves, the storm also quickly dissipated. The next second, the huge figure revealed its true face. It was a monster that was as big as a small mountain, pure white, and shaped like a fusion of a dolphin and a horse. The most important thing is that there are 5 tails swaying behind this monster. It's not that you want to go to the Star Ninja village while I'm dealing with Huangtu, but to open up the distance and become a perfect form to deal with me. As soon as the huge monster appeared in front of him, Naraku immediately recognized it as the perfect form of the five-tailed Mew King. The appearance of the five-tailed Mew King also made him immediately understand Han's intention. However, Han is not a perfect Jinkraki, so once he enters the perfect form, his consciousness will be controlled by the tailed beast. In other words, after entering the perfect form, Mew King may not do as Han wishes. Naraku had already prepared for the battle, but the next second, Mew King's reaction made him look surprised. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook. After Mew King appeared, he did not attack Naraku, but just looked at Naraku. Naraku glanced at him, and then turned around and ran away. Not towards the Star Ninja village, but towards other directions. It was as if King Mew wanted to escape from the control of the Hidden Rock village and regain his freedom. That won't do. You are my important captive. After the accident, Naraku raised his eyebrows and immediately used shrinking the earth into an inch to chase him. King Mew ran very fast, but there was still a clear gap compared to shrinking the earth into an inch. In a flash, Naraku quickly caught up with King Mew. At the same time, as if sensing Naraku's approach, King Mew, who was running, stopped suddenly and turned around and yelled, "Human, I don't want to fight with you, get out." While yelling, King Mew leaned forward, as if to intimidate Naraku, and exuded a tyrannical aura without concealment. How dare a mere beast be so arrogant? Naraku's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and fired a thunderbolt at the other party. Roar! Mew Wang was enraged by Naraku's attack, and he lowered his head and hit the flying thunder bomb with his hard horns. Boom! The violent bombing engulfed Mew Wang, but except for the pits on the ground, it did not cause any damage to Mew Wang. Such a situation can be said to fully demonstrate how strong Mew Wang's body is. Open his mouth. Before the bombing completely dissipated, Mew Wang opened his mouth wide and frantically gathered scarlet and blue chakra into a dark purple sphere. This is the strongest attack of the tailed beast, the tailed beast ball. How can I let you destroy my territory recklessly? Swish! Shrinking the earth into an inch was performed, and before Mu Wang could condense the tailed beast ball completely, Naraku had already flashed to the opponent's jaw. Thunder method. Thunder. Using pure true energy, the thunder bomb with a diameter of more than 5 meters condensed into a fist, and Naraku hit Mu Wang's jaw fiercely with a hook punch. Boom! The far more violent bombardment than before blew King Mu's head and body up high, almost turning over. This sudden change also caused King Mu to lose control of the tailed beast ball. In the fierce impact, the tailed beast ball broke away from King Mu's mouth and shot straight into the sky. Boom! Another deafening roar came from the sky. The tailed beast ball that flew high in the sky exploded amazingly. In an instant, it was as if a second sun appeared in the sky. In the strong light, the violent impact shattered the surrounding white clouds, making the sky particularly clear. Roar! When the tailed beast ball exploded, King Mu screamed in pain. The thunder method thunderbolt caused its lower jaw to be damaged, as if it had suffered some injuries. But the pain seemed to have also stimulated King Mu's ferocity. As his body, which was lifted high up, fell back, King Mu used his right front hoof to trample fiercely on Naraku below. He flashed away. The insight of his spiritual consciousness allowed Naraku to instantly perform shrinking the earth into an inch to dodge. King Mu's front hoof, which stepped on the air, hit the ground below heavily. Boom! In the crazy vibration, the ground cracked and swept in a fan shape. In the blink of an eye, the ground in front of King Mu collapsed into a huge deep pit. Dust rolled in the air, and violent shock waves radiated far away. Before the aftermath dissipated, Naraku, who was dodging, appeared above King Mu's head at some point. The terrifying thunder bomb condensed into a fist, and while swooping down, Naraku once again used thunder method thunderbolt to punch King Mu's head. Boom! The violent bombing engulfed King Mu's entire body, especially the front half of his body, which crashed into the ground, making him look like a mole about to burrow a hole. The nameless technique was in operation, and the energy consumed by the previously separated Chi Shadow clones and the consecutively performed thunderbolt was rapidly revolving. Naraku, who had knocked the front half of King Mu into the ground, did not stop there, but once again used shrinking the earth into an inch to move to the opponent's side. Boom! The violent thunder bombs hit King Mu's flank, and the amazing bombardment caused King Mu to rise from the ground, rolling and flying hundreds of meters. Roar! The continuous bombardment caused King Mu to be seriously injured, but his recovery ability was even more amazing, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even after rolling and stopping, he stood up quickly, turned to lock Naraku with his cold beast eyes, lowered his head and ran wildly, launching a collision. Chapter 73 Beating the Tailed Beast. Break the horns. The 5 huge horns on the head are the hardest part of King Mu's body and also its strongest weapon. In the original plot, the impact force even caused the 8 tails, which is second only to the 9 tails, to be seriously injured. But the same thing still applies. No matter how strong the attack is, it has to be able to hit. The figure flashed, and when King Mu's whole body was emitting steam and he used the boiling escape technique to increase his strength to hit him, Naraku had already left the opponent's attack range halfway. Boom! Moving to the side of King Mu again, King Mu, who was running wildly, was immediately blown away by Naraku's powerful thunder method thunderbolt. And after this time, Naraku did not give King Mu a chance to counterattack. Boom boom boom! Continuously flashing and moving with shrinking the earth into an inch, each time was accompanied by amazing bombardment. The seemingly strong King Mu has become Naraku's sandbag and is constantly blown back and forth by him. King Mu has amazing recovery ability and extremely tough body. Even with thunder method thunderbolt, and could not cause much damage. But as the attack continued, the pain continued to accumulate, and he could not get out of the predicament. Mu Wang was obviously beginning to be unable to bear it. Finally, after enduring nearly 100 bombardments, Mu Wang actually wailed, his body quickly shrank, and retreated back into Han's body. Mu Wang disappeared. Looking at Han, who was replaced by the tailed beast's chakra and looked like he was skinned, Naraku, who was constantly attacking, stopped his action. Landing back to the ground. Naraku strode forward and walked towards Han, who fell not far away. Shishikichi. When Naraku approached, he immediately saw Han, who was in a coma, and his body was regrowing skin at a speed visible to the naked eye under the power of the tailed beast. The tailed beast is really durable. If I hadn't acted decisively, I don't know how long it would take to solve it. Seeing Han in a coma, Naraku thought with a sigh. Normally, the best way to deal with the tailed beast is to seal it. This is also the main method used by the major ninja villages to subdue the tailed beasts. Like what Naraku did just now, confronting the tailed beasts head-on is actually the most laborious approach. Just like the third Raikage in the original plot. The other party had the experience of confronting the 8-tailed beast head-on, and the result was that both sides fought to exhaustion and both were injured. Although the 8-tailed beast is second only to the 9-tailed beast in strength among the 9-tailed beasts and is stronger than the 5-tailed beast, the third Raikage is also the pinnacle of the conventional combat power of the ninja world and is definitely an elite jonin in the third stage. From this, it is enough to see that confronting the tailed beasts head-on is the most difficult way to subdue the tailed beasts. Naraku naturally does not want to use a simple way to subdue King Mu. But unfortunately, because the root organization keeps the sealing technique secret, his mastery of the sealing technique is the worst among all the techniques. Not to mention the sealing technique that can subdue the tailed beasts. But fortunately, he is also strong enough. With the extraordinary speed of the nameless technique, the powerful power of the thunder technique, and the mobility of shrinking the earth into an inch, even King Mu, the best of the tailed beasts, could not escape his grasp in the end. No other shadow clones have sent any news yet. It seems that the Uchiha people should not have posed a threat to the village, but for safety reasons, we still have to go back and take a look. Leaning over to pick up the unconscious Han, Naraku looked far away in the direction of the Star Ninja village. The memory he received when dealing with Huang Tu before came from one of the shadow clones who stayed in the Star Ninja village. This was not caused by the removal of the chakra of this shadow clone after it was exhausted, but to convey a message to him, the original body. Without wasting time, Naraku joined the True Chi shadow clone who was also carrying Huang Tu, and immediately returned to the Star Ninja village. As for the True Chi shadow clone who went to hunt down the Rock Ninja, there was no need to pay attention to it at all, just let it play freely. Time goes back to when Naraku met the Rock Ninja army. A forest somewhere in the Bear Country. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen figures were running fast in the forest with the sound of breaking through the air. Raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, with the signal from the leader, the team that was originally running stopped immediately and gathered together. According to the description in the intelligence, we should be very close to the Star Ninja village now. Before we start, I will repeat the mission again. Our goal is to kill the S-level rebel ninja, Naraku. Looking around at everyone, the leader spoke in a deep voice. This person has a square face and a knife scar on his chin. At the same time, he, like everyone else, is wearing a uniform dark purple combat uniform, and there is a red and white table tennis racket pattern on the back. If an outsider sees this pattern now, anyone with a little knowledge will immediately recognize that it is the emblem of the famous Uchiha clan in the ninja world. In other words, the 17 people who appeared in the Bear Country were all ninjas from the Uchiha clan. The square-faced man in the lead was named Uchiha Gohuo, and he was also the captain of this mission. Understood. Hearing Uchiha Gohuo's words, the other Uchiha ninjas nodded. Before departure, the information about the mission had actually been conveyed. Although the Uchiha people generally showed aloof temperament, this was more due to their own excellence. In terms of the basic qualities of ninjas, the Uchiha people were never bad, and they would never neglect the mission. Especially this mission. In addition to being the village's S-level rebel ninja, the target was also rumored to have the powerful strength to kill 500 rock ninjas. Every Uchiha ninja present was extremely vigilant and fearful of such a person. Very good, then after arriving at the Star Ninja village, we will act according to the plan. Yuto, your task is to lead your team to cause destruction and attract other people in the Star Ninja village. Mizuko, your task is to lead the team to destroy the target when it appears. Shun, Ching Kong, your team will be with me. As long as the target appears, we will attack with all our strength and make sure to solve the target as quickly as possible. Although the subordinates did not show any negligence in the task, Uchiha Huo did not relax at all, and repeated the action plan again with a serious expression. It is no wonder that Uchiha Huo is so serious, because in his heart, the target of this mission is indeed extraordinary. The S-level rebel of the village, not to mention his status as a ninja, the rumored record of killing 500 rock ninjas alone is scary enough. Of course, Uchiha Guko has doubts about this. Because in his opinion, no matter how powerful Naraku is, it is impossible for him to kill all the rock ninjas by himself. After all, the rock ninjas are not made of wood, and they will definitely choose to retreat when they suffer heavy casualties. When no one of the rock ninjas escaped, Uchiha Guko was more willing to believe that other people from the Star Ninja village assisted. Of course, even so, Uchiha Guko was still very wary of the description of Nariku's strength in the intelligence. Chapter 74 Uchiha's luxurious lineup. I hope the village's promise will be fulfilled, so that this adventure will not be in vain. After giving some instructions, Uchiha Guko turned around and looked towards the direction of the Star Ninja village again, thinking silently in his heart. The reason why he took on this dangerous mission was not only because the clan leader came to him in person, but also because of the village's promise. The police force is already a powerful department in the eyes of ordinary people in Konoha, but in the eyes of the Uchiha clan's top leaders, it is more like their cage. For this reason, there has never been a lack of people among the Uchiha clan's top leaders who want to break through the cage of the police force. Now, the opportunity has appeared. Uchiha Guko felt a surge of excitement when he thought that as long as he completed this mission, the village would give the clan a certain number of Anbu quotas. Anbu is a standard low-ranking and high-powered department, and even has the opportunity to contact the core of the village. Just like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi who entered the Anbu in the original plot, they were all highly expected by the Uchiha clan. At this time, when they learned that there was an opportunity for the clan members to enter the Anbu, no matter whether it was Uchiha Guko or Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, they would never let it go. And this is exactly the bait thrown by Danzo. The people who know you best are often your enemies. Danzo knows the situation and desires of the Uchiha clan better than anyone else. Therefore, when he threw out the bait of the Anbu quota, he easily used the Uchiha clan to deal with Nariku. Uchiha Guko and others set out again. Just as they got closer to the Star Ninja village. Just like the Rock Ninja Corps led by Gogen, the group soon broke into the perception range of one of the shadow clones distributed around the Star Ninja village. Strange chakra, there are only 17 people, but the chakra level is quite high. The shadow clone of Nariku, who was sitting cross-legged on the tree branch, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the people who broke into his perception. Mind-to-body technique. The shadow clone did not go to check immediately, but put his hands together and performed the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. In the Star Shadow building, after Nariku left, Nono did not leave Nariku's office, but sat on the sofa waiting for Nariku to return. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Nono's mind, who had closed his eyes to rest. Nono, I am the shadow clone of the original body. There are 17 masters of unknown identities approaching the village at 3 o'clock outside the village. Come over here immediately. Okay, I'll come right away. The voice that suddenly sounded in her mind made Nono open her eyes suddenly. When she knew that the voice came from Nariku's shadow clone and heard the content conveyed, she responded without hesitation. Without hesitation, Nono quickly left the office and headed towards the direction provided by the shadow clone. At the same time, Scorpion, who was originally studying puppets in his house, also received the message from Nariku's shadow clone. Interesting, someone really wants to fish in troubled waters, but this is just the right time to test my new puppet. Scorpion laughed lowly, put down the tools in his hand, took the scroll specially placed aside, and quickly left the house. Ninja School. Because peacock magic is the main subject, Star is specially placed in an empty training room, which can provide students with Star to condense chakra at any time. At this time, in addition to nearly 100 boys and girls from the ninja school sitting cross-legged in the training room to absorb the energy emitted by Star, there was another figure sitting cross-legged next to Star. This figure was not the teacher of the ninja school, but Nariku. To be precise, it was the shadow clone that Nariku left behind before leaving. In order to be on the safe side, Nariku not only gave the task of guarding the village to Nono and Sasori, but also left a backup for himself. It really doesn't hurt to be cautious. Although we don't know who the enemy is, it's better to go and take a look. After receiving the news from his colleagues in his mind, the shadow clone who inherited half of Nariku's chakra in his heyday slowly opened his eyes. Uchiha's people. In the woods, the perception shadow clone who had finished delivering the message with the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan went to check the actual situation as soon as possible. Soon, when approaching, the perception shadow clone hid in the tree canopy and saw the figures rushing in the distance through the gaps in the leaves. When seeing the appearance of these people, the eyes of the shadow clone were fixed, and he recognized the identities of these people at the first time. Know that the people sent by Mina are your enemies. This sentence can not only be applied to Danzo, but also to every member of the root organization. As a member of the root organization, Nariku's understanding of the Uchiha clan may even be more familiar than many people in his own clan. Not to mention that Uchiha Guko and others who came here are all elite members of the Uchiha clan. 5. Elite Jonins with 3 Megatama Sharingan and 12 Jonins with 2 Megatama. What a luxurious lineup! The shadow clone not only recognized the identities of Uchiha Guko and others, but also had a certain understanding of each person's strength. This included information about the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan is also a unique clan among the ninja clans with bloodline limits. As long as their people evolve 3 Megatama Sharingan, they will at least have the level of Jonin, and it will be much easier for Elite Jonin to be promoted later than others. Therefore, even if his information is outdated, based on the original information, the lineup of Uchiha Guko and others is already luxurious enough to be described. The shadow clone was a little surprised to find that the invader was from the Uchiha clan, but as soon as his mind turned, he immediately judged that this should be the work of Konoha. Obviously, Konoha should have received news about the original body through the exchange of gold, and sent these Uchiha clan members for this purpose. As for the purpose of coming here, the combat uniforms worn by Uchiha Guko and others were enough to prove that they were coming with bad intentions. Release. The shadow clone was very decisive. It did not show up, but directly released itself. Although it knew that the main body had left a backup in the village, the enemy lineup was so luxurious. For safety reasons, it decided to release the shadow clone first and pass the message to the main body. Nono and Scorpion were very fast. Just when the shadow clone was released, the two had already met at the bridge at the entrance of the village. Without much communication, the two immediately rushed to the direction provided by the shadow clone. Very quickly, Nono and Scorpion met Uchiha Guko and others who were approaching in the woods only 3 kilometers away from the Star Ninja village. Almost at the same time, when both sides discovered each other, they tacitly stopped their bodies. Uchiha's people. When Nono saw Uchiha Guko and others on the opposite side, his heart trembled, and his sight shifted decisively, not to meet the other party's sight. She even disturbed her chakra very vigilantly to ensure that she was not controlled by the illusion. Like Naraku, Nono is also very familiar with the Uchiha clan. Chapter 75 Shocking Appearance. Mr. Scorpion, the people on the opposite side are from the Uchiha clan. The first and fourth on the left are elite Jonins, and the remaining 12 are at least Jonins. Not only did Nono take the first step to prepare for the battle against the Uchiha clan, but he also immediately passed the information about the people on the opposite side to Scorpion. Uchiha. Scorpion heard the information Nono passed on, and his eyes flashed as he stared at the opposite side. The Uchiha clan is definitely famous in the ninja world. Although Scorpion is not as familiar with the Uchiha clan as Nono, his understanding is not bad. That is, he has transformed himself into a human puppet and is not afraid of most illusions, otherwise he would avoid the sight of Uchiha Guko and others at the first time. It looks like there will be a fierce battle next. After a brief confrontation, Scorpion, while staring at Uchiha Guko and others on the opposite side, also sensed the murderous aura ready to go from these people. From this, it can be proved that these Uchiha clan members have bad intentions. Let's talk about Uchiha Guko and others. When seeing Nono and Scorpion appear, Uchiha Guko and others stopped alertly and looked at the two. The person on the right is unknown, but the woman on the left should be the pharmacist Nono who defected with Naraku. When Uchiha Guko looked at Nono and Scorpion, his eyes quickly focused on Nono's face. After the defection, Konoha not only listed Naraku as an S-level defector, but Nono, Yu, and Seong were also listed as defectors. Among them, although Nono was not as good as Naraku, she was also listed as an A-level defector, and her name and appearance were also announced. As for Scorpion, he was still wearing the shell of the Hiraho Amber, so Uchiha Guko and the others naturally didn't recognize him. However, from the fact that Scorpion and Nono appeared together, Uchiha Guko and the others didn't look down on Scorpion, and they also temporarily classified Scorpion as a master of the same level as Nono. Silent confrontation. The two sides didn't start fighting immediately after they met, but were on guard and observing first. Until swish! A figure appeared not far from Nono and Scorpion with the instant body technique. Uchiha's people. Scanning Uchiha Guko and the others, the shadow clone who came from the ninja school showed surprise in his eyes. The memory after the perception of the shadow clone is released is fed back to the main body, and the shadow clone who came at this moment didn't know that the intruder would be an Uchiha. However, just like the perception of the shadow clone also recognized the identities of Uchiha Guko and the others at the first time. Yuto, Mieko, you are responsible for stopping the other two. The original confrontation situation was obviously broken by the appearance of the shadow clone. Uchiha Guko and others didn't know that the one coming was the shadow clone, and they thought it was Naraku. When seeing Naraku appear, Uchiha Guko's pupil shrank, and he decisively gave the order and rushed towards Naraku first. As soon as Uchiha Guko moved, the other 16 Uchiha ninjas responded quickly. Among them, 2 elite jonins named Yuto and Mieko led 3 people from their respective teams to Nono and Sasori on the opposite side. The remaining 8 Uchiha ninjas quickly followed Uchiha Guko's footsteps and also headed towards Naraku. Pairs of strange Sharingan appeared. As soon as they started to act, Uchiha Guko and others all entered combat mode and opened their Sharingan. Naraku looked at Uchiha Guko and other 9 Uchiha ninjas coming towards him, his expression unchanged, and directly activated the star in his body. That's right. When Naraku came from the ninja school, he brought the star with him. This is the real power of Naraku's shadow clone to guard the village. Boom! As soon as Uchiha Guko and others approached, a huge amount of chakra visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from Naraku's body. Mimicry Susanoo. The ground sank, and the huge chakra that burst out instantly condensed into a chakra giant nearly 30 meters high. What? The appearance of the chakra giant made Uchiha Guko and others stop in a hurry. Not only the 9 people including Uchiha Guko who were besieging Naraku, but also the other 8 Uchiha members who were preparing to attack Nono and Sasori not far away were shocked by the appearance of the chakra giant. How is it possible? This is Susanoo. Looking at the chakra giant that appeared in front of him, Uchiha Guko showed an expression of disbelief on his face. No matter which force it is, the more outstanding it is, the more secrets it can get. This is also true for the Uchiha clan. At the moment, the reason why Uchiha Guko couldn't believe it was entirely because Mimicry Susanoo was very similar to the ultimate power of the Sharingan Susanoo recorded in their clan. If there is a difference, it may be the appearance. The appearance of Mimicry Susanoo is a general wearing armor, and the appearance is taken from Naraku himself. After performing Mimicry Susanoo, Naraku appeared inside the head of Mimicry Susanoo with his arms folded. He looked down at Uchiha Guko and the others with a calm and indifferent look. Although he only inherited half of the chakra of the original body, with the help of the power of star, he was able to exert a combat power that was superior to that of Yekang. He raised his foot and stepped out. Without waiting for Uchiha Guko and the others to come back to their senses, Naraku attacked without hesitation. As the chakra giant took a step forward, the huge foot instantly fell on Uchiha Guko at the front. Danger! Uchiha Guko was, after all, a master close to the second stage of elite jounin. When he was trampled by the chakra giant, he immediately recovered from the shock. Uchiha Guko quickly retreated to avoid the huge foot that was trampling. Boom! The earth shook violently. The seemingly casual stomping of the chakra giant showed amazing power. Amidst the strong roar, the ground was trampled into a huge pit by the chakra giant. The airwave carrying the rock and soil swept around with the power no less than B-level wind escape, forcing the retreating Uchiha Guko and the other 8 Uchiha ninjas to resist in a hurry. Attack! Everyone attack together! Although Uchiha Guko was shocked by the chakra giant, he quickly adjusted his mentality. When the aftermath dissipated, he roared and launched an offensive. Fire Escape, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Escape, Dragon Flame Song Technique. While quickly forming seals, a variety of powerful fire escapes, at least B-level, were performed. Including Uchiha Guko, 9 Uchiha ninjas tried their best to attack the chakra giant. Boom boom boom. The flames raged, and the chakra giant was engulfed in the flames that turned into a sea of fire. The scorching heat spread, not only distorting the surrounding air, but also making the ground below soft, as if it was about to turn into magma. Chapter 76 3 Heads and 6 Arms. Zhang. The sea of fire did not last long. Almost in the next second, a huge sword light appeared in the sea of fire, splitting the flames in half. Without the cover of the sea of fire, the chakra giant could be seen emerging from it unscathed. The sword light that split the sea of fire came from the chakra giant sword condensed in the right hand of the chakra giant. After splitting the sea of fire with a sword, the chakra giant did not stop, but quickly strode forward and swept another sword towards the nearest Uchiha ninjas. Boom! The earth was torn apart. The speed of the chakra giant was not slowed down by its huge size. The terrifying sword light not only easily tore a long crack on the ground, but also brutally tore the 3 Uchiha ninjas who reacted slower. Magic, the art of shackles. Whether they dodged in time or were farther away, the other Uchiha ninjas all looked at the chakra giant in shock and anger. One of them immediately launched an illusion to counterattack when the eyes of Naraku swept over him. The three Megatama Sharingan rotated rapidly. The one who launched the illusion was named Uchiha Ching Kong. This person was one of the elite jonins on the side of Uchiha Gohu. Magic, the art of shackles, can definitely be called the signature illusion of the Uchiha clan. Especially Uchiha Ching Kong is the best at illusions. At this time, when he cast it, even masters of the same level, or even better ones, would inevitably be hit. Move. The battle of illusions often only takes place in an instant. Like this moment. Uchiha Ching Kong, who had just launched the illusion, suddenly stiffened and his eyes became distracted. Illusion rebounded. Uchiha King Kong's abnormal behavior was the result of the illusion rebounding. Even if it was just a shadow clone, Naraku obviously had no weakness in illusions. The giant sword slashed out again. Before Uchiha Ching Kong woke up from the illusion rebound, the sword light formed by the slash had already hit him head-on and killed him with one sword. Boom! The earth was torn into a long crack again. Watching Uchiha Ching Kong and three clan members die in succession, Uchiha Gohuo and the remaining four were both angry and horrified by the tyranny of Naraku. Fire style, red flame seal. Uchiha Gohuo quickly formed seals with both hands, and with anger, he slammed his hands hard on the ground. Chains formed by red flames sprang up from the ground around the chakra giant, and quickly wrapped around the chakra giant's hands and feet. Quick, attack the opponent's head. Uchiha Gohuo, with a ferocious expression, used fire escape to restrain the chakra giant's movements, and shouted at the remaining four people. After all, they were all elites. When the other four heard Uchiha Gohuo's words, they immediately formed seals without any hesitation, preparing to use fire escape to attack again. Bang bang bang! The flame chains were shattered by the huge force that burst out. Without waiting for the four Uchiha ninjas to attack, the chakra giant easily broke free from Uchiha Gohuo's fire escape. Naraku looked at the remaining five Uchiha Gohuo with indifference, and raised his left hand after controlling the chakra giant to shatter the flame chains. In an instant, the chakra giant's left hand changed its form and turned into a six-barreled Vulcan cannon. Da-da-da! As if combining chakra with hot weapons, the 6 barrels of the Vulcan cannon rotated at high speed, and a torrent of chakra bullets was fired from the barrels. Ah! The earth was like being bombed. Wherever the chakra bullets passed, the rocks, soil and trees were all blown to pieces, and rolling dust was rolled up. The shrill screams were instantly extinguished. Except for Uchiha Gohuo, who could barely hold on, the remaining 4 people, including another elite jonin, were all torn to pieces by the chakra bullets in the unexpected shooting. Earth escape, multiple earth flow wall. As an elite jonin, Uchiha Gohuo naturally mastered not only fire escape, but also earth escape. He retreated in time and saw that the chakra bullets tore the others to pieces and immediately chased after him, and hurriedly made hand seals. Boom boom boom! Huge rock walls rose from the ground, forming multiple defensive barriers. The chakra bullets that followed swept the rock wall, showing terrible destructive power, smashing the rock walls one by one. However, Uchiha Gohuo was desperate. In addition to continuing to retreat, he also ignored the consumption of chakra and continued to raise rock walls to resist. He moved. Seeing that Uchiha Gohuo was so tenacious, Naraku immediately stopped the chakra bullets and controlled the chakra giant to rush out at a very fast speed, violently smashing the raised rock walls one by one. Compared to the chakra bullets, the impact of the chakra giant was more rapid and quickly approached Uchiha Gohuo. Boom! After smashing the last rock wall with force, the chakra giant raised the giant sword in his right hand and stabbed Uchiha Gohuo in front of him. In his heart, Uchiha Gohuo tried frantically to dodge. But his speed was not as fast as the giant's sword. Just as he jumped back, the giant sword hit his lower body fiercely, and then tore Uchiha Gohuo's lower body into pieces without any hindrance. Ah! A shrill scream came from Uchiha Gohuo's mouth. But he, who had lost his lower body, seemed to have reached the countdown of his life, and could only fall to the ground helplessly, wailing and rolling. Swoosh! A black shadow passed by. Just when Naraku's mimicry Susanoo attracted the attention of the Uchiha personnel, an Uchiha jonin who was originally attacking Nono and Sasori suddenly shook. Looking down, his chest was actually pierced by a chain, and the front end of the chain flying out of his back was a ferocious claw. There was even a broken heart left on the claw. Not good. The sudden attack and death made the other 7 Uchiha ninjas come back to their senses from the shocking appearance of mimicry Susanoo. Looking at the source of the chain, it was a strange figure. Third Kazekage, modified. The strange figure was the third Kazekage. The reason why the word strange was added was because the third Kazekage at this time had changed greatly from his original appearance. The third Kazekage at this time was in the form of a three-headed, six-armed being. And the three faces were all in different postures. The hands of the front face were claws. The hands of the left face held a knife and a sword respectively. The hands of the right face god held a shield and a heavy hammer respectively. Like Scorpion himself, the core of the human puppet is a device for storing chakra, and the body is only secondary. Therefore, in addition to the core device, the body of the human puppet can be freely transformed, not limited to the original form. Throughout a universe, the sharp claws of the Shiha Jonin came from the right claw of the third Kazekage's front body. You are distracted during the battle. It seems that you Uchiha people are not very good. Scorpion, who was controlling the third Kazekage, glanced at the remaining 7 people through the Feilyuhu and chuckled disdainfully. Chapter 77 New version of the third Kazekage. Looking for death. The 7 Uchiha ninjas who reacted were already angry because their companions were killed. Now they heard Scorpion's sarcastic words and immediately launched an attack in anger. The Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan are best at illusion. That's what happened now. At the first moment of the attack, whether it was Uchiha Yuto and Uchiha Mieko, the 3 Magadama elite Jonins, or the other 5 2 Magadama Uchiha Jonins, they all intended to hypnotize Scorpion and Nono with illusion. It was just that the special puppet of Scorpion and Nono's advanced defense made it difficult for the 7 Uchiha ninjas to perform illusions. Fire style, Great Fire Extinction. Finding that the illusion was useless, Uchiha Yuto decisively changed his method, quickly forming a seal while sprinting towards Scorpion, taking a deep breath, and spitting out a hot column of fire from his mouth. Boom! The figure quickly rushed, and when the column of fire hit Scorpion, Scorpion instantly controlled the third-generation Kazekage to retract his claws and block in front of him. In an instant, the hot column of fire hit the third-generation Kazekage, and quickly turned into a majestic sea of fire, engulfing the third-generation Kazekage. However, under the obstruction of the third-generation Kazekage, the sea of fire was like a huge wave that was split apart, and did not affect Scorpion and Nono behind, but swept past the two. Whoosh! The sea of fire was still raging, and suddenly, a black shadow flew out from it, attacking one of the 2 Magadama Uchiha Jonins who had also stopped because of the sea of fire at a very fast speed. Although the 2 Magadama Sharingan is not as good as the 3 Magadama, its insight is not comparable to that of ordinary people. It's just that the speed of the attacking black shadow was very fast, so the 2 Magadama Uchiha Jonin could not completely dodge it when he saw it, and was rubbed by the black shadow on his shoulder, tearing a bloody wound. Looking closely, the black shadow was the sharp claw that had just killed an Uchiha member. Plop! The 2 Magadama Uchiha Jonin, whose shoulder was torn by the sharp claws, fell to the ground with a blue face, and the breath from his mouth and nose disappeared quickly. Damn, this thing is coated with poison. Uchiha Mieko, who is also an elite Jonin, was the first to react. When she saw the death of her clansman, her face changed, and she immediately shouted to remind others. One of the Uchiha Jonins who was close to him rushed forward in shock and anger, holding a katana wrapped in lightning, and fiercely slashed at the chain connected by the claws. Sparks flew. The chain showed extraordinary solidity. Not only was it not cut off, but it also caused a gap in the katana in the hands of the Uchiha Jonin. The chain shrank. After being slashed, the chain quickly retracted into the sea of fire with the claws. The next second. Water style, water cutting wave. A high-pressure water column like a laser appeared from the sea of fire that had not yet been extinguished, and in an instant it pierced through the abdomen of the Uchiha Jonin who slashed the chain. After piercing through, the high-pressure water column did not stop but moved sideways to one side, immediately cutting most of the waist and abdomen of the Uchiha Jonin, and he fell to the ground screaming. Swish! Following the appearance of the high-pressure water column, the third Kazekage, who was not much injured, rushed out of the sea of fire in the flames and went straight to Uchiha Yuto who had just attacked with fire style. It can be seen that the third Kazekage's figure has changed at some point, from the original front body facing forward to the right body facing forward. And it can be seen that the stopped water break wave is from the hole in the right body's abdominal cavity. Boom! The heavy hammer held in the right hand of the third Kazekage of the right body smashed out. The 3 Magadama Sharingan rotated, and Uchiha Yuto's keen insight allowed him to dodge quickly. Instantly, the heavy hammer that missed the target smashed a huge deep pit on the ground, fully demonstrating the powerful force of the third Kazekage of the right body. Lightning style, pseudo-darkness. Uchiha Yuto, who dodged the heavy hammer, quickly formed a seal and fired a huge thunder spear. The shield was raised. Uchiha Yuto's pseudo-darkness was blocked by the right-handed third Kazekage with his left-handed shield. Amidst the fierce impact and lightning, the thunder spear failed to break through the shield's defense, and only made the right-handed third Kazekage retreat a little. After blocking the lightning attack, the third Kazekage immediately turned his body again and faced Uchiha Yuto with his left side. The abdominal cavity opened a hole, and countless poison needles instantly sprayed out of the abdominal cavity of the left-handed third Kazekage. Uchiha Yuto quickly scanned the Sharingan, and while retreating quickly, he took out a kunai from his ninja bag with both hands, and continuously shot down the poison needles that he couldn't avoid. What a powerful mechanism! The speed and impact of these poison needles far exceeded those I encountered before. While resisting the poison needles, feeling the impact of the kunai, Uchiha Yuto looked at the third Kazekage in shock and anger. Suddenly, he looked at the appearance of the third Kazekage and felt a sense of familiarity. "No, you are the third Kazekage of Sand Village!" Uchiha Yuto exclaimed, looking at the third Kazekage in shock. Although the three-headed and six-armed form has greatly changed the appearance of the third Kazekage, I don't know whether Scorpion doesn't care or has a bad taste. The three faces of the third Kazekage all retain the original appearance of the third Kazekage. It seems to be in response to Uchiha Yuto's words. The left face of the third Kazekage continues while shooting out poison needles. The front body suddenly opened its mouth and erupted a large amount of iron sand. Magnetic style, iron sand realm technique. The erupting iron sand quickly condensed into countless long spikes, crisscrossing and extending to attack the rest of the Uchiha ninjas. Ha! When an Uchiha Jonin hurriedly dodged the long iron sand spikes, a figure suddenly appeared beside him in an instant. Boom! The fist with the silk glove burst out with amazing power. The Uchiha Jonin was hit in the head by a punch and was immediately blown away. Even when he flew out, it was clear that his head had been severely deformed. Looking at the attacker, it was Nono. When Scorpion and the Uchiha people were fighting, Nono was obviously not just standing there watching the show, but looking for the opportunity to attack. At this moment, Nono found the opportunity and immediately showed his hands with the silk gloves stored in his body, killing an enemy with one move. Damn it! Uchiha Mieko, who was also dodging the sand iron spikes, noticed that Nono killed one of her own people, and rushed to kill him in shock and anger. With the excellent insight of the three Magatama Sharingan, the attack of the sand iron spikes did not stop Uchiha Mieko's actions. The right hand touched the summoning seal on the left arm, and in an instant, a katana was summoned. Uchiha Mieko quickly grasped the katana and performed sword leaping flame without hesitation, using the katana wrapped in flames to slash at Nono. Stepping aside, Nono keenly perceived Uchiha Mieko's attack and reacted quickly to avoid the opponent's slash. Boom! The strange power erupted from under his feet, and the ground dozens of meters around him immediately cracked and shook. When Mieko Uchiha lost her balance due to the cracking and vibration of the ground under her feet, Nono instantly approached and punched her throat. Chapter 78 Nono's Fight. Mieko Uchiha's face changed slightly. If it was normal, with her three Magatama Sharingan's insight, she could completely dodge. But at this time, she lost her balance and it was difficult for her to dodge, so she could only raise her sword to block. Boom! Crack! The sword was abruptly broken by the strange force, and Mieko Uchiha was also blown away. Without hesitation, Nono immediately chased after her. Some Uchiha ninjas nearby noticed Mieko Uchiha's situation and subconsciously wanted to go to support her. But Scorpion reacted faster than them and immediately intercepted the remaining Uchiha personnel with more iron sand. "I don't want to be beaten by that man," Scorpion muttered in his heart while intercepting the rest of the Uchiha people with iron sand. He was still very clear about his situation. As the first battle after joining the Star Ninja Village, if he didn't perform well, it would be good if he didn't get the materials for making puppets from Nono in the future. "Uchiha trash, your opponent is me." Scorpion controlled the third generation of Kazekage to continue attacking, while pretending to be arrogant and provoking. "Asshole, don't be so arrogant. Go, the other party is a puppeteer, don't be confused by the other party's puppet. Kill." For people with arrogant temperament, provocation is very effective. The Uchiha people were immediately angered by Scorpion's words, and they began to attack Scorpion fiercely. Thunder escape wrapped kunai. Uchiha Yuto, who blocked the poisonous needles shot at him, also counterattacked the third generation of Kazekage with a sullen face. He naturally knew that the third Kazekage was just a puppet, but the third Kazekage's strength made him more aware that he needed to contain him in order to create opportunities for others to attack the puppeteer behind the scenes. Uchiha Yuto attacked the third Kazekage, while the other three Uchiha Jonin bypassed the third Kazekage and rushed towards Scorpion. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Yuto's plan was very good, but he obviously underestimated Scorpion's ability to protect himself. Looking at the three Uchiha Jonins coming towards him, Scorpion, who was hiding inside the Hirokoko, was multitasking, operating the third Kazekage and the Hirokoko at the same time. Mouth opened. Countless poison needles shot out from the mouth of the Hirokoko, forcing the three Uchiha Jonins who came to dodge and resist in a hurry. After image flashed. While spraying poison needles, the sharp metal scorpion tail swayed and extended from the back of the Hirokoko, quickly slashing at the nearest Uchiha Jonin. This Uchiha Jonin used his 2 Megatama Sharingan to see through the situation, and he remained calm in the midst of the chaos, blocking with the katana in his hand. Puff! The blade broke. The metal scorpion tail actually cut off both the katana and the Uchiha Jonin. It is obvious that Scorpion's transformation of the Hirokoko is not bad. For example, the metal scorpion tail is much sharper than before. One more person is reduced. The people who attacked Nono and Scorpion, plus Uchiha Yuto and Uchiha Mieko, only had 4 people left. Such casualties are enough to prove that Nono and Scorpion were not at a disadvantage in the battle, but were quite strong. The strange force shattered the ground. Various puppet mechanisms emerged one after another. Damn it! Uchiha Yuto, with poison needles all over his body, knelt on the ground helplessly with an unwilling roar. The poison that killed 2 people instantly spread all over his body. The roar did not last long. Soon, with a plop, Uchiha Yuto, whose face turned blue, died without a trace of life. Throwing himself to the ground. There was no suspense in the battle on Scorpion's side. As the fierce battle continued, including Uchiha Yuto, an elite Jonin, all died at the hands of the 2 human puppets, Fei Liuhu and the third Kazekage. After finishing the battle, Scorpion subconsciously looked at Nono who was still fighting on the other side. However, his eyes quickly shifted to Nariku who was watching the battle not far away. With a turn of mind, Scorpion immediately understood what Nariku meant. He took the third Kazekage back the scroll and walked towards Nariku. Leader, are you going to use this Uchiha clan member to hone Nono? Coming to the side, Scorpion looked at Nono's battle, and then asked Nariku beside him. Not bad. Nariku nodded. He finished his battle earlier than Scorpion. Just as Scorpion said just now, he did not rush to support Nono after he came over, but prepared to use Uchiha Mieko on the opposite side to hone Nono. After receiving the response from Nariku, Scorpion thought to himself that it was indeed so. At the moment, he did not say anything more, but also watched the battle. The person fighting Nono was Uchiha Mieko. The battle between the 2 sides has continued until now without a winner, which can be said to be evenly matched. Let's talk about Nono first. After Star's condensation of chakra and mastering the strange power technique, Nono's current strength has successfully been promoted to elite Jonin. With the help of silk gloves, her strength is considered to be the best in the first stage of elite Jonin. Then there is Uchiha Mieko. This person is an Uchiha elite Jonin who has evolved a 3 Magatama Sharingan. Even though she is a woman, her strength is actually not much inferior to the leader Uchiha Hahuo. The reason why the Uchiha clan is so powerful in the ninja world is not only because of Uchiha Madara, but also because of the excellence of the Uchiha clan itself. Not to mention anything else, the blood limit of the Sharingan alone allows the Uchiha clan to have an innate advantage among the same level. Uchiha Mieko's strength is also one of the best among the first stage of elite Jonin. Breathing and panting. After a long battle, both Nono and Uchiha Mieko were already covered in wounds and their physical strength was seriously consumed. If we judge by consumption and injuries, it is obvious that Nono is more seriously injured. There are 2 reasons for this situation. One is that Nono has only been promoted to elite Jonin for a short time, and lacks combat experience at this level, not as good as Uchiha Mieko. Another reason is the powerful insight of the Sharingan. Whether it is the super strength technique or the silk gloves, it only gives Nono a strong offensive power. If it is against other types of opponents, it is not a big deal, but when facing a type like Uchiha Mieko who has sharp insight, she will be more restrained. Of course, since the battle is evenly matched, the situation of both sides is naturally similar. Although Nono is more exhausted and injured, Uchiha Mieko is not much better. In terms of mental state, it is Uchiha Mieko who is at a disadvantage. This is also very simple. One is the threat of Nono's offensive power. No matter how insightful you are, there will always be mistakes. Compared to Uchiha Mieko's attack, Nono's attack is undoubtedly more lethal. This makes Uchiha Mieko dare not relax at all. The tense spirit at all times consumes a lot of her mental energy. Another thing is the pressure from the outside world. Chapter 79 The Price of Greed. The successive deaths of companions until only she is left, the pressure on Uchiha Mieko can be imagined. Especially when she caught sight of Naraku and Sasori not far away, the pressure was even greater. Although Naraku and Sasori did not attack, just standing there was enough to give Uchiha Mieko a palpitating sense of oppression. Escape. The invisible pressure made Uchiha Mieko almost breathless. Looking at the extremely tenacious Nono across the way. Capturing Naraku and Sasori who were eyeing her covetously not far away. The thought of running away emerged in Uchiha Mieko's mind involuntarily. It was not that she did not have the dignity of the Uchiha, nor that she did not want to avenge her companions, but the current situation made her see no hope at all. Once the thought of running away came into her mind, she could no longer stop it. Fire Escape Phoenix Fire Technique. Jumping back suddenly, Uchiha Mieko quickly formed a seal, squeezing out the remaining chakra, and spitting out dozens of fire bullets from her mouth. Some of these fire bombs were directed at Nono Yui on the opposite side, but more of them were directed at Naraku and Scorpion not far away. After performing the fire escape, Uchiha Mieko, who landed on the ground, quickly burst out the maximum chakra and rushed straight to the distance in the opposite direction. With a wave of his hand. Seeing the fire bombs flying, Scorpion was about to attack, and a huge chakra arm had already condensed from behind Naraku. With just a casual palm, all the flying fire bombs were scattered. How can I let you escape? Naraku looked at Uchiha Mieko who was trying to escape, and raised his hand to make a sword finger. Thunderbolt. A thunderbolt shot out in an instant, crossing the distance between the two sides and directly Uchiha Mieko, who was already at the end of her strength, was pierced through the chest. A scream. Uchiha Mieko had a look of reluctance on her face, but she was powerless to save the situation. She immediately fell to the ground and soon lost her life. The lightning dissipated from the sword finger. Naraku put down his right hand calmly. He originally wanted to use the opponent to hone Nono, but the opponent chose to escape in the end. In this case, he could only end the training in advance. Anyway, there is nothing to regret. After all, the battle just now has actually been a good training for Nono. Is it solved? Hey, the Uchiha people are really hard to deal with. If I didn't have sufficient information about the opponent, I'm afraid I might not be able to hold on until now. Uchiha Mieko's last fire escape not only failed to delay Naraku and Sasori, but also failed to hurt Nono. Avoiding the incoming fire bombs, Nono, who originally wanted to chase, found that the enemy had been solved by Naraku. She immediately stopped insisting and sat on the ground and gasped. Looking at the corpse of Uchiha Mieko not far away, Nono recovered his strength and recalled the battle with the opponent just now, and he couldn't help but feel scared. The battle between ninjas is not only a competition of hard power, but also a contest of intelligence. Sometimes the latter is even more important than hard power. The battle between Nono and Uchiha Mieko has lasted until now, and intelligence has played a big role. Thanks to Denzo's fear of the Uchiha clan, Nono knows the fighting style of the Uchiha clan very well. Especially elite jonin like Uchiha Mieko, who is the top priority of the root organization's intelligence collection target. Let me help you heal, otherwise when the main body comes back, he might blame me for not protecting you well. Naraku came over, teasing, and came behind Nono to heal him with the palm fairy technique. The thinking of the shadow clone is inherited from the original body, and the judgment made by the ally is no different from that of the original body. After receiving the treatment of the palm immortal technique, Nono's pain was relieved immediately, and he even had the energy to chat with Naraku. Sharingan, the Uchiha clan was really tricked by Denzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen this time. In the Xingyiing building, Naraku, sitting on the sofa, sighed as he looked at the pairs of Sharingans stored in glass containers on the coffee table. When he returned to the Star Ninja village, Nono's battle had ended, but with the feedback from the Shadow Clone, he still knew what happened in the first place. He didn't expect that in addition to the two captives Huangtu and Han, Nono's side also captured 14 pairs of Sharingans for him. The reason why there are only 14 pairs of Sharingans is that the remaining 3 pairs of Sharingans were damaged in the battle. But fortunately, the best 5 pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingans were well preserved. Among the many ninja clans, the Uchiha clan is definitely rich and powerful, with many masters in the clan. But with the loss of 5 elite Jonin and 12 Jonin at once, it is definitely a serious blow to the Uchiha clan. Through the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, Naraku has read the relevant memories from Uchiha Guko and others, and knows the reason why they came. Although according to Uchiha Guko's memory, it was only Danzo who came to the Uchiha clan, but it is obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have supported him. The current result can only be said to be in the interests of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Similarly, he did not lose anything, after all, he also gained 14 pairs of Sharingan. So in the end, it seems that only the Uchiha clan was injured. Well, this can also be said to be the price of greed. Sharingan is one of the best bloodline limits, but this bloodline limit is extremely exclusive. According to the records left in the Sand Village, even if you get Sharingan by transplantation, there will be side effects such as inability to close and severe chakra consumption. After putting away the Hiryu Amber, Scorpion, who showed his true form, sat on the sofa opposite. He glanced at the Sharingan on the coffee table and saw that Naraku seemed very interested in Sharingan, so he reminded him. Organ-type bloodline limits like Sharingan are often plundered by ambitious people through transplantation. The best example is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. In order to prevent the Byakugan from being taken away by others, this clan even developed the curse seal of bird in a cage. Although the Uchiha clan did not do this, it was also because Sharingan was extremely exclusive. As Scorpion said, even if outsiders transplanted Sharingan, there would be various side effects. These side effects, compared to the benefits of the Sharingan, seem to be more harm than good. The Root organization also has records about this. Nono, who was sitting next to Naraku, nodded. After receiving treatment from the Shadow Clone, Nono's injuries have almost recovered. Even after Naraku returned and nourished him with his true energy, his physical strength has been restored. Therefore, after a simple wash and change of clothes, Nono followed him to the office. Naraku naturally understood what Scorpion and Nono said. Chapter 80 The Treatment of the Tailed Beasts. Scorpion, you performed very well this time. Tell me what reward you want. Putting aside the matter of the Sharingan for the time being, Naraku smiled and looked at Scorpion opposite him. Scorpion said, for rewards, the leader can give me more guidance on the skills of puppet making in the future. Experienced in actual combat after the test, the improved third Kazekage and Hiryu Ako made Scorpion very satisfied. But because of this, he was more eager to get more skills from Naraku. No problem. Naraku readily agreed. Seeing this, Scorpion was happy, knowing that he would soon have new puppet skills to learn. Let's talk about Huangtu and Han. Are we going to negotiate with the Hidden Rock Village? Nono asked Naraku. Nono was naturally very happy that Naraku could defeat the Hidden Rock Village army. Similarly, from the fact that Naraku did not kill Huangtu and Han, but instead captured the two, she roughly guessed Naraku's thoughts. Well, Huangtu is the son of Onoki, and Han is the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. I think no matter how stubborn Onoki is, he dare not easily send troops to deal with us now. Naraku nodded and said. After all, he is just one person. Although the army of the Hidden Rock Village was defeated this time, it was more because the other party despised him. If the other party did not gather their personnel together, but chose to disperse their invasion, then he could only kill some people at most, and the Star Ninja Village would inevitably suffer casualties. Do we need to send an envoy to the Uegakure village? After Nono was sure that her guess was correct, she asked Naraku for instructions. Naraku waved his hand and said, the Uegakure village is definitely more anxious than us now. Taking the initiative to negotiate will only reduce the bargaining chips. It is better to wait for the other party to beg us. I see. Nono suddenly realized. Negotiations do require the initiative. Given the status of Huangtu and Han in the Uegakure village, the Uegakure village is indeed more eager to rescue than them. By the way, remember to delay the negotiations for a while. After all, the longer it is delayed, the more beneficial it is for us. After communicating about the negotiation for a while, Naraku did not forget to remind Nono. Nono is a very smart woman and immediately understood what Naraku meant. Time is on their side. The more time passes, the stronger the Star Ninja Village will be. Maybe we can try to refine these Sharingan into magic weapons. After Nono and Sasori left, Naraku, who was sitting on the sofa, could not help but look at the pairs of Sharingan on the coffee table again. He was thoughtful. Maybe he was too obsessed with studying refining recently. In short, when he looked at anything a little special, he would subconsciously think whether it could be refined into a magic weapon. It is the same now. Although the Sharingan is a human organ, it inherits the unique power of the sacred tree and can be regarded as a special refining material. You can try, but the first thing to deal with is the 5 tails. Naraku, who felt it was feasible, immediately put the Sharingan into the sealing scroll. However, he did not rush to deal with the Sharingan immediately, but did another thing first. Using shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku moved from the office to the training room on the 9th floor. It can be seen that in addition to Naraku's true energy shadow clones, there is also Han in the middle who is guarded by several true energy shadow clones on the 9th floor. The true energy was injected into Han's body, cutting off his consciousness and making it impossible for him to wake up. Naraku walked towards Han, asked the guarding true energy shadow clone to retreat, and then stretched out his right hand and grabbed the top of his head. Just like the Sharingan can be regarded as a special refining material, the sacred tree that absorbs spiritual energy to grow can be regarded as a special spiritual medicine. Naraku's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he probed into Han's body with his spiritual consciousness until he reached the seal of the 5-tailed King Mu. The seal that can seal the tailed beast is naturally very advanced, but in the face of spiritual consciousness, it is also powerless to resist, and Naraku's spiritual consciousness easily broke into it. In the dim space, in the center was King Mu, whose body was entangled by chains. Who? Just when Naraku's spiritual consciousness entered the sealed space, King Mu, who was originally dozing, immediately opened his eyes with awareness. The spiritual consciousness turned into a consciousness body, and Naraku showed his figure without concealment. It's you. Seeing Naraku, King Mu, who was lying on the ground, wanted to stand up suddenly. The chains were tightened. The control of the tailed beasts in the hidden rock village was still very strong. King Mu, who was wrapped in chains all over his body, couldn't get up even if he wanted to, and was directly bound by the chains. Human, you are so beautiful. The bondage made King Mu even more irritable, and he yelled at Naraku. But unfortunately, Naraku had no interest in communicating with the other party. After taking a look at King Mu's situation and making sure that the other party could not resist, he appeared on the other party's head in a flash. Boom! Before King Mu could react, an amazing suction force suddenly descended into the sealed space and reached King Mu directly. The chakra of the tailed beasts flowed out of King Mu's body uncontrollably, and was immediately sucked out of the sealed space continuously. Damn it, you dare to steal my power! King Mu soon realized his situation, and for a moment he was shocked and angry and resisted again. But his resistance was destined to be useless, and he could only watch his chakra being sucked away. The tailed beasts came from the sacred tree, and the breeding of the sacred tree, in Naraku's view, was completely described as a special elixir. This gave him the idea of absorbing the power of the tailed beasts, and wanted to try to see if the power of the tailed beasts could improve his cultivation like elixir. Using his spiritual consciousness to see King Mu's situation, Naraku immediately operated the outside world. The nameless technique absorbs the power of King Mu's tailed beast. Boom! The true chi that reaches the seal is like a channel, which continuously transports the absorbed tailed beast chakra into Naraku's body. If it is ordinary chakra, it is just low-level energy full of impurities for Naraku. If his cultivation is not still lacking, he will not refine chakra to fight. After all, the act of refining chakra is a kind of self-exploitation, which is harmful and useless. But at this moment, the tailed beast chakra absorbed by Naraku is different. Although it is also called chakra, the tailed beast chakra is essentially different from ordinary chakra. Not only is it of higher quality, but it also has the same properties as spiritual energy. That's right. Just as Naraku speculated, although the tailed beast chakra is extremely violent, when Naraku used the nameless technique to refine it, he immediately felt that the nature of the tailed beast chakra was almost the same as the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual medicine. In other words, the tailed beasts from the sacred tree are really equivalent to a special spiritual medicine. Yes. As the first wisp of true energy was refined from the chakra of the tailed beasts, Naraku was immediately excited. After the excitement, he did not rush to continue refining, but fell into deep thought. It is certainly worth being happy to confirm that the tailed beasts can help improve cultivation. But this also involves a serious problem. That is Otsutsuki Hago Romo, who is known as the Sage of the Six Paths. It should be available at noon tomorrow, and the update will be a little later. There is also a burst. Chapter 81 Chi Training Level 5. The tailed beasts are not ownerless. They are all created by Otsutsuki Hago Romo using the chakra of the sacred tree. It may not be a big deal to imprison the tailed beasts in the body of the Jinchuriki like the major ninja villages do. After all, this will not really cause substantial damage to the tailed beasts. But if the tailed beast dies in the true sense, the situation will be completely different. Naraku's refining and absorption will directly damage the essence of the tailed beast, so that it cannot recover even if it is reborn. If it is completely sucked dry, it will lead to the true death of the tailed beast. Naraku still has self-knowledge. He knows that with his current strength, he may have reached the top in the conventional combat power of the ninja world, but it is obviously not enough to fight against Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Naraku needs to consider whether his behavior of absorbing the tailed beast will lead to Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Give up or fight? It is impossible to give up completely. How can you achieve great things if you look ahead and behind? At most, absorb less. Naraku did not hesitate for too long and soon made a decision. That is to continue absorbing. Of course, this absorption needs to control the intensity. If Otsutsuki Hago Romo does not appear during the absorption, then he will give the other party a face and absorb less. But if Otsutsuki Hago Romo really showed up during the absorption and attacked him, there was nothing to say, he could only go all out and suck the five-tailed beast dry. After all, the other party had already attacked, so he definitely had nothing to worry about, and he must maximize his strength. With a decision in mind, Naraku immediately took action and continued to absorb the five-tailed beast. Wave after wave. After the endless stream of tailed beast chakra was absorbed into the body, it was refined into true energy by Naraku's nameless technique. This made his cultivation level rise rapidly like a rocket. During this process, Naraku did not indulge in the improvement of his cultivation level, but instead always maintained a high degree of vigilance, guarding against the possible appearance of Otsutsuki Hago Romo. In the dim underground space, the white-haired figure sat alone with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a strange white figure actually passed through the wall of the underground space. Lord Madara, I'm back. The white figure left the wall and landed on the ground, and greeted the white-haired old man sitting in the center of the underground space. The eyes that had been closed for rest slowly opened. Uchiha Madara, with white hair and wrinkles on his face, looked at the returning white Zetsu, and said in a low voice, "Did you bring back any interesting news this time?" Although he had lived in seclusion for many years, the habits of a ninja still made him often send white Zetsu to the outside world to inquire about the movements of the ninja world. This even became a pleasure for him to kill time. Haha, Lord Madara, this time I really found a super interesting news. White Zetsu jumped in front of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara showed a hint of interest. Oh? Tell me about it. The thing is, didn't Konoha have an S-rank rebel named Naraku before? He showed up recently and became the leader of the Star Ninja Village in Bear Country. The key is that he also had a conflict with the Hidden Rock Village. You don't know, in order to deal with this Naraku, the Hidden Rock Village not only dispatched 3,000 Hidden Rock ninjas, but also arranged for the assistance of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. As a result, when the two sides fought, the people of the Hidden Rock Village were defeated by this Naraku, and even the Five Tails Jinchuriki was captured by the other side. White Zetsu immediately described it vividly. From its description, it is not difficult to see that when Naraku fought with the Hidden Rock Village army, it hid in the dark and watched the whole process. But this is not surprising. The ephemeral technique mastered by White Zetsu can not only integrate itself with the earth and plants, but also reach it can achieve the effect of high-speed movement, and it can also cut off all breath, making it difficult for people to detect. It is normal that the movement caused by Naraku and the Hidden Rock Village would attract White Zetsu to inquire. At the same time, with the help of the ephemeral technique, let alone the rock ninja, even Naraku, unless he is in the range of his spiritual perception, it is difficult for him to detect it unintentionally. Interesting, it seems that this boring world has finally produced a slightly more interesting character. Listening to White Zetsu's description, Uchiha Madara became more interested. An army composed of 3,000 rock ninjas, plus the Five Tails Jinchuriki, this is not something that ordinary characters can deal with. As he said to White Zetsu, remember this person named Naraku. When Nagato grows up in the future, you can try to guide him to subdue this person, which can also speed up the collection of tailed beasts. Hey! Nagato, but this Naraku is very powerful, and it seems that he has mastered the space-time ninjutsu. Will Nagato be unable to beat him? White Zetsu was stunned for a moment, and then smiled awkwardly. It saw Naraku crush the rock ninja with its own eyes. Especially the last battle with the 5 tails, it was just like an adult bullying a child, the strength was so strong that it was terrified. Uchiha Madara said calmly, Nagato inherited my eyes, are you looking down on Nagato or my eyes? Admittedly, from White Zetsu's description, Naraku showed extraordinary strength, which made him quite interested. But interest is only interest after all, not attention. After awakening the Samsara Eye, although he could no longer exert the power of the Samsara Eye due to his old age, this did not prevent him from feeling the seemingly infinite power of the Samsara Eye. Nagato is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Although he cannot compare with him, the real owner of the Samsara Eye, as long as he grows up smoothly, he is also enough to exert part of the power of the Samsara Eye. With this part of the power alone, Uchiha Madara believes that in the entire ninja world, except for him and Hashirama, no one can threaten Nagato. Well, you're right. I will guide Nagato then. Seeing that Uchiha Madara seemed to be indifferent to Naraku, Baizetsu did not dare to refute and immediately obeyed the order. Whirlwind. Look, there is a whirlwind above the Star Shadow building. Hey, is the leader practicing again? Practice? What does this mean? You don't know, right? After all, I tell you, such a scene has appeared before. It is the movement caused by the leader's practice. Star Ninja Village. A whirlwind formed above the Star Shadow building at some point, which quickly attracted the attention of the villagers. The villagers who had just joined the village were frightened by such a strange phenomenon. But fortunately, other old people in the village quickly explained to the newcomers that the whirlwind above the Star Shadow building came from the practice of the village leader. The 9th floor of the Star Shadow building. Just as the villagers outside thought, Naraku was indeed practicing. And just like the vision of the whirlwind, it has already foreshadowed the changes that are happening to Naraku at this moment. It is unknown how long it lasted. While absorbing the chakra of the tailed beasts, Naraku has rapidly raised his cultivation to the 4th level of chi training, and even broke free from the shackles in one go and stepped into the 5th level of chi training. The whirlwind is the result of the transformation after the breakthrough, which makes the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gather towards Naraku frantically. Chapter 82 Sarutobi, Born Evil. Naraku is naturally happy about the breakthrough in cultivation. In fact, he did not expect the tailed beasts to be so powerful. No hesitation. At the moment of the breakthrough, Naraku immediately stopped absorbing the chakra of the tailed beasts and began to focus on his own transformation. With the improvement of the realm, this time, the spiritual energy vortex lasted for a whole day before it ended. As the whirlwind above the Xingyiang building dissipated, Naraku, who successfully completed the transformation, slowly opened his eyes. My spiritual sense has improved a lot. Subconsciously, Naraku expanded his spiritual sense to the surroundings, and soon found that his spiritual sense had reached a distance of 100 feet. A distance of 100 feet is naturally nothing compared to his current perception ninjutsu that can easily perceive a range of several kilometers. But compared to perception ninjutsu, the precision of spiritual sense is far beyond perception ninjutsu. Just like the previous battle with Huang Tu and Han. The reason why the two did not even have a chance to fight back was not only because shrinking the earth into an inch had a speed that was no less than space teleportation, but also because Naraku's spiritual sense could easily perceive their every move. In terms of insight, even before the breakthrough, the 3 Magatama Sharingan was not as sharp as his spiritual sense. Not to mention now. After breaking through to the 5th level of chi training, in addition to the perception distance of spiritual sense increasing to 100 feet, the sensitivity of spiritual sense has also increased. After feeling the progress of spiritual sense, Naraku carefully checked the changes in other aspects. The result naturally did not disappoint him. Like the previous breakthrough, after this breakthrough, the amount of true energy, 5 senses, physical strength, etc., have been significantly improved. After checking himself, Naraku, who was happy about the breakthrough in cultivation, could not help but look at Han next to him again. His spiritual consciousness probed into the seal in the other's body. When he entered the sealed space again, Naraku immediately saw King Mu, whose body had shrunk a whole circle. And at this time, King Mu was still lying on the ground in a weak look. Don't be impatient, these tailed beasts can't run away anyway, when you have enough strength to deal with them in the future, resist Otsutsuki Hago Romo, it won't be too late to absorb it then. Looking at the miserable appearance of King Mu, Naraku comforted himself to suppress his inner restlessness. Although Otsutsuki Hago Romo did not appear after absorbing so much, it was obviously not enough to relax his vigilance. He had already absorbed part of the essence of the five tails and even broke through to the 5th level of chi training. Naraku felt that he had almost reached his limit. If he continued to absorb without restraint, once Otsutsuki Hago Romo was really brought out, the happy event of a breakthrough in cultivation might turn into a bad thing. After self-comforting, Naraku's inner restlessness seemed to gradually calm down, and he slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. I can't calm down at all. As soon as his butt touched the floor, Naraku suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. No, he needed to vent, otherwise he couldn't calm down at all. Got it. The naturally evil Sarutobi Hiruzen and others actually dared to send Uchiha people to deal with him. Even though the Uchiha who came had been killed and he had gained a bunch of Sharingan, how could he let these evil people go so easily? Swish! Leaving a shadow clone to explain to Nono, Naraku instantly used shrinking the earth into an inch to leave the star shadow building and headed straight towards the fire country. Konoha. What? The hidden rock village withdrew its troops. In the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Anbu ninja who came to report in front of him in surprise. Yes, Lord Hokage. And according to the news from our spies in the Hidden Rock Village, the Hidden Rock Village not only withdrew its troops from the Bear Country, but also lost thousands of ninjas, and even the son of the Tsuchikage, Huangtu, and the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, are nowhere to be seen. The Anbu ninja respectfully reported the news truthfully. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen listened, the tighter his brows frowned. The Uegakure village gathered 3,000 ninjas and marched to the Bear Country. Such a movement naturally could not be hidden from Konoha's intelligence system. But the result was obviously beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. He originally thought that even if the Uchiha personnel sent to assassinate Naraku failed, Naraku would not be able to escape death with such a large army of Uegakure village attacking. Unexpectedly, the development of the situation was completely opposite to what he expected. Not only did Naraku not die, but he also repelled the army of Uegakure village, and even caused heavy casualties to Uegakure village. Another Hanzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy, and he whispered to himself. The man who defected from the root organization once again refreshed his cognition with his strength. The army composed of 3,000 Uegakure ninjas, plus Huangtu and Han, such a lineup was still not a match for this man. Such performance made Sarutobi Hiruzen think of Hanzo who fought against Konoha, Sand Village and Uegakure village alone in the last Ninja World War. You go down first. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his mentality. Just not long after the Anbu ninja retreated, the door of the office was pushed open. Hiruzen, Uegakure. Yes, I already know. The visitor was Denzo, and even Mito Kato and Enyutane Koharu followed him. As soon as he entered the office, Denzo spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but before he could finish, when he heard the other party mention Uegakure village, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what the other party wanted to say. Denzo, you will reorganize the information about Naraku later, and make sure to record in detail all his experiences in Konoha en route. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Denzo and immediately gave instructions to the other party in a deep voice. Okay, I'll sort it out as soon as possible. Denzo hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and agreed. In fact, the information he provided about Naraku before was all there was. It's just that the previous information is obviously very different from Naraku's current performance. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, even he suspected that he had missed some key information and was ready to re-examine it. Hiruzen, how should we deal with Naraku next? The opponent's strength is obviously beyond the reach of conventional means. I estimate that it won't be long before Uchiha will also receive bad news. Mito Kato-en said with a frown. Just as they would come with Denzo, Mito Kato-en and Enyutane Koharu also learned about the retreat of the Uegakure village through their own intelligence channels. Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched his nose and said with a bit of fatigue, let's put it aside for now, and deal with the opponent when we have a chance in the future. If there is a chance, he naturally wants to get rid of the stain of Naraku. But now it is obvious that there are limitations in both timing and manpower. The other party is lucky. Enyutane Koharu said somewhat unhappily. Although Naraku showed great strength, in Enyutane Koharu's eyes, the other party was still just a lowly person who defected from the root organization. Midaman Yan said with some concern, should we strengthen the security in the near future? We let the Uchiha people assassinate the other party. There is no guarantee that the other party will not seek revenge on us. Chapter 83 Heartfelt Words. Humph, Yan, I think you are really going backwards. I admit that Nariku's strength is a little beyond our expectations, but if you say that he dares to come to Konoha for revenge, this is simply the funniest joke I have heard this year. Danzo glanced at the other party with disdain on his face. Danzo, Yan is just out of caution, but Yan, you are indeed a little worried. Although the other party is powerful, compared with our village, the other party is just looking for death. Yudin Kohara first looked at Danzo with a reproachful look, and then comforted Mitokado Yan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Yan's caution is justified. I will have people pay more attention to the recent entry and exit of people and the barrier. Mitokado Yan, who was embarrassed by what Danzo and Yudin Kohara said, could not help but return a grateful look to Sarutobi Hiruzen for giving him a way out. After reaching a conclusion on the handling of Nariku, Danzo and the other two did not stay any longer and left the office one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his official duties until night fell. Is it so late? Now I will be scolded by Lake Biwa again when I go back. Looking at the night outside the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his body and immediately got up and returned home. As Hokage, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give any special instructions and was still in the village, he still had 2 squads of Anbu members guarding in the dark. It seemed that in order to set an example, after becoming Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen not only did not take over the position of the head of the Sarutobi clan, but also took the initiative to move out of the clan land of the Sarutobi clan. Of course, even so, the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen lived was a courtyard mansion with an area of more than 10,000 square meters. You're back, why are you so late again today? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, when he returned home, his wife Sarutobi Biwako immediately complained. I must pay attention next time. By the way, where is Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly and immediately changed the subject. That's awesome. Didn't you arrange an escort mission for him? According to the schedule, even if everything goes well, he won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Alas! This family is getting more and more deserted now. After the eldest became the head of the Anbu, he basically lives in the Anbu base. Now that the younger has become a ninja, he also wants to go out to do missions. Sarutobi Biwako kept muttering while helping Sarutobi Hiruzen take off his coat. What do you know? They are my sons. As the son of the Hokage, they naturally have to set an example. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a little annoyed by the muttering, retorted. Let's not talk about the younger son. After the eldest was made the head of the Anbu by him, he didn't know how many people were watching him. If he didn't behave more hardworking, even if he was the Hokage, he might not be able to sit firmly in this position. Okay, I don't understand. You are right. Do you still want to eat dinner? Sarutobi Biwako is not really an ignorant person. She was just muttering out of habit. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuttal, she was not angry, but just rolled her eyes and turned to the living room. You must eat. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly followed. Soon, the two sat opposite each other at the dining table and started eating. By the way, has the rebellious ninja named Nariku that you mentioned the other day been resolved? Sarutobi Biwako asked casually while eating. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and his eating speed obviously slowed down. Sarutobi Biwako noticed this situation and said in surprise, is there a problem? Well, the opponent is more difficult to deal with than expected, and we can only put it aside for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Then should I thank the Hokage for letting me go? The indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. But the strange thing was that neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Sarutobi Biwako reacted much to this sudden situation. No. It was not that the two of them did not react, but that they could not react at all. Because just before the indifferent voice sounded, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Biwako were pierced through the chest by the hand knife from behind. The blood-stained hand knife pierced through Sarutobi Biwako's chest, and you could vaguely see the blood on the hand knife. Heart fragments. The heart was torn apart, causing Sarutobi Biwako to open his mouth, but he could not make any sound. He just trembled a few times and then lowered his head. This scene was completely seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting opposite. However, he who suffered the same treatment only lasted a few seconds longer, and then he also lowered his head helplessly. It turns out that you have been pampered for too long, so that you, who were once called a ninja hero, can be assassinated by me so easily. To be honest, I am very disappointed in you, the third Hokage. Naraku, who appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen at some point, looked at the dead Sarutobi Hiruzen and pulled out his right arm that had pierced his chest expressionlessly. The same thing happened to the true Chi shadow clone behind Sarutobi Biwako, who also calmly withdrew his arm. Words from the heart is indeed a killer move that even Madara couldn't handle. At this moment, the strongest Hokage also fell under this move. After removing the true Chi shadow clone, Naraku casually wiped the blood on his hands on Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes. During the process, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the dining table. Naraku was quite moved by the corpse. To be honest, the assassination this time went much more smoothly than he expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the first one. Before this, he had visited the other two of the four heavenly kings of Konoha, Mitamon and Udaten Koharu. The way of the visit was the same as now. He also said some heartfelt words to the two of them. Originally, he thought that there might be some waves when assassinating Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, compared with Mitamon and Udaten Koharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly more powerful. A lot of harm. But the reality is that he overestimated the other party. After years of pampering, even though Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was well maintained, his alertness and reaction awareness were obviously not maintained by just sitting in the office. And as far as Naraku knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never heard of any decent battles since the First Ninja World War. The so-called title of ninja hero cannot be said to be completely the same as the strongest Hokage, but it is basically a name that is greater than the fact, lacking the proof of actual achievements. Of course, the success of the assassination can also be attributed to Naraku's own strength. Shrinking the earth into an inch allowed him to enter Konoha silently and carry out assassinations. Spiritual awareness allowed him to grasp the situation of the assassination target in advance before the assassination. Add to that the improvement in strength brought by breaking through to the 5th level of Chi training. Let alone assassination, even in a head-on battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not be his opponent. Swish! Naraku had just wiped the blood off his hands when a figure flashed to the side. The person who came was also Naraku's true energy shadow clone. Have you dealt with the Anbu outside? Of course, I also dealt with the bodies to prevent them from being discovered too quickly. The brief conversation has already proved the purpose of this true energy shadow clone. Chapter 84 The Sealed Book. After removing the true energy shadow clone again, Naraku walked to the window not far away and cast his eyes in the direction of the Hokage building in the distance. The assassination is over, and the next step is to bring some local specialties as travel expenses. Swish! Activating shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku left silently again as he came. The target is not Danzo, the last of the four heavenly kings of Konoha, but the sealed book collected in the Hokage building. Naraku didn't go to assassinate Danzo, of course. It was not because he was thinking about his old boss, but because he knew Danzo too well. If he was alive, he would definitely cause more damage to Konoha than if he was dead. Especially now that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two were no longer holding him back, Naraku himself was looking forward to what kind of surprise Danzo could bring him. Of course. If Danzo didn't perform well, at most he would give him some heartfelt words in the future. The target was the Book of Sealing. This was naturally to make up for the lack of sealing techniques and other inheritances in the root organization. The Hokage building was the power center of the entire Konoha. Even at night, the Hokage building was heavily guarded inside and outside. However, thanks to his experience in the root organization, Naraku was very familiar with the deployment of the Hokage building, and knew where the Book of Sealing was. When he arrived near the Hokage building with shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku hid his figure in the shadows and immediately activated his spiritual sense to perceive the underground of the Hokage building. The Hokage building is much bigger than it appears. Because there is a base hidden underground. This base is the Anbu base of the Anbu. The Book of Seals is stored in the Anbu base, and is guarded by 2 Anbu squads 24 hours a day. Swish! After sensing with his spiritual sense for a while, Naraku once again used shrinking the earth into an inch, easily passed through the barrier set up by the Anbu base, and sneaked in. Minister. In front of the door of a secret vault in the Anbu base, the 2 Anbu squad members guarding here saluted one of them when they saw 2 figures coming towards them. The 2 figures were a man and a woman, both of whom were only in their 20s. But the man, from the salute and address of the 2 Anbu squad members, was not a simple person, and he was actually the minister of the Anbu. "Open the door, I want to go in and check the Book of Seals." Sarutobi Shinashuk nodded in response, and then ordered the Anbu members on guard. Yes. If it were anyone else, they would not let anyone touch the Book of Seals because of its importance. But the man in front of them was the minister and the eldest son of the Hokage, so the Anbu members naturally obeyed. The captains of the two Anbu squads turned around, faced the door of the vault, and formed a complex seal. Crack! After a while, when the seal was completed, the chakra of the two Anbu squad captains was injected into the door of the vault, causing it to slowly open inward. After casually instructing his subordinates to continue guarding, Sarutobi Shinashuk took the female Anbu who came with him into the vault. The vault was not big, about the size of an ordinary room. At the same time, there was a stone platform in the center of the vault, on which was placed a huge scroll sealed by a cone-shaped barrier. This scroll was the Book of Seals. "Shinashuk, are you sure you can learn the Flying Thunder God technique? This is a space-time ninjutsu, and it is said that it is very difficult to learn." The female Anbu saw the Book of Seals and subconsciously asked Sarutobi Shinashuk. While making hand seals to open the barrier protecting the sealed book, Sarutobi Shinashuk casually said, "It's okay to try. You saw my competition with Minato Namikaze not long ago. After the other party learned the Flying Thunder God technique, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If I can learn it, I will definitely be able to hold the position of minister more firmly." At the end, Sarutobi Shinashuk's tone unconsciously became much heavier. "Sachiko, you should know that I don't want others to think that I can become the minister of Anbu because of my father." Turning his head, Sarutobi Shinashuk said to his girlfriend with a serious expression. "So? Those who think so are just jealous of you. You don't need to care about them." Sachiko understood her boyfriend's thoughts very well and immediately gave her support. Seeing his girlfriend's attitude, Sarutobi Shinashuk felt relieved and felt that he had not chosen the wrong person. He dealt with the barrier again. After a series of complicated seals, the cone barrier finally dissipated slowly, revealing the sealed book inside. However, Sarutobi Shinashuk did not reach out to take it immediately, but instead sealed it again. The protection measures for the sealed book are very in place. There are dark guards outside the secret library, and there are barriers inside to protect it. Even the sealed book has a secret seal. Once someone touches the sealed book without unlocking the seal, the sealed book will be automatically destroyed. Unlock. After completing the seal, a D-shaped pattern condensed in Sarutobi Shinashuk's palm and pressed it against the seal book. The next second, densely packed spell patterns appeared on the seal book that touched the D-shaped pattern, and then immediately shrank together and turned into the family emblem of the Sarutobi clan. Alright. Seeing that the seal on the sealed book was also successfully unlocked, Sarutobi Shinashuk immediately prepared to take the sealed book off the stone platform with confidence. Swish! A flash of light appeared in front of his eyes. Sarutobi Shinashuk's palm that was grabbing the sealed book fell into the air, and there was a figure in front of him, holding the sealed book in his hand. Eyes widened. Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sachiko's faces changed drastically. Sarutobi Shinashuk hurriedly stepped forward to snatch the sealed book, while Sachiko opened her mouth to shout. Puff! The figure flashed. With blood splattering, the two heads flew away from the body at almost the same time. Who is it? Minister? Enemy attack. From the seizure of the seal book to the beheading of Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sachiko, it actually happened in just a short moment. When the abnormal movement in the secret vault was noticed by the Anbu members guarding outside, they turned around and saw Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sachiko, whose heads and bodies had been separated on the ground, and Naraku who was casually throwing the blood on his hands. Such a scene made the faces of the Anbu under the masks show horror. The next second, some of the Anbu passed the message by shouting, while others attacked Naraku in anger. Thunderbolt! The right hand, which was still stained with a little blood, reached out to the attacking Anbu, and in an instant, violent lightning swept out like a wave. Ah! Whether it was the Anbu who rushed into the vault or the Anbu who were shouting, they were all engulfed by the violent lightning in an instant. The shrill screams came and went in an instant. The 8 Anbu members guarding the vault were all charred by the electricity and quickly fell to the ground without life. Glancing at Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sachiko who were killed by his hand knife, Naraku casually carried the sealed book in his left hand on his shoulder, activated shrinking the earth into an inch and left immediately. Chapter 85 Chaotic Konoha. The appearance of Sarutobi Shinashuk was an accident. However, Naraku had already killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, so killing his son was just a piece of cake. Not long after Naraku left, other NBU members in the base quickly heard the news and rushed to the secret vault. When they saw their dead colleagues outside the secret vault, they were already very shocked, and when they found Sarutobi Shinashuk dead inside the secret vault, they were even more shocked. Quick, immediately issue an order to block the entire village, and never let the murderer of the minister escape. Come on, hurry up and find the Hokage. Damn, who did this? This night was destined to be a major event that would be recorded in the history of Konoha. The Book of Seals was stolen, and the head of the Anbu was killed. This was just the beginning. When the Anbu people went to find their Hokage, they naturally found only a corpse. Even more, as the noise got louder and louder, someone soon discovered that the two Hokage advisors, Mito Kato and Enyutane Koharu, were also assassinated at home. Panic and chaos. This was the theme of Konoha that night. Let alone the Book of Seals, just the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two, Konoha will fall into chaos next. When this situation is known to other ninja villages, Konoha will inevitably be waiting for war. With the help of shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku easily left Konoha. On the way back to the Bear Country, Naraku analyzed the gains brought by tonight's action. When he thought that Konoha would most likely face a war next, he felt relieved. He could actually hide himself when he was acting. For example, he could disguise himself by transformation, or destroy the corpse so that the people of Konoha could not read the memory through the corpse. But he did not do so, instead he showed himself openly. The reason is very simple, that is deterrence. The hunter can only make the beasts afraid when he shows his gun. He naturally has to show his gun from time to make those beasts who are ready to attack him become honest. As for whether exposing his identity will lead to Konoha's revenge. If it is a peaceful time, Konoha will definitely do it, but now it is a war time. Since the First Ninja World War, the Fire Country, which occupies fertile soil, has always been the main force of various countries' invasion target. Naraku killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two, which was no less than making Konoha become like the sand village that lost the third Kazekage. It would inevitably trigger the actions of other ninja villages. After all, these ninja villages have long been eager to attack Konoha, and all they lack is a fuse. Now the fuse has obviously been ignited by Naraku. Once Konoha is dragged into the quagmire of war, it will naturally be difficult to spare much energy to think about revenge. As for the future, he is not made of mud, and he dares to kill anyone who dares to come from Konoha. After a killing spree, plus the collection of the sealed book, Naraku's restlessness about not being able to continue to absorb the tailed beasts was finally relieved. By the way, since they have all come out, let's deal with the Death Scorpion as well. On the way back, Naraku suddenly remembered something. This thing is the current lack of high-level and top-level combat power in the Star Ninja Village. Not counting Naraku himself, Scorpion can be considered one of the top-level combat forces in the Star Ninja Village. As for Nono, although she has been promoted to Elite Jonin, she is only in the first stage of Elite Jonin, and can only be regarded as a high-level combat force. The ninja school has already cultivated the middle and lower-level combat forces. But for the high-level and top-level combat forces, it will obviously take a long time to cultivate them alone. Therefore, Naraku had asked Yu and Xiaorixing, who often go out, to find out information in this regard a long time ago. What's more, the two really brought him back a piece of information. That is a group of summoned beasts called Death Scorpions. It is said that this group of Death Scorpions was active in the Warring States period and performed quite well. It seems that the contractors of this group were killed later, so that the Death Scorpion group soon fell silent again. If it weren't for the fact that Yu and Xiaorixing robbed the descendants of the original contractors of this group of summoned beasts during a certain robbery, they might not have been able to get this information. Naraku was also very interested after learning about the Death Scorpions. Like the toads in Miyaboku Mountain, the powerful summoned beasts do have the strength that is not inferior to the Elite Jonin. If the tribe of this summoned beast is also very powerful, it is equivalent to a special army. According to the information handed down by the descendants of the Death Scorpion contractor, the Death Scorpion tribe is hidden in the Kingdom of Wind. Naraku immediately changed direction, and after crossing the river country and entering the Kingdom of Wind, he went directly to the location of the Death Scorpion tribe. It should be here. The next afternoon. A remote desert somewhere in the Kingdom of Wind. Naraku, standing on the sand dunes, put his right hand on his waist and looked at the purple poisonous fog in front of him with interest. The range of the poisonous fog is very large. Looking to both sides, there is no end at all. And when Naraku split 2 shadow clones and circled around the poisonous fog, he did not find any entrance. In other words, if the information is accurate, the Death Scorpion tribe should be inside this poisonous fog. If you want to enter, you can only go in head-on against the poisonous fog. The divine sense senses into the poisonous fog. Are these the Death Scorpions? There are a lot of them, and they all contain some chakra to a greater or lesser extent. The thick purple poisonous fog seriously interferes with vision, making it difficult for people to see the situation within a few meters. When Naraku uses his divine sense to sense, he can easily detect the poisonous fog environment within 100 feet. In the poisonous fog, scorpions can be seen everywhere. And unlike ordinary scorpions, these scorpions are all light purple like the poisonous fog. After sensing the situation in the poisonous fog, Naraku did not hesitate and walked into it. The true chi protects the body by itself. When Naraku entered the poisonous fog, the surrounding poisonous fog had been repelled by the true chi before it approached him. Even the fine poisonous fog that Naraku inhaled during his breathing could not have any effect on him who was immune to all poisons. Walking through the poisonous fog. As he went deeper, he encountered more and more scorpions. The size of these scorpions also began to change. Some were as small as normal scorpions, but some were as big as millstones, which looked quite scary. After a while. Oasis. Walking through the poisonous fog, Naraku, who had been maintaining his spiritual sense, raised his eyebrows. About 100 feet ahead, the spiritual sense that was sensing not only broke through the poisonous fog, but also discovered a new world. Following the route of spiritual sense perception, Naraku quickly walked out of the poisonous fog. What came into view was an oasis with lush vegetation and greenery. Naraku was a little surprised. He didn't expect that under the cover of such dangerous poisonous fog outside, there would be such a peaceful environment inside. This form is as if the poisonous fog outside is a barrier set up to protect the oasis, which is somewhat similar to the meaning of a barrier. Chapter 86 Death Scorpion Clan. Hissing. A dense and creepy sound sounded. The green environment is beautiful, but it is also full of scorpions of all sizes. Just like now. When Naraku passed through the poisonous fog and entered the oasis, scorpions crawled out from the nearby green grass and trees, with their tails raised high, and gathered around Naraku. What was strange was that these scorpions just surrounded Naraku and did not really get close, as if they were just trying to keep Naraku in place. Naraku glanced at the scorpions gathering around him, and then looked into the distance. Dong dong dong. The ground was shaking. In Naraku's vision, a scorpion quickly crawled out from the depths of the oasis. A golden scorpion as big as a hill. This huge golden scorpion moved its thick tentacles and rushed towards Naraku quickly. The vibration of the ground came from it. Hey! Almost in the blink of an eye, the huge golden scorpion quickly came to the opposite side of Naraku, and then suddenly stopped, and the airflow it brought hit Naraku like a strong wind. The clothes rustled and the hair fluttered in the wind. It was just that Naraku seemed to grow on the ground, without any retreat or shaking. And for the arrival of this huge golden scorpion, his face was not nervous, but a smile. You have good courage, human, it seems that you can pass through the poisonous fog sea outside for a reason. The 2 large pincers were placed on both sides, and the end was a scorpion tail that was raised high. The golden giant scorpion looked down at Naraku for a while before slowly speaking. Okay, then are you the leader of the Death Scorpion? The height difference forced Naraku to look up at the other party, and he said with a smile. Yes, my name is Ye, and I am the 8th generation leader of our clan. The golden giant scorpion named Ye answered in a muffled voice. Then it asked Naraku again, human, are you here to become a contractor of our clan? If so, then what are you waiting for? Naraku looked at the other party and said, test? I think before the test, you should first introduce the situation of your clan, so that I can have more motivation. Want to understand our clan? Okay, then I'll give you a brief introduction. Ye began to introduce his tribe proudly. With its introduction, Naraku quickly learned about the specific situation of the Death Scorpion clan. At the same time, as he learned more, he was more and more surprised. Because in Ye's introduction, the situation of the Death Scorpion clan, if you want to describe it, can be regarded as the 3 holy places that lack the inheritance of immortal arts. The so-called 3 holy places are Ryokai Cave, Mayaboka Mountain, and Wetbone Forest, the 3 secret places of summoning beasts. It's like the Mayaboka Mountain toad. The Death Scorpion is very similar to the other party. In addition to the lack of immortal arts inheritance, the members of the Death Scorpion clan can have wisdom that is no less than that of humans with a little training. And the combat power is not bad. There are several giant Death Scorpions like Ye in the Death Scorpion clan, and they all have the strength to rival the elite Jonin. Especially Ye, in terms of chakra alone, he has already caught up with the five-tailed King Mu. How about it, after understanding our clan, are you willing to accept the test? After the introduction, Ye asked again. Giving a test to humans who pass through the poisonous fog sea is a rule set by their ancestors of the Death Scorpion clan. Although their clan is eager to fight, they will never serve the weak. Only the strong who are recognized by them are qualified to sign a contract with them. Of course, what is your test? The situation of the Death Scorpion clan is better than Naraku expected, so he naturally wants to conquer them more. The test requires you to fight with me. Not to say that you have to defeat me, but at least you have to persist for half an hour without losing. Seeing that Naraku was willing to accept the test, Ye did not hesitate and immediately explained the content of the test. Naraku was very interested. Well, let's start. I also want to see your skills. To test with a battle, this completely meets his needs. Just like the other party wants to test him, why doesn't he want to actually test the other party's strength level? Yizai looked at the human in front of him unexpectedly. This human seems to be very confident in his own strength. But it is true, after all, he is a person who can pass the sea of poisonous fog without any protective equipment. In fact, if possible, it also wants the human in front of it to pass its test. After all, the ancestral precepts are strict. Unless a contractor appears and summons them, even as the leader, it cannot leave the sea of poisonous fog at will. Yizai has absolute control over other Death Scorpions. Soon, the surrounding Death Scorpions retreated one after another, leaving a wide field for the next battle. Come on, human, use all your skills to attack me. Yizai pressed his body slightly downward and shouted to Naraku. Give me the first move, in this case, I won't be polite. Naraku moved his body and then strode forward. Thunder escape lightning body. In just a few steps, Naraku suddenly turned into lightning, and his speed increased to an astonishing level. His cultivation level broke through to the 5th level of Qi training. Even without using true Qi, the strength that Naraku can exert has also been significantly improved. At this moment, the chakra burst out by Naraku and the use of Lightning Thunder Fist have all risen to a new level. Swish! In an instant, Naraku flew through the air and appeared above Ye. Going down, he punched the opponent's head. Boom! The blessing of lightning body further strengthened Naraku's already amazing strange power. Even though his body was as big as a mountain, Ye was punched into the ground by Naraku, causing the earth to shake violently. It hurts, I was careless, this human actually has such strength. No matter whether it is speed or strength, the strength shown by Naraku is beyond Ye's heavy estimate. After being knocked into the ground, it felt the pain on its head, and was surprised and happy. What surprised it was Naraku's strength. What was happy was that their clan might really welcome an excellent contractor this time. Of course, despite the surprise, Ye did not forget to fight. Even if it was to prevent the contractor from looking down on him, Ye would not allow himself to show weakness. Bearing the pain, Ye did not rush to get up, but swung his scorpion tail and fiercely stabbed at Naraku above. Swish! The huge scorpion tail turned into a residual image and appeared in front of Naraku almost at once. Not to mention the power of the scorpion tail, the toxin contained in the tail sting is already very terrible. The poisonous fog in the sea of poisonous fog comes from the poison of the death scorpion's tail sting, and this is just the ordinary death scorpion's poison. If it were Ye's, the tail sting poison would be at least 10 times more violent. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is death upon contact. Ye's scorpion tail attacks very quickly, but no matter how fast it can't be faster than the insight of the divine consciousness and Naraku's nerve reaction. Chapter 87 Suppression and Submission. It was like a flash of lightning. When the scorpion tail approached, lightning burst out from Naraku's feet, using it as leverage, and instantly moved away at super high speed, causing the tail thorn to miss, only disturbing the air like an explosion. Lightning release, thunder finger. When he stopped, Naraku had already appeared in front of Ye. At a distance, Naraku raised his hand and shot a thunderbolt at the opponent. Thunderbolt. The thunderbolt hit the huge scorpion claw. The thunderbolt exploded. A hole was hit in the huge scorpion claw, but it was not penetrated. Not bad defense. After seeing the damage to the scorpion claw, Naraku was not disappointed, but was quite satisfied. With the power of lightning release, Thunder Finger now, it has reached the power of S-level ninjutsu. Ye's scorpion claws were not penetrated, which proved that they were very strong. And Ye's reaction speed was also very good, otherwise he would not be able to keep up with the speed of the thunder. What a powerful lightning escape! If I hadn't used my claws to block it, it would have been enough to penetrate my body. The scorpion claws were damaged, and Ye was frightened again. He quickly moved his thick tentacles, bursting out at a swift speed that did not match his huge body, and moved quickly. Wind escape, vacuum cannon. While moving, Ye did not forget to fight back, running chakra, and opened his mouth to spray a huge wind bomb containing high-density wind escape chakra towards Naraku. Earth escape, earth flow wall. He stepped on his feet. Without the seal, a tall and thick huge rock wall rose up in front of Naraku. Boom! The wind bomb hit the rock wall, and a deafening roar came out in the violent explosion. The huge rock wall was blown into a deep pit by the wind bomb, and spider web-like cracks spread around the pit. Earth style, earth flow wall is a B-level ninjutsu. With the power of Ye's vacuum cannon, earth flow wall should be difficult to resist. But the upper limit of the power of the technique depends on the caster. Although Naraku's ninjutsu is mostly lightning style, it does not mean that other attributes of ninjutsu are very poor. Just like the earth flow wall at this moment, without the need to form a seal, he easily exerted the power beyond the level of the technique itself. Wind style, vacuum cannon. Seeing that his wind bomb was blocked by Naraku's earth style, Ye's huge body showed flexible speed. Not only did he not pause, but he quickly changed direction and sprayed another huge wind bomb from the other side. Amid the deafening roar, a large pit was blown out of the ground. But before the wind bomb bombarded, Naraku had already avoided it in advance at a lightning speed. The wind bomb reappeared. The third wind bomb burst out immediately. The direction of the bombardment was exactly the new position that Naraku moved to. Quick reaction. Facing the third bombardment, Naraku did not dodge, but used the lightning blade to condense a lightning sword. Zhang! The fierce thunder-slashing wave hit the huge wind bomb. In terms of the attributes of chakra, wind escape restrains lightning escape. But this restraint is not absolute. If the power of the two sides ninjutsu is obviously different, then the attribute restraint will also lose its effect. Like now. It was just a short confrontation, and the huge wind bomb was split into two by the thunder-slashing wave, splitting it in half. Even after splitting the huge wind bomb, the thunder-slashing wave did not dissipate, but carried the remaining power and quickly slashed towards Ye. Puff! Boom! The huge wind bomb that was split in half flew past Naraku on both sides and landed in the woods not far away. With the violent explosion, two large fan-shaped pits were blown out of the woods and the ground. On the other side, the thunder-slash wave slashed by Naraku was blocked by Ye in time with his huge scorpion pincers. Amid the tearing sound, the huge scorpion pincers were cut into charred cracks by the thunder-slash wave. Swish! The thunder-slash wave dissipated, and Naraku turned into lightning again and rushed towards Ye quickly. Boom! The super-fast speed made Ye unable to react. Naraku had already reached the opponent's jaw, and then raised his hand and hit Ye with a hook, hitting his whole body high up. Thunder escape thunderstorm flow. When he fell back to the ground, Naraku did not stop, and reached out to explode again. A violent torrent of lightning and thunder swept across Ye's huge body. Ah! A scream echoed from Ye's mouth. The crazy lightning and thunder on the huge body made Ye tremble uncontrollably. Its miserable state also frightened the huge death scorpions hidden underground to rush out. A total of 7 death scorpions that were no less than Ye appeared. Ye! Leader! All 7 large death scorpions spoke in human language, and one of the death scorpions with a female voice waved its scorpion claws anxiously and smashed at Naraku. But facing such an attack, Naraku turned around in midair and kicked the scorpion claws that were smashing. Bang! The terrible force that erupted from Naraku's whip kick, along with the scorpion claws, kicked the huge death scorpion with a female voice out forcefully. The remaining 6 death scorpions saw this and hurriedly joined the battle. Boom boom boom! Lightning shuttled, fists and feet burst out. The remaining 6 large death scorpions were constantly blown away by Naraku like balls. The huge movement caused the oasis to shake constantly, and the countless death scorpions entrenched here panicked and ran around. But fortunately, the shaking did not last too long and ended. Just because the battle had been ended by Naraku. Including Ye, a total of 8 huge death scorpions were lying on the ground in embarrassment. My name is Naraku, I recognize your strength, from now on, I am the master of your death scorpion clan. After the lightning dispersed, Naraku folded his hands on his chest, looked around at the 8 large death scorpions including Ye, and announced the result of this test with a loud laugh. It was not a test of the death scorpions, but he tested the death scorpions. The 8 death scorpions, including Ye, showed strength that at least had the strength of the first stage of elite Jonin. Such strength made Naraku very satisfied. Master. Watching Naraku sign the summoning scroll for his clan, Ye, who was still burned by lightning, endured the pain from the injury and bowed to Naraku with a respectful tone. Master. Following Ye's salute, the other 7 large death scorpions behind him, who were also beaten by Naraku, also bowed to Naraku. Normally, even when signing a contract, the summoner and the summoned beast are equal. But it depends on the actual situation of both parties. For example, Naraku and the Death Scorpion. When Naraku defeated the high-ranking members of the Death Scorpion with overwhelming strength, he firmly grasped the dominant power. Even now, Ye and the others respectfully call him master from the bottom of their hearts. This is the concept of admiring the strong. Compared to humans, animals are more obedient in this regard. Well, let me treat you first. Seeing Ye and the others' respectful attitude, Naraku nodded to show his satisfaction, and then gave them a sweet date. Naraku created 8 shadow clones and asked them to use the Palm Immortal technique to treat Ye and the others. Under the support of the huge chakra, rich green light was released from the hands of the shadow clones, quickly spreading to the injuries of Ye and the others. Chapter 88 Immortal Technique Concept. The injuries on Ye and the others healed quickly at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Finding that the injuries were healing, Ye and the others stayed where they were. Soon, Ye and the others' injuries recovered as before. Such a fast healing surprised Ye and the others, and they also looked at Naraku with more awe. The human in front of them was indeed extraordinary. Not only was his strength incredibly strong, but he also mastered such a powerful medical ninjutsu. He really deserves to be their master. Based on the overall strength of the tribe, the Death Scorpion clan should not be inferior to those toads in Miyaboku Mountain. What they lack is the inheritance of immortal arts. The so-called inheritance of immortal arts, the key lies in the immortal arts chakra. I may be able to help the Death Scorpion clan to supplement this inheritance. After completing the recovery of the Death Scorpion clan, as he left the Sea of Poison Mist, Naraku returned to the Bear Country while thinking about the Death Scorpion clan. It was mainly because of the Death Scorpion clan's incident that made him think of the immortal arts inheritance in this world. Like the Sage Mode, the immortal arts inheritance in this world lies in the combination of natural energy/spiritual energy and chakra. Others cannot handle spiritual energy, but it is not a problem for Naraku. So he can try to develop the inheritance of immortal arts. He naturally does not need it, but if he can develop the inheritance of immortal arts, then both the Death Scorpion clan and the Star Ninja village will undoubtedly be able to obtain an important inheritance. I'll try to develop it after I go back. After thinking for a while, Naraku quickly made a decision. For example, if Nanoyu can learn the Sage Mode, he will undoubtedly have a greater chance of entering the top ranks of the ninja world. This alone is worth his attempt. Because Naraku left a shadow clone as an explanation before he left. So during the time he was away, nothing happened in the Star Ninja village. Did you really go to Konoha to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? In the office, when Nanoyu learned what Naraku had done when he was away, he couldn't help showing astonishment on his face. Looking at the other person's slightly opened cherry lips, Naraku raised his hand and grabbed the other person's hand and pulled him into his arms, and then gave the other's cherry lips a hard kiss. Yes, and I also got the complete seal book by the way. After the kiss, Naraku leaned lazily on the sofa. When Nono was kissed, she had recovered from her shock. Sitting on Naraku's lap, she looked at Naraku's nonchalant look, and didn't know what to say for a while. Finally, she thought of the description of the more skilled, the bolder. Only such a description can match Naraku's feat of rushing into Konoha overnight and killing the other side's Hokage. Well, I can probably think of Konoha's current situation. Nono leaned into Naraku's arms and said with emotion. But we have to be careful next. Although the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others will most likely make the Fire Country coveted by other countries, we must also guard against the other side's diehards seeking revenge. Nono raised her pretty face and reminded Naraku. After kissing the other party on the forehead again, Naraku smiled and said, Don't worry, I have already arranged this. What do you mean? Nono asked curiously. Naraku briefly talked about how he subdued the Death Scorpion clan when he came back. At the same time, after he returned to the Bear Country, he summoned a large number of Death Scorpions and let them be distributed throughout the Bear Country for monitoring. With this deployment, it can be said that as long as there are foreign ninjas entering the Bear Country, Naraku will be able to get the notification of the Death Scorpions in the first time. You will also sign a contract later, so that you can have more protection when you encounter a battle in the future. At the end, Naraku reminded Nono. Okay. Nono naturally would not refuse. In Naraku's explanation, she has learned about the excellence of the Death Scorpion clan. The other party is definitely a very excellent summoned beast. By the way, there has been news from the Hidden Rock village. They want to redeem Huang Tu and Han, and they have sent a delegation of envoys to come. Nono said. Naraku smiled and said, it seems that Hunaki can't ignore the father-son relationship. Then talk to them slowly. Remember to raise the conditions. Anyway, the longer it takes, the better it will be for us. No problem, leave it to me. Nono also laughed. Now that they have the initiative, they can negotiate with ease. After communicating with Nono, Naraku went to the 9th floor and began to make new assignments for the True Chi Shadow clone. The main practice is naturally the nameless technique. The other auxiliary practices are more numerous. In addition to the original ones, he also assigned some True Chi Shadow clone to develop the inheritance of immortal arts and study the various techniques in the sealing book, including the sealing technique, which he has not studied yet. Naraku was busy until night, and then he leisurely went to the residence where he lived with Nono. As before, when he returned home, Nono was already waiting for him. Is it true that Konoha's Hokage was assassinated? Of course it's true, and it is said that the assassin is Naraku, the leader of the Star Ninja village. Naraku? Yes. It seems that only such a powerful person has the ability to assassinate Konoha's Hokage. After all, this person can even repel the Hidden Rock village. By the way, Naraku's bounty has increased from 80 million to 150 million taels. I'm afraid it may not be done by the Hidden Rock village, but may come from Konoha. What? A bounty of 150 million taels? My god, this has reached the level of the 5 major ninja village Hokages. I heard that this Naraku was killed by the Hidden Rock village after repelling the army of the Hidden Rock village. People have given him the name of Silver Flash, and even compared him to the second Hanzo. The latest news is that the Sand village and the Cloud village have ceased fighting, and they are now all gathering troops towards the Fire country. It's not just the Sand village and the Cloud village. I just came from the Grass country, and there are people from the Rock village everywhere. They should also be preparing to send troops to the Fire country. This must be caused by the death of the Konoha Hokage. The real war is finally about to begin, and judging from the situation, because of the death of the Konoha Hokage, all countries have set their sights on the Fire country. In the exchange where information flows extremely quickly, all kinds of people can be seen everywhere discussing fiercely. The main topics of discussion revolve around Naraku, the Rock village, and Konoha. Especially the latter. As the new developments of the war spread, it immediately caused an uproar among everyone. As the country that occupies the most fertile land in the ninja world, the Fire country is definitely the center of attention of all countries. Similarly, as the military core of the Fire country, any disturbance in Konoha will attract the attention of all parties. Chapter 89 Sharingan. It is not that Konoha does not want to hide the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, but it cannot be hidden at all. After all, because of the chaos that night, the news had already been known by spies planted by major ninja villages. All parties were naturally very shocked by the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. After all, this is the shadow of a village, and the Hokage of Konoha, which is known as the strongest ninja village. Now he was assassinated in the village. Such an emergency is absolutely unbelievable. After the incident was confirmed, the reactions of all parties can basically be divided into 2 types. One is to be terrified of Naraku's strength. About Naraku's single-handedly repelling 3,000 ninjas from Uegakure, this matter has also been widely spread. Such a record alone is enough for all parties to list Naraku as the highest level of danger. Now Naraku showed his terrible assassination ability again. Such powerful strength and assassination ability, revealing the danger, directly made Naraku's reputation surpass Hanzo, who has always been the background of comparison. It can be said that the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others made Naraku suddenly become the shadow of the leaders of various forces, fearing that he would be targeted by Naraku and end up with the same result as Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. As for the second reaction, that is against Konoha. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, not to mention mourning, the fact that all forces did not cheer and rejoice is already considered to be of high quality. The reason is that the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others gave all forces an opportunity. War is imminent. No one is willing to miss such a good opportunity with the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Like the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Sand Village, which were already in the war. Both sides stopped fighting very tacitly, and immediately turned to attack the Land of Fire, all wanting to take advantage of the fact that Konoha was leaderless and bite off a piece of fat meat from the Land of Fire. The same is true for the Uegakure village. Even though there is still the problem of the Star Ninja village, Onoki can't hold back at all. He immediately mobilized a large number of Uegakure ninjas and took the route of the grass country to participate in this feast. As for Konoha, which is the target, they have not yet recovered from the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and they are already busy with the wars on many sides. Even when dealing with Naraku, they can only simply increase the reward by exchanging gold. The current progress of the negotiations has not changed. The Uegakure village is still seeking us to lower the conditions. In the office of the Star Shadow building, Nono reported to Naraku about the progress of the negotiations with the Uegakure village. Although the changes in Konoha have made Onoki focus most of his energy on the invasion of the Fire Country, he obviously has not forgotten his son. Well, not only his son, but also Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, is also an important force that the Uegakure village cannot give up. Therefore, when the Hidden Rock village sent troops to attack the Land of Fire, the envoys they sent also arrived at the Star Ninja village as scheduled. At this time, the two sides had been negotiating for more than half a month. However, the progress of the negotiations was not ordinary slow. On the one hand, Nono was following Naraku's instructions and deliberately delayed the pace, but on the other hand, it was also due to the attitude of the Hidden Rock village. Even if the two sides were at a disadvantage in the confrontation, the people of the Hidden Rock village still held the posture of a big ninja village and tried to reduce the ransom to the lowest. Naraku naturally would not allow this, so the progress of the negotiations until now can't be said to be zero, but it is basically close to zero. Then continue to talk. In short, if you delay time, don't lower your requirements even at the end. You can even tell them directly at that time that if there is no sincerity, then I don't mind letting the Star Ninja village have one more Jinchuriki, let alone more slaves. Naraku put his left arm on the desk, leaned back on the chair, and explained to Nono casually. Understood. Nono nodded. The two chatted for a while, and Nono left the office. As for Naraku, he continued to handle official business. Well, to be precise, it was the shadow clone who was working. Because Nono needed to negotiate with the Hidden Rock village, Naraku thoughtfully arranged a shadow clone to take charge of the village's official business. As for himself, he naturally focused on practicing. The 9th floor of the Star Shadow building. While the shadow clone was talking to Nono about the Hidden Rock village, Naraku was looking at the jade ball in his hand. How to say this jade ball? Basically, except that the material is similar to jade, it is basically the same as the Sharingan. In fact, this is a magic weapon made by the Sharingan. Not bad. After looking at it for a while, Naraku was very satisfied with the Sharingan in his hand. Sure enough, everything can be refined. Especially special items like the Sharingan. Even though it was a human organ, Naraku succeeded in refining it into a magic weapon after trying to make it. For example, the Sharingan in front of us. This was made by refining one of the 3 Magadama Sharingan. Although after refining, a pair of 3 Magadama Sharingan became a 3 Magadama Sharingan, but this 3 Magadama Sharingan has the pupil power of a complete pair of Sharingan. In addition, after becoming a magic weapon, the Sharingan can not only be integrated into the body as long as it recognizes its master, but also can be closed freely like the Uchiha clan when used, without bringing extra chakra burden. Naraku's satisfaction is not only in successfully refining the Sharingan into a magic weapon, but also in the Sharingan itself. Just as the Sharingan has the ability to evolve. After refining it into a magic weapon, Naraku accidentally discovered that the Sharingan is still a growing magic weapon. As long as he nurtures it with true energy, the pupil power contained in the Sharingan will slowly increase. If it is nurtured with true chi for a long time, this Sharingan may evolve from 3 Megatama to Mangeki. Naraku thought. If this is true, the value of the Sharingan will undoubtedly be raised to a higher level. The power that a Sharingan of the Manjiki level can exert is undoubtedly top-notch in this world. For example, if a Uchiha Jonin evolves his Sharingan into a Manjiki, his strength will inevitably soar to the level of an elite Jonin, or even easily reach the second stage of an elite Jonin. If it is replaced with Uchiha, who already possessed the strength of an elite Jonin, was afraid that he could even touch the third stage of an elite Jonin. There is no rush to nurture it. Let's refine the other Sharingans into magic weapons first. Naraku put away the 3 Megatama Sharingans in his hand, and then took out other Sharingans to start refining. Ordinary refining is much easier than refining. After the first time, all Sharingans were successfully refined into magic weapons by Naraku very quickly. Then he began to distribute them. These 3 Megatama Sharingans can be given to Nono, Natsuisa, and Yu first, and the remaining 2 3 Megatama Sharingans and 9 2 Megatama Sharingans can be nurtured. Leaving behind 3 Megatama Sharingans, the other Sharingans were all taken into Naraku's body after being recognized as the master, and nurtured with true energy. Chapter 90, Changes with each passing day. Leaving 3 Megatama Sharingan to Nono and the other 2 was naturally to help them increase their strength. Nono needs to be said much. As Naraku's most trusted person, he would not miss out on any benefits. Xiaorixing and Yu were because of Liang Shanpo. Even during the conflict with Uegakure village, Naraku did not stop Liang Shanpo from looting. Since they were away on missions for a long time, Naraku was naturally willing to help the 2 increase their strength to the greatest extent. Although both 3 Megatama Sharingan and 2 Megatama Sharingan were only human-level low-grade magic weapons. But as a combat magic weapon, with the ability of 3 Megatama Sharingan, Xiaorixing and Yu's strength can definitely be raised to a new level. In this way, not to mention that the safety of Liang Shanpo can be enhanced, it can also produce higher efficiency for future looting. A few days later, when Liang Shanpo, who had gained a lot of money again, returned, Naraku found an opportunity to gather Xiaorixing, Yu, and Nono together, and gave them 3 Megatama Sharingan. Like the silk gloves that he gave to Nono, Naraku did not explain too much about the magic weapon, but simply introduced that he made the Sharingan into a special ninja tool similar to the 7 ninja swords. Such an introduction surprised Xiaorixing and Yu, who were in contact with magic weapons for the first time, and even Nono was quite surprised. After all, compared with silk gloves, Sharingan is a human organ, and it is undoubtedly extraordinary to make it into a ninja tool. However, this surprise soon disappeared as Naraku helped the 3 women recognize the magic weapon as the master, and the 3 women soon became addicted to the strength enhancement brought by 3 Megatama Sharingan. Is this the insight of the Sharingan? No wonder those Uchiha guys are so powerful. Such insight is really helpful in battle. Using chakra to drive, the 3 Megatama Sharingan appears at the center of the eyebrows. At this time, when Yu looked around with the 3 Megatama Sharingan showing the center of the eyebrows, she was amazed. The 3 Megatama Sharingan not only made her original vision wider, but also had such sharp insight that even the tiny insects flying in the distance could be seen clearly. How could you not be amazed with such insight? Not only insight, but also illusion. I feel that I can easily hypnotize others with the 3 Megatama Sharingan now. Nono carefully felt the changes brought by the 3 Megatama Sharingan. The Sharingan is also called the illusion eye. This is not only because the Sharingan can amplify the power of illusion, but also because it has its own illusion ability. Especially after reaching the level of 3 Megatama, the illusion ability is so strong that it can turn a person into an illusion expert in an instant. My lord, this Sharingan is really amazing. I want to test it in detail to see if your shadow clone can accompany me in battle. Xiaorixing, who also felt the changes brought by the 3 Megatama Sharingan, was very excited and looked at Naraku eagerly. Okay, you all test it in detail. Naraku accepted it happily. Not only Xiaorixing, Nono Yu, and Yu, he also arranged a shadow clone to be responsible for sparring. Soon, the 3 women fought with Naraku's shadow clone. The 3 women were at least Jonin, and they adapted to the new power very quickly. After a while, the 3 women skillfully used the power of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. As for the performance in the battle, there is naturally no suspense. The strength of the 3 women has been significantly improved with the help of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Especially the relatively weaker Natsuisa and Yu. The 2 who were originally at the level of Jounin, after gaining the 3 Megatama Sharingan, their strength jumped to the first stage of elite Jounin. As for Nono, because he already had the level of elite Jounin, the increase was smaller. But even so, the increase of 3 Megatama Sharingan still made Nono's strength take a big step forward in the first stage of elite Jounin. The significant improvement in strength made Nono and the other two very happy. Especially Nono. That night, as if to respond to Naraku, she was particularly enthusiastic. Even the restricted area that Naraku had never invaded before was successfully taken by Naraku, thus completing a 3-game winning streak. The 3 parties of Sand Village, Cloud Village, and Rock Village besieged the Land of Fire, which brought about the full outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. But it was such a rampage situation. The Bear Country, thanks to Naraku's repeated external deterrence, seems particularly peaceful. Apart from the negotiations with the Hidden Rock Village, almost nothing else happened. Of course, the development of the Star Ninja Village did not stop. Instead, it took advantage of the stability of the domestic situation to develop at a faster speed. The scale of the village is changing with each passing day, and it has quickly developed from the original village to the scale of a small town. The population has soared, and has already exceeded the 10,000 mark and expanded to more than 20,000. The same is true in the ninja school. Although the number of students has not been expanded, the progress of learning is already considerable. Different from Konoha. The ninja school system of the Star Ninja Village is 3 grades. This is not only to cultivate new forces faster, but also because of different resources invested. Apart from anything else, the help brought by Star alone has made the students of the Star Ninja Village far superior to other ninja villages in the practice of chakra. And then there is age. The golden period of human growth is from 12 to 18 years old. With the same qualifications and the same training time, the growth rate is naturally faster than that of 6 or 7 years old, not counting the potential. Up to now, many students with outstanding qualifications have been promoted to the 3rd grade in advance in the ninja school of the Star Ninja Village. With such progress, it is entirely foreseeable that the Star Ninja Village will soon usher in a large number of new generation forces. Even if these new generation forces are only at the level of genin, it is enough to represent that the military strength of the Star Ninja Village will be fully upgraded. The village is developing smoothly. Naraku is also not bad. In the exclusive training ground, Naraku teleported with shrinking the earth into an inch, and with his spiritual sense, he immediately took a rock several people high not far away as the target. Raised his hand and pointed. Swoosh! A flickering golden sword energy shot out from Naraku's fingertips, instantly reaching the target rock, and then pierced through without any hindrance. This is not over yet. The golden sword energy pierced through the rock and continued to shoot forward. Chi chi chi! The sound of penetration continued. The golden sword energy penetrated the rocks and then penetrated the trees in front of it, leaving a series of holes. It flew all the way to the end of the site, and then the golden sword energy slowly dissipated. The sword finger was swung towards the ground again. Chi! The golden sword energy appeared again, like a crescent moon, unstoppably cutting the ground, flying all the way to the distance, and also leaving a long crack extending to the end of the site. A simple test. Looking at the sharp edge of the golden sword energy, Naraku couldn't help but sigh. After more than 20,000 updates, this should be considered qualified. Chapter 91 Suinjin Sword Energy. Chapter 91 Suinjin Sword Energy. Magic power is magical power. Even if it is just a beginner, such power is already above most ninjutsu. With emotion in his heart, Naraku was undoubtedly quite satisfied with the performance of Suinjin Sword Energy. That's right. The golden sword energy that Naraku just shot out was the Suinjin Sword Energy among the 5 elements of magical power. The difficulty of practicing magical power is much higher than that of ninjutsu. But with Naraku's current 5th level cultivation of chi training, coupled with his improved understanding, it is obviously not difficult for him to just get started. After a period of time with the help of the true chi shadow clone, he successfully practiced the Suinjin Sword Energy and also turned the magical power he mastered from a single one into 2. By shrinking the earth into an inch to cooperate with Suinjin Sword Energy, I am afraid that now, except for those supernormal combat power, no one in the entire ninja world can be my opponent. The right hand was raised lightly, and a Suinjin Sword Energy condensed in the palm of the hand, turning into an illusory golden sword edge. Naraku then performed Thunder Method Lightning Blade from his left hand, condensing it into a Thunder Sword. When he collided the 2 swords, the Thunder Sword was immediately cut off by the Suinjin Sword Energy. Carefully looking at the Suinjin Sword Energy, the Suinjin Sword Energy did not dissipate at all when it cut off the Thunder Sword, as if it had just cut off not the lightning blade that could threaten even the tailed beasts, but scraps of copper and iron. Forget about practicing the remaining magical powers. Now that I have shrinking the earth into an inch and Suanjin sword energy, my offense and defense are already perfect. It is better to practice this magical power to a small success first. The extraordinariness of Suanjin sword energy made Naraku think of continuing to practice other magical powers again. However, this idea was quickly rejected by him. 5 elements art. If all the 5 elements magical powers are not practiced to a small success, it is impossible to achieve the unity of the 5 elements. Therefore, instead of pursuing quantity, it is better to improve the quality first. Up to now, shrinking the earth into an inch has not yet broken through the small success. But after practicing for a period of time, the distance to the small success has undoubtedly been shortened again. The best proof is that he can now shrink the earth within 600 steps. According to Naraku's estimation, 1,000 steps should be the upper limit of the entry level of shrinking the earth into an inch. Once the earth is shrunk to 1,000 steps, it means that there is only a thin line between the small success. Hey! Suddenly, just as Naraku was thinking about the practice of supernatural powers, he felt a strange feeling in his body. Naraku's heart moved, and the black gold sword energy dissipated. A Sharingan slowly emerged in the palm of his right hand. This Sharingan is a 3 Megatama Sharingan. If it was just that, it would be nothing. After all, after giving 3 Megatama Sharingan to Nono and the others, the remaining 2 3 Megatama Sharingan were as for the other 2 Magatama Sharingan, Naraku has been keeping them in his body and nurturing them with true chi. The real key is that the remaining 2 3 Magatama Sharingan are still in Naraku's danshin, being nurtured by true chi. The 3 Magatama Sharingan that appeared in Naraku's hand at this time should have been just 1 2 Magatama Sharingan. I didn't expect the result to come out so soon. According to this, the Sharingan that has become a magic weapon can indeed evolve through the nurturing of true chi. Looking at the 3 Magatama Sharingan that has just evolved in his hand, Naraku smiled. This is really a good thing that comes in pairs. The introduction of Suanjin Jiankai also brought good news to the Sharingan. The evolution from 2 Magatama Sharingan to 3 Magatama Sharingan undoubtedly confirmed Naraku's original speculation. As long as he continues to nurture it with true chi, the Sharingan can evolve, even to the level of Mangekyo. Speaking of which, I think I can try to develop skills based on the Sharingan. Influenced by the evolution of the Sharingan, an inspiration flashed through Naraku's mind. When he was refining the Sharingan, his consciousness also analyzed the internal structure of the Sharingan and the eye power in detail. If it is described in the form of refining, he has obtained the method of refining a magic weapon. Next, if the materials are gathered and the technology is passed, it is completely possible to imitate the Sharingan to refine a magic weapon with similar capabilities. It must be said that after breaking through the 5th level of Chi training, the improvement of understanding brought by the nameless technique is more significant. Just an inspiration, Naraku quickly derived a rough outline of the development of the eye skills based on the Sharingan. Well, it seems that I think too much. Now I have many training projects, and it is not appropriate to add more. The development of the eye skills should wait until I have time in the future. After a while, when Naraku came back to his senses, he couldn't help but smile helplessly, and then temporarily suppressed the matter of the development of the eye skills. In the following month, as the first 2 Megatama Sharingan was nurtured into 3 Megatama Sharingan, the remaining 8 2 Megatama Sharingan also succeeded in succession and evolved into 3 Megatama Sharingan. As for the original 2 3 Megatama Sharingan, the gap from 3 Megatama to Mangeki is obviously much greater than that from 2 Megatama to 3 Megatama, and there is no sign of evolution for the time being. Although Naraku is looking forward to this, he is not in a hurry and continues to nurture it as usual. Another 3 months passed in a flash. The final negotiation result is like this. The people of Uegakur have been worn out by us, and the war with Konoha is constantly escalating. The other party has agreed to most of our conditions. In the office, Nono, who is wearing a white slim shirt on the upper body and a knee-length black skirt on the lower body, is reporting the results of the negotiation to Naraku. Then let's do this. We have been dragging it out for so long. If it goes on any longer, I think the Uegakur village will reach its limit. Naraku leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms and nodded. Not to mention the delay in the negotiation, Naraku had never thought that the Uegakur village would agree to all the conditions he proposed during the negotiation. After all, in order to facilitate the bargaining later, the various conditions he proposed were extremely harsh. It is not an exaggeration to say that he wanted to empty the Uegakure village. It is a huge victory for this negotiation to be able to agree to most of the conditions now. After getting Naraku's approval, Nono immediately started to make the final agreement with the people of the Uegakure village after leaving the office. 3 days later, when Naraku personally came forward to complete the signing of the agreement with the representatives of the Uegakure village, the long-lasting negotiations finally came to an end. Of course, this is the end of the negotiations, and both parties need to fulfill the agreement in the future. According to the signed agreement. Next, the people of Uegakure village need to deliver the agreed funds and materials to the Star Ninja village, and Naraku will gradually return the yellow soil and Han to the other party. It's finally over. Now with the support of Uegakure village, the village will not lack funds and materials for the future development. Busy until night, when Nono came to the bedroom, she sat next to Naraku with a sense of relief. As she sat down, her plump buttocks immediately sank into the soft sofa, and Nono could not help but lean on Naraku's shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, I will reward you later." Naraku naturally hugged the other party, smiled and kissed the other party's cherry lips. Well. Before Naraku left, his neck was hugged by Nono. After a while, Nono finally let go, and then looked at Naraku with eyes rolling. "Don't wait, I want you to reward me now." "No problem." Naraku readily accepted Nono's request, leaned over and picked him up like a princess, and walked towards the bed. "For a long time. In the future. Are you interested in Xiaorixing?" After panting for a while, the sweaty Nono finally came back to her senses. She looked at Naraku, who was still energetic under her, and compared herself who was about to fall apart, and suddenly spoke. Naraku looked at the other party in surprise. "Why do you ask this suddenly?" "I think Xiaorixing is pretty, and I am interested in her. I want to find her to help me share the burden," Nono said faintly. Naraku didn't react at first, but soon, when his handle was held by Nono, he suddenly realized what the other party was saying. "What does sharing mean?" "It's up to you, as long as you don't feel wronged. Naraku is a mortal who cultivates immortality. He not only has the desires that mortals have, but also has stronger desires. Similarly, he is also an honest man, so he gave the choice to Nono. I'm more afraid of being killed by you than being wronged." Nono hit Naraku's chest with his forehead. If there is a choice, she naturally doesn't want to share. But unfortunately, she has no choice. As she found that the man in front of her was becoming more and more brave in all aspects, she could only seek help. 1 month later, the follow-up of the negotiations with the Hidden Rock Village was successfully completed. The Hidden Rock Village successfully brought back Huang Tu and Han, and the Star Ninja Village, with the help of the two, obtained a large amount of funds and materials. In order to celebrate this good gain, the ninja school expanded the number of students by hundreds again that day, making the number of students successfully exceed 3,000. It is indeed the right choice to build a power. Otherwise, how could I get spiritual medicine so easily? On the 9th floor of Xingying building, Naraku slowly finished refining the last spiritual medicine. Feeling the improvement of his cultivation again, Naraku couldn't help but sigh. With the appearance of Spirit Exploration Compass, almost every once in a while, the people who went to search would bring back spiritual medicine for Naraku more or less. Although the demand for spiritual energy increased again after the cultivation broke through the 5th level of Qi training. But with the continuous supply of spiritual medicine, Naraku's cultivation is still steadily improving. This is because the spiritual energy in the ninja world is thin, and it is difficult to breed spiritual medicine that is more than 100 years old. Otherwise, Naraku would have made another breakthrough by now. Let's talk about now. Although Naraku's current cultivation has not yet broken through the 6th level of Qi training, after this period of hard work, it has begun to approach perfection again. Such a speed of improvement is already very significant. Of course, what makes Naraku happiest is the progress of shrinking the earth into an inch. After practicing for a while, shrinking the earth into an inch has successfully reached the upper limit of entry. As Naraku had speculated, the upper limit of shrinking the earth into an inch is exactly 1,000 steps. Such progress is not only due to Naraku's hard work day and night, but also due to the improvement of his understanding after breaking through the 5th level of Qi training. It can be said that the improvement of his understanding has greatly improved his progress in cultivation, whether in magical powers such as shrinking the earth into an inch and mysterious gold sword Qi, or in other aspects such as refining weapons and sealing techniques. The main focus of the next step will continue to be on the breakthrough of shrinking the earth into an inch. Naraku thought to himself. As the first magical power he practiced, coupled with the help of shrinking the earth into an inch in various aspects, Naraku attaches great importance to it. The practice of shrinking the earth into an inch comes from the absorption of earth power. The same is true for breakthroughs, and sufficient earth power is needed as a fuel to break through the level. In the following days, in addition to absorbing the power of earth from the earth as before, Naraku also asked Xiaorixing and Yu who were outside to look for minerals and other materials containing the power of earth. Chapter 92, The Siege of 10,000 Ninjas. It's been quite lively recently. While Naraku was practicing hard, he also did not ignore the movements of the outside world. That day, when Nono reported the collected intelligence from the outside world as usual, Naraku could not help but sigh in his heart. The current situation in the ninja world can really be described as a change of wind and cloud. One is war. After the three ninja villages, Kumagakuer, Sand Village, and Uegakuer, all sent troops to the Land of Fire. After the development of these days, it has gradually evolved into a melee. To be precise, in addition to the invasion of the Land of Fire, these three ninja villages have also started wars with each other. The most active one among them is the Kumagakuer. Since the beginning of the war, they first attacked the Kingdom of Wind, then the Kingdom of Fire, and now they have divided their troops into two groups, attacking the Kingdom of Fire on one side and the Kingdom of Earth on the other, as if they were obsessed with the war. Of course, the reason why the Hidden Cloud Village actively participated in the war was because it had the confidence. Just like the war with the Hidden Rock Village. On this battlefield, the combination of the Hidden Cloud Village emerged and defeated many Hidden Rock ninjas with the Absolute Bull Thunder Plow and Hot Knife. Even because of this, the son of the third generation Reikage, took advantage of this war to lay the key foundation for himself as a candidate for Reikage. As for other ninja villages, although they were not as active as the Hidden Cloud Village, they also did not miss any opportunity to plunder. Like the Hidden Sand Village, I don't know if it was because the Hidden Rock Village had previously attempted to take over the Bear Country to attack itself. While attacking the Land of Fire, the Sand Village also sent out troops. While the Rock Village was being held back by Konoha and Kumagakuer, it quickly took over the Land of Birds, which was adjacent to the two countries. Then, it sent troops to attack the Land of Earth through the Land of Birds, forcing the Rock Village to split into three groups and fight Konoha, Kumagakuer, and Sand Village at the same time. When Naraku thought of what the Rock Village was experiencing now, he was in a good mood. Although he had benefited a lot from the previous negotiations, he had gained it by his own ability, and it was a normal transaction. On the contrary, Naraku had not forgotten that the Rock Village had sent troops to attack him. I wonder if there will be a chance to get another bite from the Rock Village. Naraku pondered. It was like the Rock Village, the Sand Village, and the Kumagakuer Village had beaten Konoha when it was down. If there was a chance, he would naturally not mind beating the Rock Village when it was down. As for the agreement signed by both parties, although there is a clause of non-aggression, the agreement is meant to be torn up from the beginning. Rather than passively waiting for the Uegakuer village to tear it up, Naraku would rather tear it up by himself. The following days, while Naraku continued to practice steadily, he asked Nono to send people to closely monitor the movements of the Uegakuer village and look for the right opportunity. Not to mention, Naraku didn't have to wait too long, and this opportunity appeared. According to the latest news, the Hidden Rock Village suddenly increased its troops to more than 10,000 ninjas to ambush the Hidden Cloud Village's combination on the battlefield with the Hidden Cloud Village. This incident not only caused many casualties in the Hidden Cloud Village, but also caused the third Reikage, who was originally fighting with Konoha, to choose to withdraw and support the battlefield fighting with the Hidden Rock Village. Up to now, the combination and the remaining Hidden Cloud ninjas have evacuated the battlefield, but the third Reikage who went to support was held back by the Hidden Rock Village army. The two sides have been fighting fiercely for a whole day and night. In addition, this fierce battle seems to have caused a series of lock reaction. For example, Konoha immediately sent reinforcements to the battlefield with the Hidden Cloud Village for counterattack, which forced the Hidden Cloud Village, which lacked the third Reikage, to also send reinforcements. There is also the Hidden Sand Village. Just like when the Hidden Cloud Village crossed the sea to attack the Kingdom of Wind, the Hidden Sand Village not only slowed down its attack on the Kingdom of Earth, but also sent troops across the sea to attack the Kingdom of Lightning. To sum up, Konoha and the Hidden Sand Village should want to delay the Hidden Cloud Village's forces and use the Hidden Rock Village to surround and kill the third Reikage. In the office, Nono sighed at the end of the report. The fierce counterattack of the Hidden Rock Village was unexpected. But the cooperation between Konoha and the Hidden Sand Village was also very surprising. Naraku said bluntly, the Hidden Cloud Village was hit back by the war. It's a backlash. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. The Hidden Cloud Village has been very active since the beginning of the war. It would be fine if there was no opportunity, but now there is an opportunity to suppress it, which naturally leads to the tacit cooperation of all parties. Of course, this may also be caused by Onoki's promotion. This is a real veteran. His experience in war is absolutely rich and almost overflowing. Take advantage of the situation, form alliances. Naraku fully believes that the other party is capable of doing these methods. However, no, the village is temporarily handed over to you. Naraku slowly stood up. Nono was slightly startled. You want to go out? Well, now is the opportunity I have been waiting for. Naraku smiled happily. If all parties tacitly unite to suppress the Hidden Cloud Village, then he can also take this opportunity to find an ally. Hurry up, don't give the opponent a chance to breathe, continue to attack with ninjutsu. No, the opponent is too fast, I can't stop him. Don't panic, follow-up troops will support immediately, use joint earth escape to stop the opponent. In the border area of the Land of Earth, countless rock ninjas formed teams, constantly performing ninjutsu in bursts of shouting and roaring, launching waves of attacks and defenses. Earth escape earth flow wall. Times N. Earth escape earth flow river. Times N. Earth escape rock pillar prison. Times N. Earth escape earth rise spear. Times N. Rock walls rose up one after another, forming multiple defenses. The earth turned into mudslides, making it difficult for people to stand. Rock pillars turned into cages, blocking activities. Sharp spikes madly protruded from the ground, attacking everything in the range. Thunder. There was only one person fighting with the rock ninjas. This was a figure wrapped in lightning. Facing endless earth escape ninjutsu, this person rushed forward at super high speed. Not only did he ignore attacks such as ground spikes, but he also smashed the blocked rock pillars and rock walls with great force, closing the distance again and again, and tearing the surrounding rock ninjas to pieces with his bare hands. The roar caused by the ninjutsu attack was mixed with the screams of the rock ninjas before their death from time to time. The rock ninjas were not mentioned. Through the lightning wrapped around his body, we can see that the figure who fought against countless rock ninjas with his own strength was a tall old man with dark skin, long light yellow hair and a long beard. He was the third generation Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. Looking at the various shadows in the ninja world, except for the supermodel Hashirama Senju, the third generation Raikage is undoubtedly the top figure in the conventional combat power of the ninja world. Even though he had been besieged by the rock ninjas for a whole day and night, the third generation Raikage still had no tendency to fall, but instead had a feeling of getting braver with each battle. When Naraku arrived near the battlefield with shrinking the earth into an inch, what he saw was the spectacular scene of the third Raikage fighting against tens of thousands of rock ninjas alone. Really brave, but if the situation continues like this, if the Hidden Cloud Village does not have follow-up support, it will eventually die. After arriving near the battlefield, Naraku did not show up immediately, but hid in the dark, watching the fierce battle between the third Raikage and the rock ninjas. Looking at the brave performance of the third Raikage, he was quite impressed. Although he himself had the experience of fighting against 3,000 rock ninjas alone. But it was precisely because of this that he understood the difficulty more. Once the number of ninjas increases, the combat power formed will increase linearly. For example, at this moment, the rock ninjas are divided into teams, and the ninjutsu they form is overwhelming, easily reaching S level. If it were someone else, for example, Yakang, who had fought with Naraku. Even if Yakang had the strength of the second stage of Elite Jonin, he could not hold out for long under such a large-scale attack. But at this moment, the third Raikage withstood the fierce attack of the rock ninjas. This is not only because the third Raikage is stronger than Yakang and has the strength of the third stage of Elite Jonin, but also because the fighting style of the third Raikage is quite similar to that of Naraku. Naraku can easily defeat the 3,000 rock ninjas because he has high attack, high defense, and high speed. The same is true for the third Raikage. The lightning chakra mode has been mastered by the third Raikage to perfection, coupled with a physique that has been polished to the extreme. This makes the third Raikage also a 3-high player. The high attack allows him to easily break through the earth escape defense of the rock ninjas. The high defense allows him to withstand the attacks of the rock ninjas. The high speed gave him super mobility, and he could handle both offense and defense with ease. Just like the Fourth Ninja World War in the original plot. The battle between the Third Raikage and the Rock Ninjas at this moment. The Third Raikage relied on his super attack and defense speed to make it difficult for the Rock Ninjas to cause fatal damage to him, and even broke through the Rock Ninjas' defense from time to time, causing tragic casualties to the Rock Ninjas. The Rock Ninjas relied on the human wave tactics, counterattacking the Third Raikage with joint ninjutsu, and using uninterrupted attacks to forcibly drag the Third Raikage, making it difficult for him to break through the encirclement, and he could only continue to fight. Naraku watched the battle with interest, with no sign of taking action at all. Adding icing on the cake is definitely not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. The grace of saving a life is only precious when it is life-threatening. Although he came here this time to take advantage of the Third Raikage's opportunity to unite with the Hidden Cloud Village, the timing of the move is particular. According to the current situation, the Third Raikage is far from the end of his rope. Even if he is saved, the favor he has shown will be discounted. Instead of that, Naraku is naturally prepared to show his favor. While patiently waiting, the fierce battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights without him noticing. It is obvious that under the tacit suppression of many parties, the Hidden Cloud Village simply cannot spare any extra troops to support the Third Raikage. After 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting, the casualties of the Hidden Rock Village were quite tragic, with nearly 1,000 people dead alone. And this was the result of the Hidden Rock Village sending out its top combat force in time to contain the Third Raikage, otherwise the casualties of the Hidden Rock Village would have been even greater. It seems that the Hidden Rock Village did not expect the Third Raikage to be so tenacious. Originally, they wanted to use the human wave tactics to drag down the Third Raikage. But as the battle continued, casualties continued to increase, forcing the top combat force of the Hidden Rock Village to go down and participate in the battle. Let's talk about the Third Raikage. He is not Naraku after all. After a long battle, the Third Raikage, even though he is strong, is already panting. Even the defense known as the strongest shield has been reduced, and there are many wounds on his body. The cause of this situation is the chakra. Under high-intensity combat, the burden on chakra is naturally very heavy. Even if the Third Raikage's chakra is comparable to that of the tailed beasts, he does not have the recovery ability of the tailed beasts. Up to now, the Third Raikage's chakra has reached its limit, and once he loses the blessing of chakra, he is obviously not enough to stop the Rock Ninja army with pure physique alone. This is actually the ending of the Third Raikage in the original plot. Facing the siege of tens of thousands of Rock Ninjas, he finally died of exhaustion. Chapter 93, Favor and Alliance. It's almost time. Naraku, who was always paying attention to the battle situation, saw that the Third Raikage was already at the end of his strength, so he stretched his body and strode forward calmly. Lightning style, lightning body. Naraku did not enter the battlefield with shrinking the earth into an inch, but chose to charge head-on. If you want to form an alliance with a force like the Hidden Cloud Village, it is not enough to rely on the favor of saving your life, but also requires a display of force. The moment lightning wrapped around his body, Naraku's speed instantly increased to an unimaginable level, even better than the Third Raikage at his peak. Thunderbolt. It was like a lightning flash. Naraku, who was separated by a distance, instantly appeared on the periphery of the battlefield. Bang bang bang. A crazy collision occurred. The Rock Ninjas on the periphery of the battlefield did not even have a chance to react, and they were torn into pieces one by one. With his terrifying speed and defense, Naraku didn't even need to make any attacks. Just relying on the impact of his body was enough to generate terrible destructive power, smashing the Rock Ninjas into pieces wherever he passed. Charge! Naraku, who turned into lightning, rushed into the battlefield like a broken bamboo, leaving pieces of meat all over the ground, until he arrived at the location of the Third Raikage. Who is it? Is it the reinforcements from the Hidden Cloud Village? No, this person is Silver Flash, Naraku. The sudden change made the Rock Ninjas react and hurriedly look for the murderer, until they saw Naraku, who stopped after arriving at the location of the Third Raikage. When Naraku showed his figure, both the Rock Ninjas and the Third Raikage were quite surprised. Especially the Rock Ninjas. At first they thought Naraku was the reinforcements from the Hidden Cloud Village, but soon, someone among them recognized Naraku, and screamed shrilly with a terrified expression. Obviously, the screaming Rock Ninja should be the remaining member of the 3,000 Rock Ninjas. In that battle, Naraku undoubtedly brought an indelible psychological shadow to the remaining Rock Ninjas. Even the so-called Silver Flash was first shouted by these people. It was as if they wanted to use the name to prove that the failure of the battle was not because they were weak, but because the enemy was too strong. In the ninja world, anyone with a name is not a weakling. Who is this guy? When the rock ninjas were shocked by Naraku, the third Raikage also looked at Naraku in surprise. But before he could think about the reason why Naraku appeared here, the attack that came immediately made him come back to his senses. Dust release, original realm peeling technique. The round transparent light column shot from the air at the third Raikage like an energy cannon, forcing the third Raikage to move and dodge decisively after seeing through it. Boom! The circular column hit the ground, and in an instant, a circular hole appeared on the ground. And this is not the end. After the circular light column made a hole in the ground, it did not dissipate. Instead, it cut the ground like a sharp sword and instantly slashed towards the nearby Naraku. Swish! The circular light column passed through the earth, easily tearing the earth into a huge crack like a natural moat. Looking at the source of the circular column, it can be seen that it came from a figure floating in the air. With a rosacea and a short stature, this figure is the third-generation Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village, Onoki. In order to ensure that the third-generation Raikage was surrounded and killed, the person who led tens of thousands of rock ninjas this time was Onoki himself. The circular light column attacking the third-generation Raikage and Naraku was the dust release performed by Onoki. Dust release is a higher level of bloodline elimination than bloodline limit. It is formed by the fusion of 3 kinds of chakra nature changes. It is so powerful that even Susanoo has to avoid its edge. Earth release, Earth Spear. Dust release tore the earth apart, showing its terrible power, but Onoki did not feel proud at all, but was only vigilant. It was because when he attacked, he was very keen to see that not only the third Raikage avoided dust release, but Naraku, who was attacked by him later, also disappeared on the spot when dust release was about to touch him. Normal, Onoki was not unfamiliar with Naraku. Similarly, according to the information provided by the people who fled back after the defeat, he knew that Naraku was very likely to master the time-space ninjutsu that could move instantly. Almost instinctively, Onoki was on guard around him at the first time. Facts have proved that Onoki's vigilance saved him. When he was alert to the surroundings, his heart jumped immediately, and he hurriedly flew forward, and even strengthened his body defense with earth release chakra. Puff! The hand knife wrapped with lightning, the fingertips slashed across Onoki's back, the terrible edge, even if Onoki strengthened his defense with earth escape chakra, but still tore a bloody wound. So alert! The owner of the hand knife is Naraku. Looking at Onoki, who dodged his heartfelt words in time, he was quite surprised. It seems that heartfelt words are not invincible. Forget it. Anyway, his goal this time was not to kill Onoki. Heartfelt words is just his habitual counterattack after being attacked. Since he failed to get rid of Onoki in one go, Naraku did not continue to fight with the opponent, but immediately used shrinking the earth into an inch again. Swish! While his body was moving, Naraku appeared next to the third Raikage, who had dodged the dust release and was a distance away. Bang! The sharp hand knife was firmly blocked by the back of Naraku's right hand. Your reaction is too extreme, third Raikage. I'm here to save you. The hand knife came from the third Raikage. Carelessly blocking the opponent's attack, Naraku looked at the third Raikage with a smile on his face. Save me! The third Raikage's eyes condensed, and when he looked at Naraku, his eyes were surprised and suspicious. What was surprising was that his hand knife was blocked so easily by the opponent, and what was suspicious was that he didn't understand why the opponent said he was here to save him. Wait a minute. Feeling the attack from behind, Naraku didn't rush to explain, but grabbed the opponent's arm with his backhand, and immediately launched shrinking the earth into an inch. Boom! The light-like dust escape shot in, smashing a big hole in the ground where Naraku and the third Raikage were originally. Damn, where are the people? After dispersing the dust escape, Onoki, floating in the air, glared in all directions, trying to find the traces of Naraku and the third Raikage. But unfortunately, no matter how he looked, he didn't find them. When Onoki was looking for him, Naraku had already used the shrinking the earth into an inch to quickly leave the battlefield with the third Raikage. He didn't stop until they came to a forest far away from the battlefield. Can you tell me now? Why did you come to save me, Naraku, the leader of the Star Ninja Village? When he stopped, the third Raikage broke free from his arm. He observed the surroundings inconspicuously. When he found that there was no one else, he stared at Naraku and said in a deep voice. It can be said that he is worthy of being the shadow of a village. Although the third Raikage looks rough, his heart is also delicate. Even though he was shocked by the way Naraku took him away, he quickly adjusted his mentality and got straight to the point. At the same time, from the third Raikage name for Naraku on the call, he obviously recognized Naraku's identity. But this is not surprising, after all, Naraku is now a top figure in the ninja world. Because I want to form an alliance with the village of the Hidden Clan to deal with the Hidden Clan together. Naraku said his purpose very frankly. Alliance? To deal with the Hidden Clan. The third generation Raikage was surprised. But after thinking carefully, he immediately understood. Not to mention that the other party would definitely offend the Hidden Clan by saving him this time. As far as he knew, the other party had a big conflict with the Hidden Clan before. Okay, then let's form an alliance. Not to mention the Hidden Clan's behavior of besieging me this time, just for your kindness in rescuing me from danger this time, I am willing to form an alliance with you and deal with the Hidden Clan together. The third generation Raikage thought quickly, and it didn't take long before he made a decision. Just as he said. Although the kindness of Naraku saving him did not make him completely trust Naraku, it was enough to give both parties a good foundation. Secondly, the siege of the Hidden Rock Village also made him angry, and he naturally wanted revenge. That's so cool. Naraku smiled and stretched out his right hand, then let's have a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The third Raikage also stretched out his hand calmly. Soon, with the handshake of the two, it represented that the Star Ninja Village and the Hidden Cloud Village officially formed an alliance from this moment on. Naraku and the third Raikage were both leaders with absolute say in their respective forces. Under the alliance of the two, the only thing the two forces needed to do was to improve the details. Therefore, when Naraku sent the third Raikage, whose chakra was almost exhausted, back to the Hidden Cloud Village, he also returned to the Star Ninja Village without stopping. Let's talk about the Hidden Cloud Village first. The people of the Hidden Cloud Village were naturally surprised by the safe return of the third Raikage, and they were also very smart to announce the news immediately. Knowing that the Hidden Rock Village had failed to siege the third Raikage, the several forces that had tacitly suppressed the Hidden Cloud Village immediately changed. Konoha and Sand Village were very alert. They slowed down their offensive at the first time and began to shrink their forces to prevent the counterattack of Cloud Village. Let alone Uegakuer. Not only did they not withdraw their forces from the border, but they also increased their forces again. Compared with Konoha and Sand Village, Uegakuer was obviously more prepared for the counterattack of Cloud Village. Everyone knew that after the third Raikage escaped from danger, there would definitely be a follow-up reaction, so no one wanted to be the target of Cloud Village's venting. It has to be said that sometimes a tough attitude is more deterrent. This is the case with Cloud Village. The image of being always arrogant and strong to the outside world makes other ninja villages dare not provoke easily. On the other hand, Konoha. Obviously sitting in the most favorable environment, it has become the target of bullying by anyone because of its cowardly performance to the outside world. That is, Konoha's foundation is too solid, otherwise it would have been finished long ago if it had changed to another ninja village, even the other four major ninja villages. Let Xiaorixing lead the team to discuss the details of the alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village. After returning to the Star Ninja Village, Naraku immediately communicated with Nono. Not only did he save the third Raikage and form an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village, but also the selection of the next representative of the Star Ninja Village to go to the Hidden Cloud Village to discuss the details of the covenant. Xiaorixing? Do you want to take this opportunity to hone her? Nono was thoughtful and quickly guessed Naraku's idea. Naraku nodded, yes, with Xiaorixing's current strength, she is enough to stand on her own. I also want to use her to let the Hidden Cloud Village understand that the Star Ninja Village not only has me, but also many excellent talents. He knew that although the alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village was established, there would definitely be competition in the details of the negotiation. Even though his act of saving the third Raikage would win the favor of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Star Ninja Village was only a small ninja village after all. When forming an alliance, the Hidden Cloud Village would inevitably take the lead. Chapter 94 Son of the Raikage vs Xiaorixing. It is definitely not okay to fight for it in person. One is that it is disgraceful, and the other is that it will make the Star Ninja Village look even weaker. On the contrary, if he sends Xiaorixing to negotiate the covenant like he is doing now, he can gain more benefits through Xiaorixing's performance. According to the message of the Death Scorpion, Xiaorixing, who was originally on a plundering mission as usual, immediately led the Liang Shanpo back to the village with you. This time you lead the team to the Hidden Cloud Village to negotiate the covenant. Remember not to show weakness, after all, you not only represent the village, but also the leader, understand? Before leaving, Nono stepped forward and patted Xia Rixing on the shoulder, and said earnestly. Don't worry, sir, I will never weaken the leader's reputation. Xia Rixing was dignified in his heart and immediately expressed it seriously. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Nono showed a gentle smile, and then seemed to think of something, and suddenly leaned close to the other person's ear. As long as you can, I will arrange what I told you last time when you come back. Hearing the words coming from his ear, Xia Rixing was stunned for a moment, and then when he understood, his heart trembled, and the original tension immediately faded, and was replaced by other emotions. Then I'll trouble you. The pretty face flushed slightly, but Xia Rixing did not refuse, but expressed her attitude softly. Yet, withdrawing his body forward, seeing Xia Rixing's reaction, Nono nodded with a smile. A secret communication was reached, and both parties did not waste any more time. In Nono's gaze, Xia Rixing and Yu, as well as the envoys of more than 10 star ninjas, quickly went away. From the Bear Country to the Thunder Country, there are many countries in between. Especially now that it is a time of war, you may be involved in the war if you are not careful. But fortunately, Xia Rixing and Yu had been leading Liang Shanpo to carry out activities outside before, so they are very good at this. It took a week, and the Star Ninja Village envoys led by Xia Rixing arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village smoothly. It seems that he has the same idea as Naraku. The third generation Raikage also did not go down in person, but handed the negotiation of the covenant to his son. Regarding this alliance, our side will make the following supplements. He has not yet become the fourth generation Raikage, so the son of the third generation naturally cannot inherit the name of AI. However, the son of the third generation at this time has already had the power when he appeared in the original plot. At the beginning of the talks, he wanted to seize the dominant position of the covenant quite strongly. Sorry, the supplementary terms you listed are very different from our needs. We need to meet the following conditions in the content of the covenant. After experiencing the repeated plundering and fighting in Liang Shanpo, Xia Rixing naturally developed his own power. In addition to Nono's explanation before leaving and the confidence given by Naraku, Xia Rixing was not afraid of the strength of the third generation's son. When the third generation's son finished speaking, Xia Rixing immediately pointed out the unreasonable requirements and then put forward the conditions listed by his side. It seemed that he did not expect the people of the Star Ninja Village to be so tough. The third generation's son was surprised and immediately started arguing. The two sides went back and forth, each with their own requirements and attitudes. After arguing for several days without any results, they finally developed from verbal arguments to arguments on force. Yes, it was an argument on force. This was proposed by the third generation's son, and it was completely in line with the style of the Hidden Cloud Village. Even if they are from the same village, once the argument cannot reach a conclusion, it will turn into persuasion by force. So when the negotiation of the covenant has not been concluded for a long time, the power of the third generation decisively gave up the verbal argument and tried to persuade the Star Ninja Village with the argument of force. Xia Rixing readily agreed to this. She also found that words alone could not convince the other party, so she was not opposed to the argument of force. Soon, the personnel of both sides moved from the conference room to a training ground in the Hidden Cloud Village. Different from Konoha and the Star Ninja Village, the Hidden Cloud Village is generally full of mountains and strange rocks. The training ground is not dominated by trees, but land with strange rocks. Oh yeah, this woman from the Star Ninja Village is really bold, big brother, don't underestimate the enemy and be defeated by the other party. Both sides retreated a sufficient distance and handed the field to the son of the third generation and Xia Rixing. Among the personnel of the Hidden Cloud Village, one of them was seen jumping and shouting at the son of the third generation with a strange tone of rap. This man also has the dark skin and sturdy physique common in the Hidden Cloud Village, and he also wears a pair of sunglasses. Shut up, big brother, I won't be defeated. The son of the third generation turned back and glared at his brother unhappily. The rapper's name is Kirabi, who is the B in the AB combination, and is also the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Can we start? Compared to the restlessness of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Star Ninja Village is calm. Not only you and others who retreated to the back, but also Xia Rixing in the field calmly watched the son of the third generation from beginning to end. Ahem, it's okay, you can make the first move. After all, the opponent is from the benefactor who saved his father. Although there were endless arguments during the alliance negotiation, the son of the third generation still had a good impression of the Star Ninja Village. After adjusting his emotions, the power of the third generation immediately signaled Xia Rixing to make the first move. Giving up the first move, one is gratitude, the other is confidence. In the eyes of the third generation, Naraku, who saved his father, is an indisputable strong man, but what about the other people in the Star Ninja Village? He can only say that the Star Ninja Village is just a small ninja village after all, and it is rare to be able to cultivate a senior ninja. The third generation son is even thinking that he should let go appropriately next time, and not let the other party lose too badly. Magic Jagang Jutsu. Xiaorixing did not refuse the third generation's power to give up first, but immediately launched an offensive quite decisively. The 3 Megatama Sharingan appeared between his eyebrows. In an instant, several large iron nails suddenly appeared around the third generation son and directly inserted into his body, making him stiff. Illusion. The third generation son reacted quickly. When the iron nails in his body were inserted into his body, he immediately realized that this was not a real attack, but from an illusion. Boom! A huge amount of chakra burst out from the son of the third generation, and immediately, the chaotic chakra flow made the nails on his body dissipate. The scene in front of him changed. The power of the third generation immediately saw that Xiaorixing, who was originally at a distance from him, had actually come close to him. The moment the son of the third generation broke free from the illusion, Xiaorixing also noticed it. Peacock Magic Eagle Claw. The materialized purple chakra flowed out along his right arm, and then turned into a ferocious chakra claw, tearing fiercely at the son of the third generation. Lightning Chakra Mode. The huge chakra that broke free from the illusion turned into a violent as lightning wrapped around his body. The third Raikage reacted quickly and crossed his arms to block. Bang! The chakra claws hit the third Raikage's arms, and a violent wave of air radiated out immediately. The third Raikage's feet slid back a distance like plowing the ground, and his arms crossed in front of him showed shallow claw marks, from which traces of blood flowed. Seeing that his eagle claws only caused slight damage, Xiaorixing was immediately shocked. The opponent was indeed worthy of being the third Raikage's son. Such a defensive power alone was already extraordinary. While Xiaorixing was shocked, he did not stop the movement of his hands. His other hand also condensed a chakra claw, intending to attack again. Swish! Suddenly, before Xiaorixing could make another move, the third Raikage, who had stabilized his body, shook his body and disappeared in an instant. So fast! The 3 Megatama of the 3 Megatama Sharingan between the eyebrows rotated quickly, and the sight moved to one side. Xiaorixing's face changed slightly, and he quickly jumped into the air. Thunder level. Almost at the moment when Xiaorixing jumped up, a figure appeared below, and the hand knife wrapped in lightning fiercely slashed across the position where Xiaorixing was originally located. Peacock Magic Powerful Suit. A lifelike peacock-shaped armor appeared on the body of Xiaorixing who jumped up, and at the same time, gorgeous wings extended from behind, allowing Xiaorixing to fly directly. Flying Ninjutsu? And the opponent's chakra can be materialized to this extent, is it some kind of secret technique? The third generation of power, whose counterattack failed, looked up at Xiaorixing in the air, frowned, and was very surprised. Peacock Seal. Xiaorixing, who was flying in the air, did not pull away, but after rising to a certain height, suddenly dived down. Boom! The flying kick with the momentum of diving landed on the ground, and the fierce impact force immediately caused the ground to collapse and form a huge deep pit. Yulei Shenfu Lei Axe. Xiaorixing's flying kick did not hit the son of the third generation, but was avoided by the son of the third generation in advance. At the same time, without waiting for Xiaorixing to respond, the dodging power of the third generation immediately appeared above Xiaorixing at super high speed, raised his right leg high, and chopped down fiercely like a battle axe. Boom! The violent impact raged and radiated, and the deep pit was further cracked, becoming larger and deeper. The gorgeous chakra wings resisted the right foot that chopped on it like a shield. But under the fierce attack of the power of the third generation, the chakra wings were also severely damaged and almost completely collapsed. Ha! The son of the third generation shouted loudly, and his feet increased the strength again, trying to completely destroy the chakra wings. Danger! Under the chakra wings, Xiaorixing's pupils contracted, and he decisively revealed his trump card. Boom! The son of the third generation, who increased his strength, was not able to completely defeat the chakra wings, but was instead blown away by the sudden burst of high-intensity chakra. After flying dozens of meters away, the power of the third generation quickly stabilized his body, stepped on the ground with both feet, and looked at Xiaorixing in the distance in shock. The surging chakra rose into the sky like a wolf smoke, and after blowing the sun of the third generation away, it quickly gathered again. Soon, a huge peacock nearly 20 meters long flew up from the ground, looking down at the sun of the third generation below. What a joke! Can a person really achieve such a strong chakra concentration? Isn't it said that the leader of the Star Ninja Village is the only powerful one? How come this Xiaorixing is so powerful? What an amazing chakra! The Star Ninja Village actually hides such a powerful character. Seeing the huge peacock soaring in the sky, not only the son of the third generation, but also the other Kumagakuer ninjas opened their mouths wide and were stunned. On a high tower outside the training ground, the third generation Raikage sitting on the top of the tower was also surprised. Chapter 95 Victory and Defeat and Interception. After all, it was his home court. Although he did not personally participate in the battle, the third generation Raikage still paid attention to the situation of the alliance negotiation. Especially when it developed into a debate on force, he came to watch it specially. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, the strength shown by Xiaorixing had made the third generation Raikage look at him differently. Although the opponent's strength was not as good as his son, it was undoubtedly at the level of elite Jonin. With the size of the Star Ninja Village, not counting Naraku, it is already rare and outstanding to be able to cultivate such a level of masters. As for now, looking at the huge peacock formed by high-intensity chakra in the distance, even the third Raikage couldn't help but reveal a solemn look in his eyes. With such chakra and such strength, even if he personally went on the field, it would take a lot of effort to solve it. Flying Wing Slash. Using chakra to drive the star in the body, and also using star to greatly strengthen his chakra. When Xiaorixing looked down at the third generation sun below, he did not hesitate and immediately swooped down again. The peacock's body turned sideways, and the huge chakra wings immediately slashed at the third generation sun like a blade. Danger! This time, it was the third generation sun who felt the strong danger. When facing the incoming chakra wings, he quickly turned into lightning to avoid it. At this time, the third generation sun is not as powerful as in the original plot. His speed is so fast that even the Manjiki Sharingan can hardly catch him. Xiaorixing frowned. The 3 Megatama Sharingan of the heart can vaguely capture the figure of the third generation sun. When the flying wing slash was dodged, she immediately controlled the chakra peacock to soar and flip, shaking off countless feather bullets. Boom boom boom. The dense feather bullets swept towards the moving third generation sun like a storm. Damn it! Seeing the attack from the sky, the third generation sun tried his best to dodge while activating chakra to the maximum extent, raising his defense to the limit. Amid the endless roars, the ground was bombarded by feather bullets and was in a mess, with potholes everywhere. Its terrible power made the cloud-hidden ninjas who had retreated far away subconsciously retreat again. Really? The eye that appeared between the opponent's eyebrows seems to be a Sharingan. Does that mean that the huge chakra collection that the opponent displayed is the Susanoo you mentioned? Not necessarily. After all, the Susanoo I know is in human form, and this one is in the form of a peacock. But since the opponent has a Sharingan, it must be related to Susanoo. Okay, but this Star Ninja Village is really amazing. This woman is obviously not from the Uchiha clan, but she can get the Sharingan and use it so naturally. This is indeed very strange. It stands to reason that even if an outsider has transplanted the Sharingan, he cannot withstand this power. This Star Ninja Village, no, it should be said that the human named Naraku must be very extraordinary. Jiahogui, you are just like saying nothing. Everyone knows that Naraku is not simple, otherwise how could he rescue the old man when he was surrounded by the army of the Hidden Rock Village? Stop talking nonsense, I just want to remind you that if you meet that Naraku in the future, remember to be careful. When the other hidden cloud ninjas retreated, only one person did not retreat, and this person was Killer B. This is not only because of his outstanding strength, but also because when Xiaorixing used the star to perform a huge chakra peacock, the 8-tailed beast in his body communicated with him in his heart. Oh no, Big Brother is not going to lose. After finishing the communication with the Jiahogui, Killer B looked at the situation on the battlefield, and suddenly forgot to rap and exclaimed. Although the third generation sun is a youthful version of the third generation Raikage, his strength has already reached the second stage of the elite Jounin. However, compared with Xiaorixing who was helped by Star, there is still a certain gap. Star is a human-level mid-grade magic weapon. It is even the top among human-level mid-grade magic weapons. As a combat magic weapon, Star is much more powerful than 3 Megatama Sharingan which is only a human-level low-grade magic weapon. This grade gap is at least the gap between 3 Megatama Sharingan and Manjaki Sharingan. Xiaorixing, who was originally only the first stage of the elite Jounin, with the help of Star's Chakra enhancement, is enough to exert the strength of the second stage of the elite Jounin, or even close to the third stage. What's more, Xiaorixing also occupies the advantage of the sky. Although the continuous launch of feather bomb attacks cannot cause too much damage to the third-generation sun in a short period of time, the continuous offensive still successfully played a suppressing effect. Swish! Just as Killer Bee exclaimed, a blue lightning flashed from a distance. That's enough. This competition is over. The blue lightning appeared near the attack area of the feather bullet, and when it stopped, the figure of the third Raikage immediately appeared. He looked at his son who was struggling to resist the attack, glared at him angrily, and then shouted to Xiaorixing in the air. The feather bullet stopped. Xiaorixing noticed the arrival of the third Raikage at the first time. When she heard what the other party said, she immediately stopped the attack, then retracted her chakra and fell back to the ground from the sky. As the battle stopped, the 3 Megatama Sharingan between Xiaorixing's eyebrows also disappeared. This scene was completely seen by the third Raikage. He took a deep look at Xiaorixing. Since the Star Ninja village was controlled by that man, it seemed to have become mysterious. Dad! When the battle stopped, the third-generation son hurried to his father's side and lowered his head in shame. What a shame! This time, he really lost face for their hidden cloud village, and even more so for his father. You've seen it, the ninja world is much bigger than you think. Don't be self-righteous just because you have made a name for yourself. There are many people in the ninja world who are better than you. The third-generation Raikage glanced at his son and snorted. Yes, I will work harder in the future. The third-generation son quickly promised. Seeing that his son had a good attitude, the third-generation Raikage was satisfied. Then he nodded slightly to Xiaorixing who was walking over, and then left without stopping. Since the negotiation of the alliance was handed over to his son, the third-generation Raikage would not try to seize power again. Otherwise, his son's face would really be lost. Facts have proved that force is the best way to communicate. Especially in the Cloud Village that advocates military power. When Xiaorixing won the victory on behalf of the Star Ninja Village, the subsequent talks began to be harmonious. Even though the Star Ninja Village could not seize the dominant position due to the obvious gap in size between the two sides, it also allowed the two sides to reach an equal level. Star Ninja Village, Naraku. This village has really risen. Not to mention becoming the 6th largest ninja village, there is no doubt that it will develop into the scale of the Rain Village in the future. In the Raikage building, through the window, looking at the direction of the Bear Country in the distance, the third Raikage sighed. The negotiation of the alliance has been successfully completed. The alliance between the Star Ninja Village and the Hidden Cloud Village this time, Xiaorixing not only won the due interests for the Star Ninja Village, but also made the third Raikage feel the trend of the rise of the Star Ninja Village. It's like the Rain Village at the beginning. With the appearance of Hanzo, the Rain Village rose rapidly and became the Ninja Village second only to the 5 major ninja villages. I didn't expect the Star Ninja Village to form an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village. I must report this matter back to the village as soon as possible. The murderer who assassinated the Hokage? No, the Star Ninja Village must not be allowed to form an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village, otherwise it will add more obstacles to revenge for the Hokage in the future. The Star Ninja Village will actually form an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village. The two are far apart. Even if they form an alliance, what is the significance? Forget it. Anyway, let's pass this news back to the village as soon as possible. From the day when the Star Ninja Village envoys arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village, some people in the Hidden Cloud Village became active secretly. These people were spies planted in the Hidden Cloud Village by other ninja villages. When these spies reported the alliance between the Star Ninja Village and the Hidden Cloud Village to their respective ninja villages in various ways, some of these ninja villages were surprised, some didn't care, but some prepared to ambush at the first time. The target of the ambush was naturally Xiaorixing and others who left the Hidden Cloud Village and returned to the Star Ninja Village. But unfortunately, these ninja villages who wanted to ambush doomed to be disappointed. Because the experienced you had expected such a situation. During the covenant negotiation, you had always acted as an invisible person. But just as Nono would arrange for you to join the envoy group. In terms of various experiences, you can deal with them well. Therefore, on the way back, not long after leaving the Hidden Cloud Village, you asked Xiaorixing to use the power of Star to transform into a huge peacock again, carrying everyone directly from the sky. A week later, Xiaorixing and others returned to the Star Ninja village smoothly. Damn Naraku! In the border camp, Onoki cursed unwillingly when he learned that the people he sent to ambush did not find the people from the Star Ninja village. It is completely understandable that he would react like this. In the previous operation to besiege the Third Reikage, the casualties of the Hidden Rock village were tragic. There were nearly 1,000 dead and countless injured. With such casualties, if the Third Reikage was really killed in the end, it would naturally be worth it, but in the end, the Third Reikage was rescued by Naraku, which made the casualties of the Hidden Rock village worthless. In this regard, let alone Onoki, even other people in the Hidden Rock village hated Naraku. If possible, Onoki really wanted to send troops to the Bear Country again to find Naraku to settle accounts. But unfortunately, because of the escape of the Third Reikage, the Hidden Rock village became passive. Just as Onoki was sitting in the border camp at this time, he had been guarding against the counterattack of the Hidden Cloud village and did not dare to easily withdraw the main force. Similarly, in order to guard against Konoha and Tsunagaku taking advantage, he did not dare to withdraw the troops on both sides easily. With the threat from three parties, the Hidden Rock village's troops have reached their limit, so how could there be any extra strength to deal with Naraku? Not to mention that Naraku is not a soft persimmon. If ordinary troops are sent to deal with Naraku, it will be a complete waste of lives. Thinking of the current situation, Onoki's curses gradually decreased, and he began to have a headache. Chapter 96 Shrinking the Earth into an Inch. Chapter 96 Shrinking the Earth into an Inch. Small achievement. Crack. Stone powder scattered on the ground. In the training ground of the Star Ninja village, Naraku sat cross-legged on the ground. Stone powder was spread all around him. All these stone powders came from various ores. To be precise, these ores were all materials that contained rich earth power. After absorbing the last batch of earth materials, Naraku seemed to be integrated with the earth under him, constantly refining the earth power in his body. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, waves appeared on Naraku's body. The ripples were not transmitted in all directions, but went straight down to the ground below. Boom! The ripples became larger and larger, and in the end, they almost radiated the entire training ground, until the ground shook slightly. Swish! At the moment when the ground shook, Naraku suddenly opened his eyes, and without any movement, he disappeared on the spot. Outside the Star Ninja village, there was a hillside 5 kilometers away from the training ground, and Naraku flashed there. Finally, I broke through, shrinking the earth within 5 kilometers. I didn't expect that the distance would increase so much just after breaking through to the minor success. Standing on the hillside, Naraku slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, turned around and looked at the Star Ninja village, and a smile appeared on his face. After many days, plus the many earth-based materials that he bought or plundered, he finally succeeded in breaking through from the entry level to the minor success of shrinking the earth into an inch. Although the entry level to the minor success is only a level of a realm, the gap between the two is very large. In the entry stage, the upper limit is only to shrink the distance within 1,000 steps. Now that it has broken through to the minor success stage, even if it has just broken through, the distance has suddenly increased from 1,000 steps to 5 kilometers. The difference between the two is more than 5 times. The time of the breakthrough is just right. Now that shrinking the earth into an inch has been broken through, the next action will be more convenient. The smile on his face gradually became playful. After testing the shrinking the earth into an inch at the minor success stage, Naraku quickly returned to the Xingyiing building and summoned Nono, Scorpion, Natsuisa, Yu, Lang, and others to start making arrangements. Dunaki did not dare to act rashly, but Naraku was obviously not. It is a very common diplomatic strategy to make friends with distant people and attack nearby people. Naraku chose to form an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village in order to use the power of the Hidden Cloud Village to counterattack the Hidden Rock Village. Now that the alliance has been signed, the counterattack will naturally not be delayed for long. Just a few days after Naraku broke through the shrinking the earth into an inch to the minor success, the counterattack officially kicked off. Kill! Kill them! You trash Uegakuer, die! When the Third Reikage was besieged, Onoki, who was stationed there, was not disappointed and successfully waited for the counterattack of the Cloud Village. Led by the Third Reikage himself, and with the help of the Ob combination, the Cloud Village suddenly mobilized 5,000 ninjas and attacked the land of the earth, and once again broke out in a fierce war with the Uegakuer. The king humiliated the minister and died. Not to mention the already brave style of the Cloud Village, the Third Reikage was almost besieged by the Uegakuer, which made the counterattack of the Cloud Village particularly fierce. On the battlefield, only the first wave of offensive, the Cloud Village ninjas started a fierce fight with the Uegakuer ninjas. Among them, the third Raikage took the lead and went directly to Onoki with a fierce momentum, as if he wanted to get back the place for the previous siege. When the war between the Cloud Village and the Rock Village started again, someone was also taking action somewhere on the border between the Bear Country and the Earth Country. After the previous conflict, the Rock Village naturally strengthened its defenses on the border with the Bear Country. But this layer of defense can obviously only prevent ordinary invasions. Swish! In the flash, the Rock Ninja guarding the border had no idea that someone had quietly crossed their defense line and entered the Earth Country. A moment later, in a town located in the border area of the Earth Country, 3 figures suddenly flashed and appeared on the roof of the tallest building in the town. Is this the first one? The moment he stopped, Scorpion, who was hiding in the Hiragako, scanned the town. Well, next you will be responsible for clearing out the Rock Ninja and soldiers here, and Xia Rixing, you will be responsible for blocking it, so that no one can steal our spoils. With his hands folded on his chest, Naraku looked down at the town and calmly arranged for Scorpion and Xia Rixing on the other side. Yes. Xia Rixing nodded solemnly. Scorpion responded directly with action. Throwing out a scroll, as the scroll opened, dense figures flew out of it and covered the air in front. These dense figures were hundreds of puppets. When hundreds of puppets appeared from the scroll, chakra lines were also extended from the Feiliuhu and connected to each puppet. Red Secret Technique 100 Machines Operation. The chakra lines connected the puppets, and in an instant, Scorpion in the Feiliuhu body was excited and immediately controlled, causing the puppets to rush to the street below in a crisscross manner. Ah! The puppets suddenly descended, and the pedestrians on the street were immediately startled, especially when they saw the strange appearance of the puppets that were obviously not real people. The timid ones screamed. Chaos! From the moment Scorpion took action, the whole town fell into chaos in a short while. Civilians fled in all directions, while soldiers and rock ninjas stationed in the town rushed to investigate the situation. What awaited them was the ruthless killing of puppets. Run away! It's puppets, these guys are all puppets. What a joke! Could it be that the puppet troops of Sand Village have invaded the country? The soldiers were fine, but the rock ninjas were particularly frightened when they encountered puppet killings. It's not that the rock ninjas are more timid than the soldiers, but they think that many puppets come from Sand Village. To be more precise, the rock ninjas mistakenly thought that Sand Village had invaded their country. Naraku looked down at the chaos in the town, without any fluctuations in his eyes. The core of the alliance signed between the Star Ninja Village and the Cloud Village is that both parties will cooperate with each other to attack the land of Earth. To be more specific, the Third Raikage will invade from the front to contain the main force of the Rock Village, and the Star Ninja Village will be invaded by Naraku to plunder the resources of the land of Earth. There are no rules that do not involve civilians during war. On the contrary, the essence of war is plunder. For this reason, no matter which country it is, in addition to ordinary soldiers stationed in each town, ninjas from the affiliated ninja village will be arranged to guard it. What Naraku has to do now is to take advantage of the fact that the main force of the Hidden Rock Village is being restrained by the Third Raikage and others, and to break through the towns in the land of the Earth as quickly as possible and plunder the wealth in the towns. The soldiers and rock ninjas guarding the town in front of him are naturally no match for Scorpion. The soldiers and rock ninjas were constantly killed, and the residents of the town fell into greater panic. Some of them even hurriedly packed up their belongings and wanted to escape. But these people had no chance to leave. When Scorpion started killing, Xia Rixing also performed the peacock secret method and flew into the air. As long as he found someone trying to escape with money, Xia Rixing would immediately go to pursue. As for Naraku, he naturally had no time to spare. When Scorpion had almost killed all the enemies, a huge amount of chakra immediately emerged from his body, and hundreds of shadow clones were created at once. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the shadow clones appeared, they quickly left in all directions, and their targets were all the rich people in the town. With the help of the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. By reading memories, the shadow clones can easily plunder a person's property. As for the guards hired by the rich, these are naturally not worth mentioning. Soon, the shadow clones returned one by one with full loads, and handed over the sealed scrolls filled with property to Naraku. Until the last shadow clone returned, a half-meter-high sealed scroll had been piled up in front of Naraku. Seeing that the looting was over, Naraku did not waste time, leaned over and slapped the sealed scroll with one palm. Swish! Complex patterns of the technique covered all the scrolls, and the next second, all the scrolls disappeared. Flying Thunder God, Guide Lightning. Of course, the sealed scrolls did not really disappear, but were directly teleported to the Star Ninja Village by Naraku using the Flying Thunder God technique. That's right. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. After assassinating Sarutobi Hiruzen, he went to the Anvia base to take the sealed book away with him. Later, in addition to the sealing technique, the research on the sealed book also included the inheritance of techniques such as the Flying Thunder God technique. This time-space ninjutsu was very amazing in the original plot and was very practical, so Naraku studied it a little. Well, it was really just a little research. But his research was different from that of others. Others who studied the Flying Thunder God technique may never understand it in their lifetime. He studied it for a while and then naturally learned this space-time ninjutsu. No way, who made him so quick to comprehend? Learn it once, master it in a short time, this is his current state. Except for the obstruction of practicing supernatural powers, he really has not encountered any obstacles in these aspects of ninjutsu. Let's talk about this time. After sending the looted property to the Star Ninja Village, Naraku recalled Scorpion and Summer Star, and then took the two to activate shrinking the earth into an inch again, heading to the next looting target. In fact, Naraku originally planned to do this looting alone. After all, with his current chakra, he can use shadow clones to do many things for himself. But later, Scorpion and Summer Star took the initiative to follow. The former's reason was to test the new puppet. The latter's reason was that he had experience in looting and could help with chores. Naraku did not refuse Scorpion and Summer Star's initiative, so the looting action changed from him alone to the current 3 people. With the mobility of shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku quickly arrived at the next town, and then repeated the previous looting. Scorpion used Red Secret Technique, 100 Machines exercise to deal with the rock ninjas and soldiers in the town. Xia Rixing was responsible for the blockade. Naraku sent out shadow clones to loot. The 3 of them performed their duties, and basically the looting of a town often only took 1 or 2 hours to complete. Of course, no matter how fast the looting was, as time went by, it was impossible to really loot all the towns in the Land of Earth silently. Only on the second day, the Rock Village learned about the looting of Naraku and the other 2. Chapter 97 Looting and Transfer. According to the description of local residents, although the one who killed the village ninjas looked like a puppet of the Sand Village, the one who looted the property can be confirmed to be the leader of the Star Ninja Village. In the Tsuchikage building, a rock ninja reported to Huang-tu. Huang-tu, although not as good as the son of the third Reikage, has been confirmed as a candidate for Reikage with his outstanding record, but as the son of the third Tsuchikage, Huang-tu also temporarily took over the management of the village in the absence of Onoki. Hearing the report from the rock ninja, Huang-tu's eyes were stern and his face changed. He has not forgotten the days of being a captive until now. Although Naraku did not abuse him, before being redeemed, Naraku also made full use of him, forcing Huang-tu to assist the wolf and become a laborer together to help build the Star Ninja Village with Earth Escape. Take a deep breath, Huang-tu calmed down his emotions, and he ordered the rock ninja in a deep voice, send someone to contact the third generation immediately to convey this matter, and immediately contact the daimyo, and use the ninja eagle to notify the people in the town near the incident, so that they can immediately organize the local rich and nobles to move. Soon, according to the intelligence obtained, Huang-tu made a deployment. From the deployment, it is not difficult to see that Huang-tu was not in a hurry to mobilize troops to encircle and suppress Naraku. Although he hated Naraku, he also recognized Naraku's strength. Not to mention that the main force of the Hidden Rock Village was being held back by the Hidden Cloud Village on the battlefield. Even if there was no such thing, Huang-tu, who had experience fighting with Naraku, knew very well that if he wanted to deal with Naraku, he could not rely on numbers to win. Compared to the third Reikage who was surrounded and killed by them, Naraku was definitely more difficult to deal with. The Hidden Rock Village acted quickly. For example, the Hidden Rock ninjas guarding the towns in various places immediately organized the local wealthy and nobles to relocate after receiving the notice. Of course, it is easy to relocate people, but it is not easy to relocate money and materials. Rich people and nobles are not easy to talk to. How can they easily abandon their property before the butcher knife comes? As for taking it away by force, we have to mention the ninja system. Just as the main source of funds for the ninja village comes from missions. Rich people and nobles are an important group that gives missions to the ninja village. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the people of Uegakure village dare not easily offend their financial sponsors. Therefore, the transfer progress of the rich and nobles can be said to be quite slow, and even many rich and nobles simply ignore the people of Uegakure village. Let's talk about Onoki. When Onoki received the news, although he was shocked and angry at Nariku's audacity, he quickly calmed down and made arrangements immediately. It is naturally impossible to let Nariku plunder, so people must be sent to stop him. Not to mention killing Nariku, at least he must play a role in restraining him. It's so poor here? It doesn't look like it. Scorpion, who operated the puppets to deal with the rock ninjas and soldiers in the town, was surprised when he saw the number of scrolls brought back by the shadow clones who went out. It can be seen that the scrolls containing property in the plunder of the shadow clones this time are obviously only about half of the previous ones. Finding that the looted money and materials have been sharply reduced, Nariku frowned slightly, and immediately dismissed the shadow clones to understand the situation from the feedback memory. The Hidden Rock village has learned about our looting, and some of the rich and nobles here have been moved in advance by the other party with their people and property. The shadow clone inherited Nariku's thinking, and naturally noticed the abnormality during the looting, including reading memories to find out the situation. The rock ninjas moved with the rich and nobles, and the movement was naturally not small. In addition, the rich and nobles are not ninjas, and it is easy to reveal the intentions of the Hidden Rock village. Move in advance? Then will we continue to plunder next? Scorpion asked Nariku. Nariku was not distressed, but said calmly, of course we have to continue. The Hidden Rock village chose to move to reduce losses, which is a normal response. But not to mention that there are still many rich people and nobles who are unwilling to leave because of their fluke mentality. Even if they all move, how far can the people of the Hidden Rock village move in such a short time? With the current shrinking the earth into an inch plus his perception ability, even if it is a large-scale search, it would not take much effort to find a group of rich people and nobles with families and a lot of property. But in order to prevent the Hidden Rock village from jumping off the wall, Scorpion, you should return to the village first. At the end, Nariku ordered Scorpion. Okay, if the Hidden Rock village really sends people to attack the Star Ninja village, I will assist Nono to repel the other party. Scorpion immediately understood what Nariku meant and replied in a deep voice. Regarding this action, Nariku and Nono and others have already made strict arrangements and responses. For example, Nariku asked Scorpion to return to the Star Ninja village at this time. The purpose is to prevent the Hidden Rock village from using the Star village to contain him when it cannot stop him from plundering. Although it is basically impossible for the Hidden Rock village to send a large army to deal with the Star village in its current situation, Nariku also has enough guards deployed in the Star village, but it will undoubtedly be safer to add a top-level combat force like Scorpion. Soon, Scorpion was teleported to the Star village by Nariku along with the looted property with the Flying Thunder God technique. Xiaorixing, the next looting will depend on the two of us. After Scorpion left, Nariku turned to look at Xiaorixing on the side. Don't worry, sir, I can fill in Mr. Scorpion's vacancy and guarantee that it will not delay the action. Xiaorixing looked at Nariku with a burning gaze, and promised with his head held high and his chest puffed out in a crisp voice. Nariku's eyes moved down, attracted by the plump canteen that was more prominent under the other party's chest-puffing action. Without shifting his gaze, Nariku looked at the other party's full canteen with interest. That's not necessary. I will let the shadow clone be responsible for dealing with the enemy. You will still be responsible for the blockade as before. Facing Nariku's undisguised gaze, Xiaorixing felt empty in her heart and subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but she immediately reacted. Now is not the past. She has long been an adult's person. What is there to be embarrassed about now? On the contrary, she should be happy that the adult appreciates her figure so much. On the day of returning from the Hidden Cloud village, under Nono's arrangement, Xiaorixing had successfully completed her dedication to Nariku. The breakthrough in the relationship seemed to make Xiaorixing gradually fade away from the immaturity of a girl and began to mature. Facing Nariku's scrutiny, Xiaorixing not only did not shrink back, but pretended to be inadvertent and slightly sideways to show her figure better to Nariku. In this case, will you be too tired, sir? While speaking, Xiaorixing secretly paid attention to Nariku's reaction. Snap! Walking forward, Nariku did not suppress his desire at all, and came directly behind Xiaorixing, and put his hands around from the back to the front, and measured the fullness of the other party's canteen. Although this measurement has been practiced for a long time, it is still limited in number, so the novelty is still sufficient. Sudden contact, Xiaorixing's body trembled, and his legs almost fell to the ground. But fortunately, with Naraku's hands supporting him, Xiaorixing just leaned back in Naraku's arms. "Don't worry, I will reward you well after this operation is over." Naraku moved his right hand up and pinched he lowered his chin, causing her to turn her head and look at him. He lowered his head and kissed Xiaorixing's moist lips, then Naraku let go of her with a smile. Having lost his support, Xiaorixing quickly stabilized his body, and when he looked at Naraku, his eyes were full of brilliance. "My lord, you must keep your word." "Of course." Naraku casually patted her on her perky buttocks, then activated shrinking the earth into an inch, and took her away instantly. Chapter 98 Tujinkraki. It turned out that the strategy of transferring the hidden rock village was useless. Naraku didn't spend much effort, and easily found the team escorted by the rock ninjas halfway. Next, Naraku didn't need to take action, and Xiaorixing alone easily dealt with the rock ninjas escorting him. Afterwards, Naraku still collected the property with his shadow clone and transported it away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Although one person was missing, Naraku was undoubtedly the core of this robbery. With the convenience of the shadow clone, Naraku took over Scorpion's work without difficulty and continued the robbery. The roving robbery, towns fell one after another. It only lasted less than a week, and Naraku had already gained a huge amount of property. Even if this property needs to be shared with the Cloud Village in the future, it is enough for the Star Ninja Village to develop well for a long time without other income. Naraku's gains are the loss of the Land of Earth. With many wealthy people and nobles being robbed, even the daimyo of the Land of Earth began to sit still and sent people to severely warn the Rock Village that the murderer must be arrested as soon as possible. Under the pressure of the daimyo, the Rock Village certainly did not dare to neglect it. In the territory of the Bear Country, two figures shuttled through the dense forest at a rapid speed. Onoki is really going backwards as he gets older. He clearly wants to kill the other party, but now he asks us to deal with the other ninja village, but he asks us to control the strength. I think the village will fall in Onoki's hands sooner or later. On the way forward, one of them looked unhappy and couldn't help complaining. This person was wearing purple clothes and breastplate, and his hair was tied into a small ponytail. He was a middle-aged man with a big beard and a short stature. If Naraku saw this person at this time, he would immediately recognize that this short middle-aged man was the four-tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rock Village, Lao Ziai. As for the person who was traveling with Lao Ziai at this moment, he was even more of an old acquaintance. It was the five-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, whose right arm was cut off by Naraku and was later redeemed by the Hidden Rock Village. Hearing Lao Zi's complaints, Han glanced at him. "Lao Ziai, you underestimated your opponent this time. Naraku is much more terrifying than you think." Compared to Lao Zi's unhappiness, Han's attitude was much better. This is not only because the two have different personalities, but also because he has personally experienced the horror of Naraku. On the battlefield, the Hidden Rock Village needs to face not only the Hidden Cloud Village, but also needs enough troops to guard against Konoha and the Hidden Sand Village. In these two battlefields, the people in charge of the Hidden Rock Village are the two great Jinchuriki, Lao Ziai and Han. Among them, Lao Ziai is responsible for the battlefield with Konoha in the Land of Grass. Han is responsible for the battlefield with the Hidden Sand Village in the Land of Birds. But just as Lao Ziai and Han left the battlefield and were on their way to the Star Ninja Village. Facing Naraku's crazy plunder, Onoki had to use the Star Ninja Village to force Naraku to withdraw from the Land of Earth when it was difficult to intercept Naraku. If it was just that, it would be nothing, and it would not make Lao Ziai unhappy. The key is that when Onoki sent the order to Lao Ziai and Han to go to the Star Ninja Village, he also specifically told the two to control the intensity when attacking the Star Ninja Village. In other words, it is only allowed to kill some people in the Star Ninja Village, and the Star Ninja Village cannot be really destroyed. Lao Zi's dissatisfaction comes from this. In his opinion, the enemy has already plundered their own rear, but they still want to show mercy, which is simply a shameful behavior. If it is known by outsiders, it is just like their Iwagakuer village is afraid of Naraku. Unlike Lao Zi's dissatisfaction, Han understands it very well. Because he knows very well how terrible Naraku is. This horror is not only from Naraku's strength, but also from Naraku's creepy assassination ability. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the shadow of a village, he was assassinated silently in the village by Naraku. With Naraku's terrifying assassination ability, if the Star Ninja Village is really destroyed, it is no less than releasing a terrible demon. Han just imagined it, and he couldn't help but feel terrified. Before Naraku was eliminated first, the Star Ninja Village was not a threat to the Hidden Rock Village, but a protective layer for them. Otherwise, not to mention the people of the Hidden Rock Village, even the entire land of Earth, I am afraid no one can sleep peacefully. For Han's words, Lao Ziyi also glanced at him. His eyes fell on the shoulder of the other party who lost his right arm. Okay, I won't say anything. Lao Zi's eyes were retracted as soon as they were touched, and he naturally moved his eyes back to the front. He was actually not unaware of the danger of Naraku. Although he had never really fought with Naraku, the living example of Han was enough for him to understand how powerful Naraku was. The power between the 4 tails and the 5 tails is almost the same. Neither is a perfect Jinkraki. Lao Ziyi and Han's strength is naturally evenly matched. When facing Naraku, Han not only had his right arm cut off, but also became a prisoner. If it were old Murasaki, the situation would obviously not change much. Therefore, just the example of Han is enough to make old Murasaki feel wary of Naraku. His complaints are actually more directed at Onoki. As in the original plot, old Murasaki eventually fell out with Onoki and left the Hidden Rock Village to become a wandering monk. At this time, old Murasaki is already dissatisfied with Onoki. He believes that Onoki is old and corrupt, and should not continue to stay in the position of Tsuchikage. The village needs a more dynamic new leader. Seeing that old Murasaki seems to be just complaining and does not really despise Naraku, Han can't help but feel relieved. Soon, the two of them stopped talking and rushed at full speed towards the Star Ninja Village. Gata! When the tentacles moved, they made a subtle sound with the branches. Unnoticed by old Murasaki and Han, on the road they passed, or on the ground or on the branches, from time to time there were purple scorpions silently watching the two. Han and Lao Ziyi were moving very fast. They entered the bear country from the bird country. It didn't take them too long to get very close to the Star Ninja Village. Swish! From moving to still. Just when Han and Lao Ziyi were less than a few kilometers away from the Star Ninja Village, they suddenly stopped. 2 people from the Hidden Rock Village, if possible, can you please leave the bear country? Not far away from Han and Lao Ziyi, 2 figures seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When Han and Lao Ziyi stopped, Nono spoke to the 2 with a gentle smile on her face. Beside her was Scorpion. Through the hidden amber, Scorpion looked coldly at Han and Lao Ziyi opposite. As expected, when the Hidden Rock Village could not do anything to the leader, it set its sights on the Star Ninja Village. To Churiki, it seems that the next battle will be a tough one. Looking at Han and Lao Ziyi, Scorpion thought secretly. Han, needless to say, was already familiar. According to Lao Ziyi, although each village will strictly monitor the Jinkraki, it is obviously unrealistic to completely block the information. Unless it is a new Jinkraki, the identity of the Jinkraki of Lao Ziyi and Han, who have already made a name for themselves, has long been known to the outside world. Although the Uegakuer village only sent 2 people to the action against the Star Ninja Village, the danger of Han and Lao Ziyi as Jinkraki is obviously enough to threaten the survival of the Star Ninja Village. Chapter 99 The Battle of Division. Nonsense. Nono's attitude was very gentle, but the meaning revealed in his words was very obvious. It was naturally impossible for Lao Ziyi and Han to leave. Lao Ziyi, for example, rushed forward with a sneer. Han remained silent, but immediately followed Lao Ziyi when he took action. Swish! The scroll was thrown out, and the 3rd Kazekage flew out immediately from it. The moment Lao Ziyi and Han stepped forward, Scorpion decisively controlled the 3rd generation wind shadow to intercept. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless poison needles shot out from the left abdominal cavity of the 3rd generation wind shadow with strong force and speed. Moving. Faced with the dense poison needles, Lao Ziyi and Han moved to the left and right in tacit understanding, moving to both sides to dodge. The enemy's dispersion did not make Scorpion hesitate. He immediately controlled the 3rd generation wind shadow to attack Lao Ziyi, who was dodging to the right. The reason was simple, because the other Han was missing an arm. Scorpion's self-awareness has always been bad. In his opinion, Lao Ziyi must be stronger than Han, who lost his right arm. So he took the initiative to take on the stronger enemy. When the 3rd generation wind shadow turned his body, the 2 sharp claws on the front body immediately shot out and swiftly tore Lao Ziyi. Lava style, burning river rock technique. While moving, Lao Ziyi saw the claws coming, turned around suddenly, formed seals with his hands, and spit out huge magma bombs from his mouth. Boom boom boom. Magma splashed. The target of the magma bomb was not only the claws, but also the third Kazekage and Scorpion who controlled the third Kazekage. First, the two claws. When the magma bomb came, the two claws were immediately swallowed by the magma bomb. Then came the third Kazekage and Scorpion. Scorpion quickly controlled the third Kazekage to block in front of him, and at the same time, a large amount of sand iron was ejected from his mouth. Magnetic style, sand iron attack. Once the sand iron appeared, it was immediately compressed at a high density and condensed into a huge metal wall. The magma bombs hit the metal wall one after another, causing the metal wall to vibrate. At the same time, the high temperature contained in the magma bombs also burned the metal wall red. But even so, the magma bomb still failed to break through the defense of the metal wall. Look at the two claws that were intercepted by the magma bomb first. After a short swallow, the two red claws quickly drilled out of the magma bomb and continued to attack Lao Ziyi. It actually blocked my molten escape. Facing the claws that attacked again, Lao Ziyi was shocked and dodged again. He looked at the third generation of Kazekage who dissipated the metal wall with his peripheral vision, and his heart was even more suspicious. It can't be wrong, this is magnetic escape sand iron. Could it be that this puppet is really the missing third generation Kazekage? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Lao Zi's mind. There is no way, whether it is magnetic escape sand iron or the appearance of the puppet, these seem to tell Lao Ziyi that the puppet in front of him, which has a strange appearance but looks very similar to the third generation Kazekage, is very likely the real third generation Kazekage. Human puppets are a secret in the Sand Village. But just as the Sand Village puppet masters can develop human puppets, it is incredible to transform people into puppets, but it is not unimaginable. Water style, water break wave. Before Lao Zi could think about it carefully, a slender water column with amazing penetrating power was already attacking him. Not good. When Lao Zi saw the water column, it was too late to dodge. His pupils shrank and he immediately burst out chakra. Boom! At the moment when the water column hit Lao Zi, scarlet violent chakra burst out from Lao Zi's body. The water column was like a piercing spear, pushing Lao Zi to the distance, smashing all the trees and rocks along the way. After flying nearly 100 meters away, Lao Zi suddenly turned his body and escaped from the impact of the water column. Landing on all fours. The scarlet chakra was like flesh and blood wrapped around his whole body, and there were three tails swaying behind him. Lao Zi surprisingly entered the tailed beast state second only to the perfect body in danger. Green smoke floated from the abdomen. The tailed beast state made the wounded part of Lao Zi's abdomen heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Melting chakra mode. With only the white of his eyes left, he stared at the direction he came from. The tailed beast chakra on Lao Zi's body changed again, turning into scorching lava. Boom! The earth collapsed as it burned. The extremely fast speed turned Lao Zi's figure into a phantom. In just a moment, Lao Zi had returned to his original position, and his speed did not slow down, heading straight towards Scorpion. Tailed beast, let me see whether the tailed beast is stronger or my puppet is better. Lao Zi's tailed beast transformation did not intimidate Scorpion, but instead stimulated Scorpion's fighting spirit. The chakra line swung out an after-image, and the third generation wind shadow flew quickly and immediately blocked Lao Zi's body. The left side body slashed with swords and knives, attacking Lao Zi's neck with a strangling force. Bang! He threw a punch with his backhand. The fist wrapped in lava blocked the intersection of the sword and the knife. After neutralizing the attack of the third Kazekage with one punch, Lao Zi immediately blasted a hot lava bomb at the third Kazekage with his other hand. He turned his body. Under the control of Scorpion, the third Kazekage's speed was not inferior to Lao Zi at all. While turning, the lava bomb was immediately blocked by the shield on the right side of the third Kazekage. The boiling lava splashed around, melting pits in the nearby ground. The shield was slightly red, but it firmly blocked Lao Zi's fist that followed, making it difficult for it to break through. Swish! After a brief stalemate, Lao Zi and the third Kazekage turned into after-images, sometimes fighting each other, sometimes crossing each other, and starting a fierce battle. Bang! The violent shock wave was surging wildly, collapsing the ground and also rolling up large pieces of dust around. When Scorpion and Lao Zi were fighting, Nono and Han did the same. The fists collided fiercely. On one side was Han, whose body was emitting steam. On the other side was Nono wearing the silk gloves. Impossible! The moment the two fists collided, Han's face suddenly changed. He, who had always been known for his strength, actually felt an amazing force from the other side that was superior to his own. Blood splattered on his fist. The arm was bent. It was just a short confrontation, and Han was actually blown away by the unmatched force. After flying dozens of meters away, Han stabilized his body in a somewhat embarrassing way, and then plowed the ground with his feet, dragging to form two gullies. Swish! The figure rushed over. Nono immediately attacked again after knocking Han away with a punch. The right hand wearing the silk gloves clenched into a fist, carrying an amazing force, and blasted out again. Facing Nono's swift attack, he had no time to dodge and could only quickly raise his remaining left arm to block. Boom! In the fierce impact, Han's left arm in front of him was pressed to his chest by the strange force. His breathing stagnated and blood spurted out of his mouth. Han was once again blasted away by Nono. Damn it! While flying backwards, Han's eyes were fixed on Nono. He didn't understand why the Star Ninja Village still had such a strong fighting force. You must know that in his original impression, the strength of the Star Ninja Village was only strong in Naraku. As for the other people in the Star Ninja Village, he never took it to heart. But now, the situation is obviously beyond his expectations. The Star Ninja Village not only has a terrible person like Naraku, but also other strong people. Chapter 100 The Tailed Beast Ball Across the Sky. Boom! Furious and shocked, Han dared not hesitate any longer, and immediately released the power of the tailed beast while flying backwards. The scarlet-tailed beast chakra erupted wantonly. Han, who quickly entered the tailed beast transformation, fell to the ground below like a wild beast. Amidst the deafening roar, the earth shattered and collapsed, forming a huge pit. Swoosh! The four tails swayed behind him. Without any pause, in the flying dust, Han immediately turned into a scarlet phantom and shot out of the pit, rushing towards Nono. The three Megatama Sharingan between the eyebrows rotated into an afterimage. The star in the body further merged with himself. Facing the Han who was rushing towards him, Nono not only keenly perceived the opponent's figure, but also used the enhancement of star to burst out amazing chakra. Boom! The two fists collided again. Pounced on the nearby Han just after a punch, Nono quickly followed the opponent's attack, also raising his hand to perform super strength to block the opponent's fist. The shock wave like white light radiated violently. This collision was far stronger than the previous one, causing the ground under the feet of the two to collapse into a huge deep pit like a meteorite impact. Han, who had transformed into a tailed beast, had undoubtedly gained a huge increase in strength. The power he burst out was no less than Nono, whose strength had greatly increased with the help of Star. The two fists collided, and they were evenly matched. Chakra Scalpel. Nono decisively changed his offensive, retracted his right fist, and slashed at the opponent's neck with the hand knife transformed by his left hand. Like super strength, the strengthening of chakra by Star also greatly increased the power of Chakra Scalpel. Han keenly felt the threat from Nono's hand knife, and with the loss of his right arm, he could only choose to step back and avoid the hand knife attack. Ha! When the knife passed in front of him, Han immediately exerted force on his feet, stepped forward again, twisted his body and kicked sideways, and whipped Nono's head with a whip kick. Bang! Blocked with his arm. Han's whip kick was blocked by Nono with the back of his right hand, who also reacted quickly. In the fierce impact, Nono's feet sank into the ground and slid a distance to the other side. But she did not suffer any harm. In the moment of relieving the impact, she immediately leaned forward and punched Han's jaw. Bang! Han blocked with his left arm, but it was difficult to completely resolve the strange force coming from him, and the whole person could not stop sliding backwards. Bang! A large piece of soil rose from the ground under his feet. Nono shook Han back with a punch, and then quickly chased him forward. Ha! Holding his body steady, Han shouted and rushed forward when he saw Nono coming. Both of them went towards each other and met again in an instant. The high-speed changes of punches and kicks formed afterimages. At the moment of meeting, both Nono and Han used the most ferocious fighting style and punched and kicked each other crazily. The afterimages continued, accompanied by deafening roars. As the fierce battle continued, Nono and Han seemed to turn into two streams of light. Every collision during the movement would cause serious damage to the earth, leaving huge deep pits one after another. Similarly, from the battle situation, it is not difficult to see that the strength of both sides is evenly matched. Han does not need to be mentioned. The key is Nono. Since the last battle with Uchiha Mieko, Nono's strength has naturally improved. With the help of 3 Megatama Sharingan and silk gloves, she is now comparable to Yekeng at the beginning, and has entered the second stage of Elite Jonin. However, the real reason why Nanoyu can now fight against Han, who has transformed into a tailed beast without being at a disadvantage, is the strengthening of Star. However, when Naraku is on the move, how could he not leave enough defense forces in the Star Ninja village? For example, he gave Star to Nanoyu before leaving, allowing her to have the temporary use right of Star like Xia Rixing at the beginning. The use of Star in battle is mainly reflected in strengthening. Whether it is true energy or chakra. Once strengthened by Star, both quantity and quality will be greatly increased. Although Nanoyu does not know the peacock magic, chakra is the source of power for ninjas. The strengthening of chakra can naturally bring her a surge in strength. Damn it! The continuous battle has passed for a while without realizing it. The magma bomb was blocked by the shield on the right side of the third Kazekage again, and Lao Ziyi was extremely angry. The opponent was more difficult than he thought. The puppet body, whether it was modified by the third Kazekage or not, was so strong that his lava attack could hardly cause much damage. We can't delay any longer. Lao Ziyi's sight passed the third Kazekage and the scorpion who was controlling him, and looked towards the direction of the Star Ninja village farther away. Lava escaped scorching river great fire. As soon as his eyes touched, Lao Ziyi jumped back, pulled away for a distance, and slammed his hands to the ground. Boom! Starting from Lao Ziyi's hands, the rolling magma penetrated the earth, set off a huge wave of lava, and violently swept towards the third Kazekage and scorpion on the opposite side. Magnetic escape sand iron knot attack. Facing the violent lava wave, Scorpion responded calmly, controlling the third Kazekage, and quickly condensed a huge metal wall in front of him. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the lava wave carrying a tremendous impact force hit the metal wall. Compared to the magma bomb, this lava wave is undoubtedly more ferocious. Just the first wave of impact caused cracks to appear on the metal wall, and then it was melted by the terrible high temperature, and red juice flowed out. Amid the explosive roar, the metal wall only lasted for a while before being washed away by the lava wave, and continued to sweep towards the third Kazekage and scorpion. A light burst out from the abdominal cavity of the third Kazekage's front body. Chakra cannon. Just as the abdominal cavities of the left and right bodies are both equipped with mechanisms. The same is true for the front body of the third Kazekage. With the delay of the metal wall, Scorpion was actually operating the third Kazekage to condense amazing chakra from the abdominal cavity of the front body. Boom! Like a cannon, a beam of light, the pillar-like chakra energy blasted at the lava wave that had just broken through the metal wall. Amidst the deafening roar, a huge hole was blasted out of the lava wave by the chakra light column. Without hesitation, Scorpion controlled the third Kazekage to immediately pass through the lava wave through the opened channel. Not good. When passing through the lava wave, Scorpion immediately caught sight of Lao Ziyi's figure, and when he saw Lao Ziyi, he was shocked. Lao Ziyi did not wait for the result of the attack after performing the lava release, burning river great fire spray attack. Or, lava release, burning river great fire spray was just a feint he used to contain Scorpion. Red and blue chakras gathered frantically in front of his mouth. In a short period of time, a dark purple energy ball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters had condensed. This was what Scorpion was surprised by. Lao Ziyi actually condensed the tailed beast ball while containing Scorpion with lava release. Facts have proved that Lao Ziyi's control over the tailed beasts is even better than Han's. Although he has not reached the level of a perfect Jinkraki, he has mastered the tailed beast ball, the ultimate move of the tailed beasts. It's too late to find out now. When Scorpion discovered Lao Ziyi's actions, Lao Ziyi, who had been paying attention, also noticed Scorpion at the first time. He sneered in his heart, immediately jumped up, rose into the air, and blasted the tailed beast ball towards the Star Ninja village. Swish! The tailed beast ball that was blasted out turned into a meteor and flew rapidly towards the Star Ninja village.